Mhm.
What's up, Feline?
What's up, liars?
You said liars? Hey, did you say liars? Oh, so you don't want to say what you said now?
Yes,
what's
he
up?
did.
Do you think the Earth is a globe, Feline?
Yeah.
And why do you think that?
Look at the satellite.
A satellite? What about it?
And they have the pictures on the moon, bro.
They have pictures of the moon?
Yeah.
So because of all of that, you think you live on a globe?
Yeah.
So how does any of what you said determine whether the Earth is a sphere?
Because when you go outside, you see there's a limit.
Limits.
There's a limit to what?
The free
There's a limit to
expansion of
what,
gas.
dude?
There's a limit to the free expansion of gas. Am I right?
Well, because the Earth is a three-dimensional object. You can
Yeah,
only
how do
see
you know? Yeah, how do you know that? I've been asking for that. You said satellite images of the moon. You didn't really tell me how you know the Earth's a globe.
Satellites. Everyone loves satellites.
because when you leave um the Earth, then you'll see it's a three-dimensional object, bro.
Oh, awesome! Have you done that?
I don't really need to do that. Like, for example,
Oh, so you don't need to do the thing that you think that you need to verify that it's a globe. You don't need to do that.
No, only flat earthers do, Miggy.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, right? You said, well, this is what you need to do is to leave Earth. Well, you haven't done it. So how do you know?
Yeah, I'm going to demonstrate you an example how you don't need to do it to know that you're living in a globe. Imagine
So you don't need to do the thing that needs to verify the globe. According to you, you don't need to do it. Can you just believe that it's a globe, like the way you do?
whatever I can measure on Earth is gonna be flat. All right, it's restricted by our sensory. It's nothing to do with the truth of the object.
What do you? So the Earth is flat by way of measurement, but it doesn't mean that it's not flat. Is that what you're saying?
Don't worry, ladies. The Messiah is here. I'm here to free you all. The flat Earth is not real.
You're coming back in here, Ehab, but you're not going to micromanage my forum, so take a D. So go ahead, Feline. No, you had all this ample time to speak, and now you're speaking? No. Rejected. I want to listen to Feline.
You do real.
You don't need to talk at once, man. Let one guy speak. You get enough courage when one person starts speaking. That's how you guys operate.
I'd like an example of a 3D object that measures flat.
Yeah, he's saying it measures flat, but it's actually a globe.
3D object, right? So give me a 3D object that measures flat, dude.
There's due to the limitation of your visual sensory. You have a focal point, and that it simply makes everything seems flat to us.
Okay, so we experience the Earth as flat, yes, according to you, is what you're saying.
According to our visual sensory, yes, it's flat.
Awesome.
Common ground.
Our visual sensory is not the most reliable instrument to measure the shape of something.
Well, then how do you measure if you can't rely on your senses? Tell me how you can measure something without relying on your senses, Feline.
That's easy,
You
right?
don't need to chime in. I said, hold on, Feline. I said, once again, let the man speak. We're not talking to you, Cole or Ehab. Relax.
Back.
Go ahead, Feline.
Yeah, the globe Earth model allows us to predict the orbits around the sun, allows us to predict the sunrise and sunsets. The model is capable to predict things. That's why it is reliable.
Oh, excellent. Can you tell me how it predicts? Show me one example of the Earth as a globe predicting something, please.
Yeah, because it can predict the sunset and sunrise. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but you're saying this, but you're not showing me the method by how it does that. Show me the method and how it does that.
It doesn't matter. It shows us under the globe Earth model, the sunset and sunrise is all predictable. So
Show us that globe Earth model, bro.
I want to know the method
so much ambient noise. It's hurt our ears.
Go ahead, Fred.
Turn on Google. Turn on Google. Sunset time.
I don't want to Google your model for you because I could strawman you, and that wouldn't be ethical of me. I want you to provide.
Okay, I don't need to provide evidence that you can just Google it. Okay, I'm not.
You don't need to provide evidence for your claims, so you get to just spout baseless claims.
Oh my God, we're not doing this again.
Yeah, just baseless claims to automatically believe. That's what you do.
No, I'm saying if the Google successfully predict the sunset today, well then the globe Earth model exists. You cannot deny that.
I don't know of a single globe Earth model that does that. So I've looked.
Yeah,
I've seen other models that do sunrise and sunset post-predictions, but it's not a globe. All right.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, I guess that conversation is done. So yeah, what's happening?
Yeah, I don't want to continue stupid conversation.
What do you mean? You just ended the whole thing.
I have a question.
Okay, welcome to the Flat Earth Information Kiosk.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
How many people want to ask a question? Might have to take
my question. Backspace.
That's a great question, bro. Love that question, bro. Honestly, you might make me a flat earther with that one, Cole.
Oh, my bad, G. My bad. I was just trying to. I'm new to this, you know.
Right. No, I'm joking.
This whole flat Earth, you know, is very interesting. So like, how do you explain the sunset?
What do you mean by explain the sunset?
Like the sunset goes down. You know what I mean? It doesn't go further away. It just goes down. How do you explain that? It dips. You know what I mean?
I hardly ever have seen a dip. I've seen it go away and fade out. I've seen it turn into an oblong like football shape. You know the sun flattening on the horizon. I've seen it flatten and fade out. So I've seen the sun go away many different ways. I don't know which one of these is the one you want me to explain.
No, look. So you've seen the sun get smaller? I've never seen the sun get smaller, bro.
I don't make a habit of staring at the sun. So.
And you've never watched the sunset?
Do you?
I've watched the sunset before, bro. I've got a couple bitches, you know, watching the sunset. It's nice.
Yep.
And the sunset, like, it dips, you know what I mean? It doesn't disappear.
I've hardly ever seen it dip, if at all. Like I was saying, I've seen it flatten and disappear. I've seen it fade out. I've seen it go behind a ridge line of trees, a ridge line of mountains, and a ridge line of ocean waves.
It does dip though.
It does, yeah. Look, it goes down, you know. Look, it doesn't.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
If the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't it go further and further away and get smaller and smaller? Why would it dip? But look, why does it? Look, have you ever watched the sunset on the beach?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but why would the sun have to do it the way you think it does on a flat Earth?
aren't we just all observing the sun? Isn't that what flat earthers do? They observe.
We are, but none of us know what it is or how it manifests, what it's made of, how far away it is, what size it is. We don't. All right, then how do you know what it is? You got an explanation, but how do you know what it is? How do you know the explanation is correct?
Because we look at it through a telescope, and you can
look at it. Well, yeah, I look at it too, and I don't have the same explanation as you. So how do we arbitrate who has the correct explanation?
I mean, someone must be like
somebody. Yeah, maybe nobody. How about that?
Maybe we've got one with a lot of scientists and people behind it, and years of evolution, and we've got one with a Discord.
Yeah, it's a cool story. I mean, how do you know that they're right? How do they know that they're right? Do they even claim to know? Or are they just claiming theories and ideas?
I think
we claim to know.
Just like trust them, bro?
Well, 90% of what we know is ideas, but there's plain proof that the Earth is definitely round. For example, when you see the shadow of the Earth, when the sun is directly shining on it, and you can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon, that's called a lunar eclipse. You can see the shadow of the Earth being round. What
color does the shadow turn during the lunar eclipse?
It's black, dark.
It turns red, dude. It turns red.
No,
I've never seen a red shadow before.
No, the red part is the sun reflecting. No, the red part is the sun reflecting on the moon. That's before it's.
How is that possible when it's fully? No, it happens after it's fully eclipsed. When it's fully eclipsed, it turns a reddish brown. That's different than a lunar eclipse.
Wait. How does
when the moon is fully eclipsed, it turns red. Everybody knows that.
How does a lunar eclipse?
If I could show you a photo, I'd show you, but it doesn't let me send photos.
I know. So how is it reflecting light when it's fully eclipsed? Like, I thought the whole point was the moon should be in a shadow, so there shouldn't be any light.
You're talking about a solar eclipse.
Oh wait, solar? So we jump from lunar to solar?
No, you're talking about solar. You're the one that's confused.
No.
About
when
the
you watch a lunar
eclipse.
I know what you mean. I'm telling you. When the moon is fully eclipsed, it goes from black to red.
It does not. It just goes dark. I don't think you know what a lunar eclipse is.
Oh, I sure do. I've seen many of them. There's a great one.
Look at a photo or a video.
You might be confused, buddy.
No, I'm definitely not confused. The lunar eclipse turns red after it turns black, and that's what got everybody so mystified by it. There's also a type of lunar eclipse called a Selenelian lunar eclipse, where the apparent shadow comes from the opposite direction of the sun, and the sun is also up in the sky along with the moon. So how could a lunar eclipse prove that Earth is a globe in outer space when during the Selenelian lunar eclipse, the moon and the sun are both above the horizon?
Wait, what was this? A Sela what?
Selenelian. SELEN. ELION. Selenelian.
You're.
It's also called Selenelian.
So you see how the moon grabs light from the sun?
Grabs light from the sun?
Yes, so at night you can see the reflection of the moon.
You can see the reflection
on the moon.
Okay.
Right? So when the Earth is in between, the reflection of what little light comes from the Earth and a bit from the sun behind the Earth is reflected onto the moon, which is why you see a bit of red.
The whole thing turns red when it's in full eclipse?
It's not bright though, it's a little bit.
Yeah, so how come it's in full eclipse and it's now got red light shining on it?
Have you seen it while before it's gone fully into eclipse? Don't you see the Earth's shadow, the curvature of it?
It starts off black. And you know what else is a problem? The shadow doesn't follow a sinusoidal projection, which you're going to need geometrically when projecting a 3D sphere. Sinusoidal projection. When you project a sphere onto a sphere, two 3D objects, in this case, both round, the shadow from one projected onto the other does not follow a circle. It turns elongated, and then it turns into a circle, and then it turns elongated again. Nobody actually ever sees this. So I don't think that that's possible to have on a heliocentric globe model.
Sorry, some old
Interesting.
guy sent me a Discord. What'd you say?
Interesting.
Yeah, so
what?
it sounds like you're agreeing with me now that the shadow turns red.
Well, I never
And
said
now
it
you'll
didn't. I
probably
told
agree
you.
with
I was
me now
telling
that the
you.
sinusoidal projection is
I was telling
oblong.
you
Here's an
beforehand.
example. You were
was
telling
telling
me
you
it happened
beforehand.
before the eclipse. You were wrong.
I'm telling you about the shadow beforehand.
Yeah, there's the shadow beforehand is black.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see the curvature
Yeah,
of the
so now
black shadow.
you just reversed your position. You insisted the shadow before was not black but red. You were wrong.
I'd never said it was
Okay.
though. I was talking about
You
the
did.
shadow
You told me
before.
I was wrong. You told me I was wrong
Yeah,
for
I told
saying
you were wrong
that
because
the
you
shadow
said
was black at first, and now you agree with me that it's black at first.
that the shadow
You
is
did.
black.
I heard you. Ehab, I heard you. You did say that.
All right,
Dude. Just relax. You did say that.
So what I just sent at 58
no,
minutes
you
past
just
the hour is a
misunderstood me, mate.
model
Bro,
of.
what was that
Listen, dude.
1950s transmission that I just heard? What the fuck?
All right. Can somebody moderate this shit for me? I'm driving. So 58 minutes past the hour, I sent a model of the lunar shadow as projected onto the Earth. Okay? When you see in this model, what's happening is they model it using what's called a sinusoidal pattern. Because the surface of the Earth is curved, presumably in this model, right? And the surface of the moon is curved. The resulting projection is not going to be like we see with the lunar eclipse.
You cut out.
It's going to
You
move
cut
in as like a hot dog shape. It's going to move in, it's going to turn
You
into
didn't
a
cut
circle,
out.
and then it's going to leave us a hot dog.
I didn't catch you because you cut out like half.
No,
of
he
your-
didn't
half
get
of your
out.
whole-
We all heard him, dude.
What? Did he not cut out for you
No,
guys?
he cut out for me as well.
Go ahead. I was listening too, so I don't know if anybody else heard you cut out.
All right,
If you did cut out, it was just for a
listen, to
second.
wrap up my points, you're wrong about the moon because, first off, the shadow projection doesn't conform to the spheres. Third off, the shadow turns red, which
Can
is
I
impossible.
counter argue before you
And third,
continue?
the Selenelian eclipse puts the sun and the moon together in the sky above the horizon at the same time. So you do not have anything obstructing it, and yet you see an eclipse. So lunar
Yeah, so
eclipses
that's
trash the
solar.
fucking globe, dude. Lunar eclipses
that's-
absolutely trash the globe model.
Okay, so what you said was the shadow does not show any spherical shape at all. If like people are
Yeah,
sending photos
that's
for
right.
me, you can see a massive curvature of the shadow on the moon.
It's not the right curvature. It's not the
This one.
sinusoidal projection for two spheres. Yeah, it's
Well, look at the
that's wrong.
distance
That's
though.
not.
Look at the distance. though.
Ehab, stop and have a good look at the shadow. That is not the shadow that you claim for a lunar eclipse.
Mate, I think you're a bit drunk.
All right.
That's awesome, considering
I
I
think we're
haven't
done
had a
with this
drink for the last 2 weeks.
guy.
Yeah, we're done with this guy. Put yourself on mute, Ehab.
That
Boy
may
has
be.
some questions. Leave
We'll
him
do it
alone.
for you.
I'm just asking questions. No one else is talking. If someone wants to talk, they can talk.
Sea lion troll. I'm just.
You're not going to tell us how to run our channel, so go ahead.
I still haven't received that answer for the sun thing, yeah.
Yeah, I gave you a thorough answer, dude.
It wasn't thorough, bro. You don't see the sun disappear, bro. I've never seen it disappear.
Ask him the particulars of what you said.
With me? Or him?
So I wanted you to tell him about the particulars of what he said.
I wasn't listening, bro.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured.
Nah, because he was talking gibberish, bro. He was talking about trees and something about the sun.
Dude, if you're going to have the conversation, then fucking have it. If not, then get the fuck out of here. How about that?
Bro, I'm trying to have a
Like trees and-
conversation. Who's this bloke
Trees
trying-
and the sun. Are you?
You're cutting. I can't hear anything.
Hey man, you got any other Glovers locally right now?
What did you say?
I said, is there any other real Glovers that actually believe what they're saying here to talk about it? I don't want to interrupt if you are serious about the subject.
They can join in the conversation whenever they like, you know?
Well, what about you? Why do you think you live on a globe?
Hello. Oh, because
Because why? Just tell me, man. We're just talking. Anyway, Miggy, AB, I didn't want to interrupt. I do have something I'd like to share when you get to it.
These guys aren't able to actually perform any coherent conversations. Plus, they're not even listening, so I don't know what we want to do with that.
All right, man. I'm going to get this out real quick, okay? Can I preface it that I do my best to keep any kind of personal situations off of here. I don't want any sympathy. I don't want any money. I don't want anything like that, okay? But I feel like I've got a little story I need to share with people that I know it's kind of a weird relationship online, but you kind of get to know each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I was composed enough to do this, but I'm just going to blurt it out and you meet me if you have to, okay? Last Wednesday, I was doing my job, normal day. I'm 63 years old. I have heart issues ongoing for the last 15, 20 years. This last episode, I was following all doctor's orders, taking all my medication. I mean, at least with heart stuff, there's a little bit of science behind them. I'm not going to go into that. Anyway, I need to make this as short as possible. I just wanted to share with you guys, let you know I may not be around here a little bit or whatever, but I'll get to the point. I was doing my job last Wednesday, loading a grocery order in Frankfort, Kentucky. Put the groceries in my car, put my ass in the seat, put the car in reverse, started backing out. My next memory, conscious memory, is apparently like 30 to 40 minutes later, waking up in the ER. Had a massive heart attack. My heart quit beating for about 15 minutes. They brought me back with the paddles, and I got it out off my chest.
Wow.
I don't want any sympathy. There's some reason I'm still here. I got to mute.
God bless you, Dave. Several of us have endured life-threatening situations in the past few years, bro. You're still here for a reason. You got your purpose. You know what it is, and God bless you, Dave.
Yeah, we love you, brother. Don't worry about it. We got you.
I can't keep talking. I hope you understand this. I know you guys you'll be sending healing prayers and love, and for some reason I'm not around. I just wanted to share that with you. I'm a miracle walking right now. That's all I can say. There's some reason that God still wants his heart beating. And here I am on my path, and been having a lot of long conversations with God or whatever you think that is, but I'm okay either way. I have to shut up.
It's not yet your time, bro. Not at your. Please send somebody you trust your contact information. So if something happens, if you want us to find out, and you know what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
I'd recommend passing on contact info to someone you trust. Yep.
I'll definitely reach out to somebody, and I just want to get that off my chest because I don't spend as much time here as I used to, but the truth is still the truth, and I really.
It is. We got.
There might be not anybody.
Yeah, Mr. Hinkle, when it's time to go home, just embrace that. Know that we'll know that you're with the Creator. So just know that we will know. So you'll just go in peace. Don't feel like you left something behind. We know that you did great work being here and speaking truth. So just embrace the fact that you'll be with the Creator.
Well, I hope you guys don't mind me. I don't want to dwell on it. I just wanted to get it out there, okay? And I appreciate your thoughts and everything. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, Dave.
Well, there's one other thing I was going to cover. I wish I had a cool story to tell y'all about the other side, but I don't. But maybe people do, but I don't. I just memory of waking up in the yard and I was like, where the hell am I? You know? It took me like a whole day to unfog my brain, but luckily the doctors told me that I'm a very rare case to be 16 minutes deprived of brain oxygen and still be able to function like I am. As far as I can tell, I don't have any serious damage besides them paddles. Those paddles make you feel like you got run over by a truck. I'll be honest about that. Other than that, you think about all the electricity they shot through my body. But I'll share one more tiny little part, and I swear I'm going to drop it. I can't stay on here, but how I know that God don't want me to be here or doesn't want me to check out just yet. Well, none of us know the day or the time, do we?
No, sir. We don't know that.
And so during that incident, actually a key detail I left out, guess who I backed into? A certified nurse that knows CPR. Dragged my ass out of the car and started it. She probably saved my life.
She probably did. All of those pieces moved into place to click at that moment. Your time is not yet, Dave. You know it. That's a miracle right there.
Yeah, he's basically telling us that if in any case the Lord calls him home, that we'll understand, and we will.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
There's something left.
I don't know if you know this, Dave.
You got to do.
I don't know if you know this, but Roto Ox went to go be with the Lord as well. So he used to come in here often, and he passed away shortly, about a week and was it 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago?
Yeah.
Oh my
he
God.
passed 2 weeks ago.
I didn't know him that well, but I did hear him a few times. So he was trying to speak truth too. I could tell that.
Yeah, a lot of our friends are actually going to be with the Lord. So we had a guy named Superfly that we used to go on my Twitter channel, and he passed away too. He was a pilot.
Well, if anybody on the call right now I've got a lot of people to pick from, but don't have to do it right now. Just DM me later, and I'll share some contact details in case something happens. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just trying to hold it together. I probably need to mute, but I wanted to share that story. I thought it was worth sharing on here, especially. So,
best place on earth to talk about Earth.
Go ahead and try to find that elusive globe curvature. Good luck.
Yeah, just know that when it's time to go in peace, sir.
Amen, brother. Another reason I'm here a little healthier and might have been, I'll drop it after this one, but guess who pretty much put me on a proper diet direction that I've been following for the last 3 years? That man that I haven't met in person, but I know his heart is good. That's Miggy. AV. Talk to me. I ain't trying to tell people what to eat, but for me it works. Basically carnivore, eating less, watching my carb intake, making my body work less. It's all work. And the doctor told me that my physical condition was, he can't prove it, but he thinks that contributed my ability to come out of there. But
yes, sir.
That's it. You guys go talk about the silly globe now. I'll listen for a while.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. See you, come, bro. Do you all believe in God or something? I heard the Lord like a million times in there. Hey, can someone, I'm your boy. Ahab, please.
Go back to that troll op. Are you serious?
He's got a question, bro. Better than sitting in silence.
Yeah, we're not sitting inside it, actually.
And like right now we are.
The AIDS is gonna have to sit in silence for a lot longer. You and nobody else is gonna help to get him off mute.
Yeah, like, when I try to go to an exposition about the lunar eclipse, right? And then Alpha asks, "Did you pay attention or hear anything that was said to you?" And he says, "Nah." Why does he deserve an unmute?
I don't know. I wasn't paying full attention to that convo. It got a little confusing. But I've got a question. Why is Norway lit up like 23 hours of the day?
Because during some months out of the year, the sun is closer to Norway.
Closer how? Like,
well, the sun moves in the sky, right? It's got what's called diurnal motion that gives you your day and night cycles.
yeah,
And then
but
it
like
migrates
moves,
between the tropics.
so the sun moves around in a like I'm just trying to get an idea, like a spiral or something. Like how's the
I don't know
how's the
about
sun?
that. I don't know
Because like
about that.
if
I
the
mean, how
Earth
does it
is
move?
flat,
Call it fucking flat Earth gravity, dude. I don't know.
if the Earth is flat, I just want to get a model in my head. You know, the Earth is flat and the sun's moving around in a circle. You'd say, yeah.
I don't know about a circle. Like it's periodic, so it'll come and go.
Where's
But
it
period,
coming
just-
and where's it going?
I don't freaking know, dude.
So you can't even like we got
What
an
do you mean I
answer
can't
for you.
do that? Well, I know you got answers. I can come up with really cool answers too, right? I could come up with stuff that's even based on the current rhetoric. I can describe the outer space vacuum as a superfluid, like what the University of Maryland did.
I don't know what they
I've got
did, bro.
great stories. Yeah, I know you don't know, but I've got great stories too. But I'm not here to tell stories. I'm here to tell you what I know.
Yeah, and like we know the Earth is round. Like what makes you think it's not?
Based on what evidence is it round? What knowledge evidence do you have of it being round?
Like all right, how about other planets? Jupiter's
Those
around.
are not Earth. Earth isn't a planet.
So you're saying that every star and planet in our solar system and beyond is all round except for Earth.
Yeah, those lights in the sky, they're up in the sky.
Yeah, the ones that you can use a telescope to look at. Yeah, those ones.
Yep.
Yeah, they're round. Yeah.
Yeah, they very well may be round. They might be orbs.
Yeah, so then why wouldn't Earth be round?
Why? How does that logically follow?
What do you mean? Look, all the planets, all the stars, they're all round. So then...
Yeah, so if I drive my car into a school bus parking lot, do I say my car must be a school bus too?
Yeah, no, but if your car looks like a bus and drives like a bus,
it doesn't.
It most likely is a bus. You know what I mean?
I don't. Do you see land in the sky, dude? Do you see land in the sky?
Man, it's so silly, man. Like, yeah, are you looking at freaking rocks in the sky, floating land?
Who's talking? Yeah, there are rocks in the sky. Yeah, and there's floating land. What else would you call like Mars?
I don't think it's floating land.
They tell you it's gas. They tell you it's gas in a vacuum, and you believe that.
Mars isn't gas.
They claim that Mars is a rocky planet. Now the problem is what makes you think we should have an atmosphere in a vacuum of outer space?
Man, I'm not sure how it works exactly, but it's got to do with the trees, I guess. I don't know.
There are no trees on Mars, huh?
Yeah, so there's no atmosphere, buddy.
Oh shit.
But
Look,
there's
I'm
no
not a
atmosphere.
science
The one that
major here,
NASA
all right? I'm not
Yeah,
bad.
well, hold on. NASA will show you helicopters on Mars. How does that work?
What?
Yeah, you didn't hear
Helicopters on
about that?
Mars?
Yeah, they put helicopters on Mars, dude.
I've never heard of that, bro.
Yeah, Google it. The Martian helicopter.
Yeah, there's little rodents too.
Nah, bro, I don't know what you're
There's
reading.
rodents. There's little rats on Mars too.
There's no life found on Mars as of yet.
Oh yeah, there's a rodent running around on Mars though.
Mars isn't like Earth at all. Earth is the floor of the universe.
What makes you think that? I haven't heard
Well,
this one
first
yet.
off, like a floor, it measures flat. It's not round.
Look, how do you know that?
Because we've measured it. Also, all the lights in the sky are above you. They're not below your feet.
Actually, but people on the other side of the planet, it's actually above them.
Other side of the planet? So
Yeah,
you're
'cause it's
presupposing the
circle,
globe again. How do you know that there's another side?
Because, well, let's say someone on the other side of the planet can see stars the opposite way that we do, and they can see it while we're seeing the day.
Yeah, so let's say I've got a big, long warehouse, and I turn on the lights on one side of the warehouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, the stars are the opposite. They're flipped. They're upside down.
That's just your opinion. Like, how do you know they flip upside down? You literally travel over a measurably flat surface to see different stars up above you.
No, because if you look at specific star constellations in Australia and you look at them in Sweden, they're the opposite.
They're not the opposite. They're just different.
No, they're the opposite. They're the same stars, just the opposite, meaning you're standing underneath. Yeah,
Who
go
says
look at
that?
it, bro. Go look at it, bro.
In Australia, you're seeing the Big Dipper the other way, like the backwards. The ladle's facing the other way in Australia.
Yeah, listen, I don't see the Southern Cross in the north.
That's because it's not visible from there.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You're seeing different stars in a different spot.
No, there are some stars that we all see. Like
There's some that
Orion,
we do
the
see, yeah.
Orion series. Go search it up.
Yeah, that's like me standing in the middle of the warehouse, and I can see stars to the left and to the right of me in the warehouse. The big lights in the ceiling.
But we can both see those stars, like whether you're in America or whether you're in Australia, and they're the opposite. Like they're flipped upside down.
They're flipped. So wait, the Southern Cross is flipped upside down in the north?
You can't see the Southern Cross from there.
But you keep telling me I'm seeing the same stars flipped upside down.
Some
Make up your
same
freaking mind,
stars.
dude.
Some stars. Well, why you keep saying
Holy
the
crap,
Southern
make it
Cross? I
make
never
sense.
mentioned the
For the
Southern
love of
Cross.
God.
Well, is the Little Dipper? Can you see the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper backwards in Australia?
Flipped upside down?
Which one's the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper? I don't know which one you're talking about, right? To be honest.
I know, because you're not seeing the same stars flipped upside down.
Go look at the Orion. Is it the Orion constellation? Go look at the Orion constellation. Yes.
Yeah, Orion's not in the northern sky. Those aren't circumpolar stars like the Southern Cross or the Dippers are. Yeah, do you know what circumpolar stars are?
No, bro.
So, like in the south, the big example is the Southern Cross. They're circumpolar because they rotate around the south celestial pole in the sky. In the north, we've got the Dippers. Those are also circumpolar stars.
What?
Yeah, you don't see the Dippers and we don't see the Southern Cross.
Yeah, but how about the Orion constellation?
Orion's between the two.
Yeah, but you see it upside down. That's my point. You see it upside down than what we do.
Well, because I'm standing on one side looking down towards your direction, and you're standing on the other side looking up towards my direction. We're facing opposite directions, of course.
So the flat Earth is like standing upright. It's not flat.
It just measures flat, dude. Just measures beautifully flat.
Then if we were to look up at the night sky, it should be in the same, facing the same direction. It shouldn't be upside down. The Orion series shouldn't be upside down. That doesn't make sense.
All right, let's take this down to the kindergarten level. All right, let's say we're in
Yeah.
Sesame Street. Okay, we're in Sesame Street's classroom, and you're standing on one side of the classroom. I'm standing on the other side of the classroom. We're both looking at the ceiling, and there's a number 6. And you say, no, it's a number 9. I say, no, it's a number 6. You say, no, it's a number 9.
Wait. Let me get this straight. You're standing here, I'm standing there. We see it differently, but the stars move across the night sky. So even if we were to face it the same direction. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to go. I'll be listening.
The Earth moves, and the stars are stationary. Yeah.
No,
But
the
we're
stars
standing on
actually
opposite
move.
sides. That's what I'm saying.
The stars move, dude. The Earth doesn't move. The stars move.
The Earth moves, bro.
I thought you agreed the stars moved. You said all the stars move in the sky, and I'm like, yeah.
No,
And now you
to
say, wait,
us,
no.
to us, from our perspective.
Oh, well, that's
what you've
silly.
been
Like
taught.
nobody ever measured that.
Yeah, you've
Bro,
been
everyone's
taught that.
measured this, bro.
Nah, you've been taught that shit. Just, gosh dang. It's just some
Huh?
shit you've been taught. Some
Bro,
shit
we've all been
you
taught.
got fed and you freaking believed it.
Oh, what? All right,
Everybody believed it for
let's
years.
get down to it. All right, why were we being taught this bullshit? Huh?
You could have a zillion different reasons
Yeah.
why they want to teach you a false model or
Why everybody on Earth decided to teach everybody else on Earth the false model, and nobody decided to disprove it, except for you.
Yep, except for me. Little old me thinks water's flat.
Yeah,
What do you think water
exactly.
does? You think water bends around balls? You
Huh?
ever seen that? You ever seen that in front of you? You ever seen it recreated? You ever seen
I
that
can't
happen
hear.
anywhere?
What water?
Water adhering to the outside of a ball.
I mean, gravity is a very big factor, bro.
Oh boy.
So, what you reckon the Earth is the center of the universe as well?
I know that water lays flat. That's what I know. That's what you can see every day.
Maybe not the center, but the floor.
Huh?
Always flat, nigga.
I mean, what
Or the universe.
why would you think that, but? Water just goes to the center. Huh? Water goes to the center of the Earth. That's how gravity works.
Cool story.
That's how you're taught. You know.
Have you ever been to the center of the Earth?
Oh, Flat Lloyd Wright, just in time. My brother.
If they go to
I
the
mean,
center
Cole,
of the Earth and no gravity's working.
You're kind of all over the place, right? I mean, you're talking about the spin of the Earth, then you're asking like, well, why would they lie? And then you're like,
because you gotta question everything, you know. Because since that's what you guys do, so I'm
well,
gonna
one thing at a time, man. To answer your question, I'm not the liar, so I would have no idea why the liar is lying. However, it's not everybody in the world lying to you, bro. Like, is the NASA janitor in on it? He's like, oh yeah, Cole, I'm gonna make sure he thinks it's a globe.
Yeah, exactly. So
no, that's not the case, dude. They just believe the exact same story that you were taught, and their fathers and their mothers were taught the same story, and they taught it to their mothers and daughters.
Do you reckon you're smarter than these people?
Has nothing to do with it.
No. Honest. Do you reckon you're smarter than these people?
Doesn't matter if I do or don't.
It does, but look, these people have studied this their whole lives, and they reckon it's true.
Oh, they've memorized it from a book?
No,
they memorize the story, therefore they're intelligent?
They do their
If you memorize the story, does that make you more intelligent?
Yeah, they're memorizing books and parroting it back, and you're saying they're smart because of that.
They're not memorizing books. The books give you an idea, and then you do your own experiment to figure out whether that is true.
Yeah, it's too bad they're not doing anything to prove the Earth has a purpose.
They've done many things.
Show us one.
All right, they set up a massive walls with holes in the exact same spot, miles apart, and then they shot a laser through it. And for some reason, the laser didn't go through all the holes.
It was a light bulb, and it was a fake flat earther. So you should, for your globe proof, maybe you should use, not a flat earther, or at least a fake one.
Can you prove that, Buck?
Your globe.
Yeah, Jaren's an obvious fake flat earther since 2016.
Who?
Yeah, he says he's not a flat earther.
So how about there was this time they flew a helicopter miles out, and they got someone to stand on the beach and look out into the ocean.
About the time they flew that helicopter on Mars, my friend.
Before globe.
Yeah, and then they lowered the helicopter until the guy said he couldn't see the helicopter anymore. He thought it was landed. He couldn't see it anymore, but it was still in the air.
Footage?
Huh?
Yeah, because in one scene you can see birds flying across the helicopters there, and the next scene they don't show the helicopter, but the same birds are flying across.
I don't remember the video, but
yeah, we do.
Imagine thinking your globe proof is a propaganda piece trying to discredit the information about the measurement of the surface of the Earth. Not only did you fall for the globe, but you're falling for the fake flat Earth propaganda. Wild.
hey, how about time zones? How do they work?
They're inconsequential. It's a construct that's made. For instance, like China has one time zone. Australia has 2.5 time zones. How about the quote-unquote Southern Hemisphere? 32 time zones, whereas in closer to the north, like closer to 24. Actually, it's a little bit less than 24. It's arbitrary. It has nothing to do with the geometry.
19.
Wouldn't light hit everywhere all
19
at once?
things. Sorry, what was that, Cole?
I said, wouldn't light hit everywhere all at once?
Well, for instance, just last year, I think it was like June 8th, 99% of the population of the Earth was experiencing daylight. How is that possible on a globe? Isn't it supposed to be only about 50%? I mean...
Huh? I never heard of that.
Oh, so it must not have happened if you haven't heard about it, Cole, right?
I mean, I've never seen it. No one I know has seen it. I've never heard of it.
Maybe you should educate yourself.
I should educate myself.
Yeah, because it's a terrible rebuttal for me telling you information. You're like, well, I've never heard it. Oh, I didn't realize you were omnipresent, Cole.
So I could tell you anything, and then I'll just be like, "Oh, since you haven't heard it, must mean it's right. Must mean I'm right."
That's what you're doing.
Work like that. It doesn't work like that, bro.
I know. That's what you're doing. I'm literally explaining to you how stupid that is. Go look it up.
I'll look it up right now. What date was it? I'm going to search it.
Look up 99% daylight for the Earth's population.
19. Is that? I'm going to search that exactly.
Yeah.
Daylight. Let's see what comes up.
Sure. What I'm trying to elucidate, Cole, is that you don't even realize anything about your globe. And at the same time, you think you know that you live on one.
It says 99%. This is due to the Earth's rotation. Oh, no, that's 99% of the world's population, but not the world.
That's what I said. World's population.
Yeah, but not the world. It still doesn't prove anything. Majority of the world is still in darkness, though.
I didn't say the world.
So then your point's irrelevant.
So you can't answer how that works on a globe? Because I thought it's always supposed to be 50%, right?
I searched it up and I got a photo right here that just shows how it works.
You didn't hear the second that. If you've got a light source on a globe, 50% of it should be illuminated.
That's not true, actually.
Really?
Light moves much differently than you'd think. It doesn't. Yeah. Yeah.
Says a guy who doesn't know that it's 50% lit in his own paradigm.
Who said it has to be 50%?
The geometry of the paradigm. You got a sun in the center. The ball is supposedly spinning. How do you get the sun on the other side of the ball?
No, I'm saying you can.
You're saying, oh, well, light is just magically bending? You don't understand it. I do, but don't, but do, but don't.
Light can go around.
Prove it.
But how about, wait, if it's a flat earth, then it'd be bright all the time.
I'm not even trying to use this guy to prove the surface of the earth. I'm trying to elucidate to you that you can't use this guy to elucidate the measurement of the earth.
Huh?
You don't need this guy, brother. Because it's going to be really hard to logically connect what the sky is doing to the geometry of the earth. Even though I understand that's why they taught, that's how they taught us the globe, me and you, right? They said, look in the sky. The stars are moving. That's how you know you're moving. You were told to look at the sky instead of the ground, right?
Yeah, if I look at the ground, I'll come to the same conclusion.
Right, that it's flat and stationary.
Like I said, if the Earth was flat, it'd be bright 100% of the time.
Well, that's a straw man.
No, it's not.
That's not the case at all. We don't know the distance of the sun. Yeah. For instance, Cole, what if I had an extremely dark, pitch black room, right? And I have a table with a tiny little pin light. And this pin light is really close to the surface of that table. And I move that pin light all across the table.
Oh, why is it a pin light and not like a whole light? Because the sun's a orb. It's a circle of light.
Okay, it's a circle. But you don't know how big it is or how far away it is. You're told that, but you've never made a measurement of 93 million miles, have you?
We got telescopes for that, bro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pointed at a black body where you really can't tell what's going on.
Just zoom in, bro.
Yeah, zoom in into a bright light. That'll tell you how far it is. You realize how dumb that sounds? Yeah, just point a telescope at the sun, dude.
Cameras can do
also, by the way, this is recorded, so please, nobody, for the love of God, point a telescope at a sun.
We got cameras nowadays that do it for us.
Yeah, and you can get solar filters and all that stuff. And what tells you the distance?
Mm.
Did the telescope whisper to you?
Tells you the difference.
No, it doesn't. Because you're going to have to make an assumption of how big it is.
By how far it is. By how far it looks to be.
How far it
It's not
looks to be?
exact. I mean, yeah, you can. Well,
No,
you
you're
zoom into the
ridiculous,
moon.
dude.
Huh?
You're ridiculous. That's like if I took a picture of a toy model car that's just really close to the camera, I could be under an illusion, right? The car's not actually that big. It's just very close to the vantage point.
You can see things on the car. Prove how big it is.
Congratulations.
No, prove how
No, you can't. Right? It could be just a tiny model car in this situation. I could get out of the camera, right? Put the camera down, go take a look at what I'm taking a photo of, right? Pick it up and go, oh, shit. You know, it's a tiny little car. Can I do that with the sun, Cole? Can I go outside and go measure it?
Solar flares.
Okay, you can look at stuff. Congratulations. It's not going to magically tell you how big or far away it is.
I mean, it gives you an idea.
Really?
All right, how about satellites?
What about them?
How do they work?
Not in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Do you know what a second law of thermodynamics is?
No, bro.
Entropy. Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah, what is it? Tell me.
Look it up. I thought you knew everything, Cole. Right? I mean, if it hasn't come across your brain, it probably doesn't exist, right?
I know everything. I'm just questioning your existence.
Okay. Well, you're jumping around to satellites. And don't get me wrong, there's all different types of technology in the sky. But they're not floating around like a tin can.
What's that got to do with satellites?
Environment.
The decay of things. What's that got to do with satellites?
Because the environment that they're claimed to be in is known as outer space. Are you familiar?
Good point.
Right. So how do you have a tin can in outer space if outer space doesn't exist, Cole?
But it does. And we have photos and we sense. Wait, if that means satellites don't exist. If satellites
doesn't mean satellites don't exist. We have satellites. You can put them on balloons. You can tether them in all kinds of different drone technologies.
So how do they
now.
stay up there?
They have balloons. They have all kinds of drone technology now. Solar.
You reckon the satellites stay up there because of balloons? Come on.
Well, not just balloons. No, I mean they've got drone. I mean,
and how do they power those drones?
I mean, completely unmanned aircraft now. It's pretty insane, actually.
Yeah, but those unmanned aircrafts have to come back down to Earth to fuel them.
Yeah, like every month or so.
Satellites stay in the sky. Explain that.
Really? Because they just got shot down a couple of years ago. Remember that Chinese satellite floating across the U.S.? Did you ever see that bulletin?
That was a balloon. That was the.
But they called it a satellite, though, right?
They didn't know what it was. But satellites. But regardless,
now they don't know what it was.
You did something. Wait, you're not proving nothing. How does GPS work? How do we get internet? All this stuff. Satellites have to stay.
Dude, you're just asking a bunch of questions.
24/7. Huh?
I'm not trying to prove anything to you. I'm simply answering your questions.
But
the reason why I'm having a hard time is because you don't even know what entropy is. I mean,
it's the decay.
You think that just because the environment doesn't exist, that the objects that the story explains must not be true either. Nobody here is claiming that satellites don't exist. Nobody here is claiming GPS doesn't work. Nobody here is claiming that the internet doesn't work, Cole.
How do they work?
You're supposed to tell me, right? It's supposed to work on a ball.
I'm telling you, you're not listening.
Yeah, undersea water cables for the internet. In fact, 98% of all internet and data communications are through undersea cables.
Wi-Fi?
And have been since 1848.
GPS? How's GPS work, bro?
I just told you. Underwater sea cables.
GPS doesn't work from underwater,
to
bro.
Ground stations.
It doesn't work from underwater, bro. GPS.
Oh my god,
it works through
dude.
satellites.
You know what a cable is?
Shut up, bro.
No, it doesn't
the
work
internet
through a
at your
satellite,
fingertips.
dude.
You have the internet at your fingertips.
Says the guy projecting and can't. We'll look up the word entropy. But yeah, dude, look it up.
It proves nothing.
Here, let me get my computer. I'm on my phone doing some 3D prints, but you know what? I got some stuff.
What does entropy mean, huh? And how does it prove?
Look it up. You have the internet at your fingertips.
Yeah, I did.
Can you even spell it?
Nothing.
Spell it, bro.
Nothing.
Can you even spell entropy?
Why does it matter if I can spell it or not?
I don't know. So you can actually Google it?
English isn't my first language, bro. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, good for you, brother. Proud of you. Would you like a cookie?
It doesn't matter if I can spell it or not. You still haven't told me what it is and how it affects satellites being in space.
Because the claimed environment that they're in, right? For instance, right now we're breathing gas pressure, roughly 14.7 psi. However, gas law states that in order to have gas pressure, that you must have a volume containment. Now, according to the globe, last time I checked, there's no glass ball holding in the air from the Earth to space, right?
Yeah. Oh, the atmosphere, you mean?
Yeah, atmos meaning air, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. It's already a contradiction of terms. You could just say the air. You'd have to prove that the air is in a circle, and good luck with that.
But what's this got to do with satellites being in space?
Because of the claimed environment. Relax, Cole.
What's the claimed environment?
Outer space. Nothing, right? Or close to it, right?
Yeah.
So how do you have nothing next to something without containment between them?
Huh?
How do you have gas pressure next to no gas pressure without the gas pressure getting sucked into the no pressure? I'm trying to make it really easy for you. Otherwise, we could talk about high pressure, low pressure. You can open up a soda can, right? You've never seen the air go into the can. Entropy always goes from that high pressure to low pressure. We see it everywhere, except for the one beautiful story about satellites and outer space.
Satellites, according to you, work on balloons and drones. That's how they work.
There's quite a... Here, I'll post the technology for you, man. And you can look into every single one for yourself.
Yeah, it's called HAPS. HAPS, HAPS, High Altitude Platform System.
That's one of them, yeah.
And it's composed of different types of vehicles, like our friend said, flatload balloons, and you have drones, high altitude planes that work without pilot, don't necessitate any external energy other than the sunlight. It has batteries, so it can work during the night when there is no sunlight.
Are you saying
there is so many?
Wait, did you just say we have planes that work 24/7?
Yeah, hold on. Someone's got a hot mic, or they're echoing through the. There we go. Call your. Yeah, you gotta like fix your shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Is it bad?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Everyone's playing back through your microphone.
Yeah, I was hearing it. I didn't know where it was from.
Yeah, it was hard to spot it because everyone was kind of. I mean, people are talking pretty close to each other. Yeah, I think it. Here, let me. Yeah, it sounds good now. I'm not coming back through you.
Yeah. I'll mute while you guys talk. You know.
Yeah, go ahead. It's good. Go ahead.
No, you were saying about this 24/7 planes.
Flat Earth or no flat Earth, you should know that exists. And like Flatloid asks you to do, you can just go and tap the word in your navigator and research the thing. If it exists really. It's like you never heard about helium balloons and unmanned planes that work with solar panels.
First satellite to ever be launched was 1957, bro. We didn't have
like that one
24/7
sporadic scent. That's one model of unmanned planes that work with the solar energy.
You reckon we did that in 1957?
There is model of HAPS that work with the same thing.
Give me a sec.
HAPS. It's called HAPS. High Altitude Platform System.
First solar panel was 1990. Wait, residential. Oh, that's residential. Main model panels. Solar panels weren't used back then, bro. Not like that. Not to that advanced. No way, bro. I don't get why all of you just love to like search everything up and fucking come up with your own idea of what's going on.
Because we don't want to be a robot like you.
A robot like 90%, 99% of the world. Like, you got ChatGPT now, bro. He can answer all your questions.
Yeah, and it's also like a robot. A system that you can use in your favor and do with it whatever you want to do. So, yeah, if you want that AI to tell you that the Earth is flat, yeah, it can do that.
It can also like tell you that it's round, bro.
Yeah. So it's not something that you can rely on. Yeah, you can use it to help you just facilitate your tasks, but you won't rely on it for acquiring informations because it doesn't understand things. It's not able to think. It's just a language model. It helps you make a research, but it won't just distinguish for you which research is real, which is false. So you have to just try to distinguish between those informations that the AI brings to you. You don't say amen.
Does oxygen exist? Can you prove that? Hello? Yeah.
So, Carl, how is
Yeah.
us proving you can breathe going to change the...
Oh, so basically you can't see air. You can't see oxygen. You don't know that it exists.
Can't see curvature, so I don't know that exists. So you've got
But you can't see oxygen. I'm using your argument or what you guys
No, I'm
do.
using yours. You're not catching up on it. I can't see curvature, so you've got to prove that exists.
Yeah, I can't see oxygen, so you got to prove that it exists.
No, I don't have to. Because
you see how
we're here
stupid that sounds?
Carl, think about it. We're here talking about the shape of the ground. I don't care if it exists or not. It's not a part of our discussion. So you pointing to me that I've got to prove oxygen, no, I don't. But you still have to prove the shape of the ground.
Basically, what I'm saying is, like, I can never prove it to you. I can explain it, I can give you the maths, I can show you videos, but I can never prove it to you because you won't see it with your own eyes. That's what I'm saying. I can't see oxygen with my own eyes, therefore it doesn't exist.
False analogy, doesn't matter. So because you can't see curvature, it exists.
See what you did there? You fucked up.
No,
because you can't see curvature, it exists. I didn't fuck up.
I don't have to
That's
prove it with
exactly
my
what I
eyes.
said. So because you can't see it, it exists. You've got all these other stupid things that infer that it's there, and most of them are, let's point up to the sky, but you can't see it, so therefore it exists. That's what you're telling us.
No, that's what you're telling me.
No, this is your story. That's what I got from you. I can't see it, therefore it exists.
You're saying I can't see it, therefore it doesn't exist.
You're saying you can't see it, therefore it exists. So if you can't see something, it exists. So how are you going to prove curvature if you can't see it, Carl?
How are you going to prove oxygen if you can't see it?
I don't have to. That's your claim.
So you don't think oxygen exists?
I didn't say that. You're telling me that I don't think it exists. That's a straw man. You creating a position for me is a straw man. I made no claims to oxygen. I'm
trying to show you what you sound like. This is what you sound like when I speak to you.
So
oxygen,
you failing to prove curvature, and they're telling us that if I can't see it, therefore it exists. I don't have to go any further.
I haven't failed to prove it. I've proved it. You guys have talked shit about satellites. I don't know what.
So how does hold on, Carl? How does something in the sky prove the shape of the ground? Take your time. I don't want to fry your brain too much.
If we could put a satellite in the sky, we could put a camera there and take a photo, and that's what we've done. And you could see. You can see.
So show us one of these great photos. Millions of them. How about you get us one of these so-called photos that are taken from, Carl, they have to be taken from the alleged vacuum of space. Remember how Flat Lloyd went through with you? This thing called entropy? Remember that bit?
Talk shit. You don't even know what entropy was.
Well, did you look it up to prove him wrong? You could have done
He
that.
didn't make a point with entropy.
You could have jumped onto Carl. You could have jumped onto Wikipedia, looked up entropy, and gone, "I'm sorry, Flatloyd, you're wrong. Entropy is this."
I'll do it now.
But you did not.
I'll do it
Might be a good idea. So then you can understand how space is fake and gay.
I have 5 senses. I don't rely on only seeing things.
How do you spell entropy?
To just determine if the thing is real or not. So if I don't see the air that I breathe, I can use other senses to rely on to be able to determine if that thing is real or not. So for example, I can hit you with the air. I can just rape your skin from your meat. Yeah, I can hurt you with the air. Just only the air.
But how do you know it's oxygen?
You can understand. No, I'm not naming those things. So oxygen and this one. So I breathe air, and in that air there is dust, there is humidity, there is many other things mixed in that air. I'm not claiming that I breathe a specific thing. I breathe air. So that's the thing that is pressurized. We call it air pressure. From the name, you can understand the thing. It's pressurized air. So something that have been pressurized means contained under a smaller volume than it can expand into. So that's pressurized. What pressurized mean? So no, outer space is not real. That's the point.
How about germs? How about germs?
How about what?
Germs. You can't say germs.
Necros, he didn't pay attention. Now, hold on, dude. Did you hear anything Necro said, yes or no? You're either listening to what people are saying in this conversation or just waiting to speak. What did he say?
He's talking gibberish. He's
So you're
pulling
not
shit out of his
listening.
ass.
So you're not listening.
It's not my fault.
Hold on, Necros. You're not tell me what he said. Anything he said.
Bro, you're like a mile away from your mic. I can't hear a word you're saying.
We'll leave him on mute for a little bit. He can take a knee. He's not paying attention to anything anyone's saying.
And I wasn't speaking gibberish, and the reason to help you understand that you understood what I said, you just gish galloped from the air to something else. How about germs? So you understood. And you understood also that you couldn't respond, so you just had to gish gallop to something else again.
He didn't understand. He said it himself. I didn't hear the guy speaking gibberish.
Yeah.
Howdy, dreamer.
Yeah. All right. What about yourself?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, mate. What do you reckon? This conundrum we've got. You think it's a ball flying through this endless vacuum of space, or is it planar with topography?
I think it's a flat surface flying around in the globe, if that makes sense.
Nope.
Yeah,
Flat
I
surface
guess.
flying around in a globe.
Yeah.
Wow. How about you break that down for us so we can understand it a bit better?
Basically, according to quantum physics, all the particles is in an uncertain position. So the plane that we're witnessing right now could be in anywhere. So therefore, it could be flying around in a globe shape or whatnot.
So it could be. So is that a could be is be, or a could be you're not sure be?
Because there's no certainty in quantum physics. So
So you just walk around in the quantum realm all the time.
well, but that only applies to a microscopic level.
I don't think you're a microscopic anything, mate. I'm just throwing that out there.
I don't think you are either. I think we're beyond that.
So now that we've established that we're not microbes and we're not in the quantum realm, what do you reckon? Is it curved or not? Is it a
I would
ball?
say it's a flat plane that lying around in the globe.
Yeah, but you're out of the quantum realm now. Because we've already worked out we're not microbes. So the whole quantum thing, we just put that to the side and
your conscious is beyond microscopic level.
Yeah, I know. We've already established that.
Right. Yeah.
Excellent. So, what do you think you live on? A ball?
I think I live in reality.
And is your reality a sphere?
I think it can be depicted as a sphere or depicted as a plane. It depends on how you measure it.
So if I measure it with my eyes closed, it's curved. And if they're open, I look at the tape measure and go, oh, wow, it's not curved.
No, if you measure with your naked eyes, and it appears to be flat, but if you go about the surface for quite a distance and you're a witness, you can only witness certain side of the plane of the field because it's a three-dimensional object.
So you're telling me when I measure it, it's measured as a plane. So flat, we'll use the word flat there, it's a bit easier. When it's measured, it's measured as flat. And then I go beyond a certain distance, it's measured as curved. So what's the line? 1 mile, 2 mile, 10 miles? Where do we draw this line from going from flat to curved?
It depends on your distance of the object, to be honest with you.
That's what I'm trying to establish. At what distance?
Quite far away, I would say. Far enough for you to observe.
Keep going. What distance? 1 mile? 2 miles?
Well, I'm
5
not
miles?
sure. I need to build myself this rocket ship.
So let me get this straight. You've made a claim that over a certain distance, it becomes curved, and then when pressed upon that distance, you are not sure.
Well, there's limitation to our eyes. So.
Oh, there's a limitation to a lot of things, my friend. So what's the distance? If there's a limitation to your eyes, how do you know that it's curved if you can't see it?
Well, here's the thing. I'm yet to be able to build myself a rocket, or I'm yet rich enough to...
So a rocket ship will improve your ability to see. So your eyes have nothing to do with the rocket ship.
Yeah, my limitation of my perception is impacted by the external factors as well. So, yeah, that's correct. If
you're not locked into a rocket ship.
Correct. Yeah, that's why it's still appears.
Wow,
it still appears
You've
to be
got the
flat.
appropriate name.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no curvature then. That's all right, mate. Don't feel bad. You're not the first one today, and I doubt you'll be the last.
Yeah. It depends on your distance away from the object.
Yeah, that's the bit we were trying to establish earlier. What distance?
Yeah.
So, for example, let's say I'm 1 mile from the object.
Well,
Is there curvature? Yes or no?
Well, if you see the picture they took from the moon, you can obviously see there's only one side of the Earth. It's not like they're showing the entire planets.
The picture they took from the moon. Wow. The one that was made from a photo taken from a paper mache ball. Is that the one? Or is it the CGI one put together by Robert Simon? Which one?
Well, all I can say is the one that NASA published. The one that...
Well, they published both of them and claimed them both as.
That's the one that I'm talking about, and you can see.
So you don't know. You're not gonna. You're just gonna go whichever one suits my needs. Therefore, that's me.
Well, they show us what we can see. So
they show you what you can see. You don't even know what you can see. You've already established your eyes have limitations.
Yeah, that's the best I could do. I wish I could go to the moon one day, but not in my lifetime.
So you traveling to the moon is going to do what? Prove you're a lunatic.
I don't believe we need to go to the moon to see that the Earth is a three-dimensional object. Like,
no, we're not worried about the moon. What you believe the moon is, we're talking about measured curvature. So this is the problem you've got. You can claim the moon does this, the moon does that, rocket ships go here, rocket ships go there. When we measure the surface of the ground, there is no curve. So if there's no curve, there's no ball. If there's no ball, there's a whole heap of lies that get shut down.
Yeah, but
you can follow that. It's very simple. So let's go back to the measurement. It's measured horizontal, no curve. So unless you can show us measured curvature, you're not really going to get real far.
Well, all I can say is that the measurement we can do when we are living on the flat surface is very tough. You can only witness.
So you agree that it's a flat surface?
It appears to be flat, but it is actually flat.
It's measured flat. Not only does it look flat, it's measured flat.
Yeah.
So your eyes aren't deceiving you. Your eyes do tell you the truth.
In a limited scale, yes, it is flat.
In a limited scale. So not only do your eyes tell you that it's flat, it's also measured flat, but that's a deception. So which bit is being deceived? Your eyes or the tape measure?
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. I would say it still holds a certain degree of truth with the measurements and what I'm observing, but it's
measured as flat. Well, sorry to bust your bubble or ball, but if it's measured as flat, high probability it is.
Well, yeah, but
there's no buts. Yeah, but what? Yeah, but it's measured flat. I don't like it because I forgot to put sprinkles on it.
It's flat in that dimension of measurement. You can measure things in
Oh, did I hold the tape the wrong way? I was supposed to hold it east-west instead of north-south.
Well, it's not about like.
That's what it comes down to. It is about straight-up measurement.
This is not about like north, east, or south. It's not about that. It's about your perception is only perceivable when you're on this flat surface, correct? And
my perception is only perceivable when I'm on the flat surface.
Yeah.
Wow. Can I have whatever you're on? This sounds like fun.
So imagine if you're an ant.
Oh, I've got to imagine stuff. So, hey, Dreamer, stop. Please stop. Please stop. We're not imagining things. We're measuring things. They don't even sound the same.
Oh, no,
so, how about we go and measure the ball that you believe you live on? Please.
You're totally imagining the reality with your physicality. If you're censoring your brain, you're totally imagining the reality.
I'm imagining reality.
You are.
What kind of retarded shit is that?
He's off his head, this one. No wonder everyone went silent when he walked in.
Like a blind person without the visual sensory, he would imagine the world in a different way. Just because he can perceive certain wavelength and perceive the world around.
Yeah, but you're not blind. So that's a very poor analogy.
You're perceiving the ontology of the reality, right? You're perceiving the limited.
Yeah, but you're not blind. So yet again, you're not blind. So that's a poor analogy.
Yeah.
Imagine a blind person. That's great. So you're not blind, and you're using someone who's vision impaired as proof of a globe.
At the meantime, awesome, your visual sensory is only capable to perceive certain wavelength. So, what about the other wavelength that you cannot measure? That simply you cannot use.
Like the tape measure? What wavelengths are coming off the tape measure when it measures zero curvature?
No, I'm not talking about the tape right now. I'm talking about the ontological.
Well, you should be, because that's what we're using. We're not just imagining shit here. This is measured. You know? Measuring tools and equipment, hardware.
Instrument. That's what I'm talking about.
You're just imagining shit.
You're imagining a certain set of instrument to measure whatever you want.
No, we're not imagining stuff. We're actually out there doing field work. As in, if you upset the operator, they will throw shit at you.
Can you take a blind person to do field work? No, you can't, because he's blind. That's the thing.
Why are you hooked up on this blind person? Dreamer, you're not blind. You have to get off your ass, go outside, do some measurements. That's what you have to do. Instead of sitting in here telling us we have to imagine this and believe in that, no, that's an epic fail. We're not imagining your bullshit. We're not dreaming shit up like you are. We're doing measurements.
What's the difference between you and the blind person? Both of you are both imagining the reality. But
where the fuck are you going with this? Poor analogy. The blind person, forget about him. All you're trying to do is sidestep the fact that you can't prove curvature.
Yeah, forget the blind person.
Excellent.
Way to go.
Well, it's your dream world.
I can sense that the more I'm going to speak right now, it's just going to increase the probability of me getting kicked out from this room. But
I'm not going to kick you out. I'm just going to laugh at you because you're a fucking idiot.
You're just going to
easier and it's more fun.
And kick me out. That's what you're going to do.
I don't have to mute you.
Because I can sense.
Because the more you speak, the more you bury yourself. And it's entertaining for everyone.
Yeah, I can sense that you're getting more aggressive right now.
I was born this way, bud.
Yeah, Dreamer, he's just Australian. It's kind of just a given. Comes out fighting, you know. But he's not mad at you, and no one's gonna ban or mute you unless it's a TOS violation.
Yeah, nobody's muting people in this room for sure. Yeah,
not unless there's a TOS violation.
Of course. Well, I don't want to get to your bottom line right now, so I might have to excuse myself at this point. Oh, but like, I hope you guys won't fall off the edge, and have a great one, guys. See you.
Yeah. Keep living a lie, bro.
I don't know what that dude's on, but if someone could get me a packet of it, that would be mint.
He basically said all you see is that the Earth is flat, therefore it must be a globe.
That's what I got, yeah.
Yeah.
Like the whole time.
That's crazy.
He also tried to invoke Descartes' demon, or like, just because a blind person can imagine the world based on its limited senses, that means somehow that the senses are wrong, or like, he imagines his own world within his head based on his senses. Some of it's right, some of it might be wrong because he's getting limited information. We're getting data from our vision to confirm some of that other information we're getting from the other senses. So that is pure data from objective reality. However, you can imagine and edit that data in your brain as that data comes in. That doesn't invalidate the data or the objective reality the data is coming from. It just means that there are crazy people in the world.
Are you suggesting, Drace, that gentleman might be a little crazy?
Well, if he can't trust his senses, and he's probably afraid of go out and drive somewhere because the road looks empty, but it could be filled with children.
I'm afraid to go out and drive out there with people like that, knowing that they might be on the road.
That's the biggest danger with actually driving. It's the other crazy drivers who's gonna drive into you. That's what I'm always the most cautious about.
Looks like we have a couple new names I haven't seen. T. Mather, 683, welcome. And it looks like Feline, welcome. We're asking those, especially new to the chat, how you know you live on a ball. Our last guy basically just explained how he sees the Earth so flat that it must be a ball. So we were just having a laugh.
I think he was trying to say that it existed in some kind of quantum state of being a ball and flat at the same time because he wanted to be special.
Oh, that's right. He was like, you can't be certain, but we're certain of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people, they come in here, especially the first time, or even, even hearing the term flat Earth, I think for the first time for a lot of people, they think, wow, that's dumb, or what? That's the opposite of what I've been taught. So you may have just never even thought about it how do I know that I live on a sphere that they claim, that they've been telling me, everybody, for so long. Oh, I had Piper for a second. No Feline, T. Mather, or T. Maher. Not quite sure how you say that, but either way, welcome. Maybe you've been here before. It is an open forum, maybe you're a flat earther. Want to tell us that pivotal aha moment where you maybe started questioning the globe.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's kind of what the globe is. It's hypnotic. They get almost hypnotized with this belief in the globe, and just like when a hypnotist can make the hypnotized person see something that isn't there, they look at the horizon and they think they're seeing Earth curve. They look at the stars. They think they see the Earth curve. Like they're hypnotized.
Yeah.
The imagination and the mental image is superseding what they're actually seeing.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, did I come through? I don't think I did.
We can hear
you. Coming through now, Avi.
I think I just did. Hopefully I didn't interrupt you guys. I was trying to get my connection good. And I saw Drace light up and I couldn't hear him again. So anyway, Feline was in here earlier. I don't know if he's said anything yet, but
Yeah.
so what's the best reasoning for your idea that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Hello? Mic check 1 2.
Hello?
Yeah,
you're coming in good.
Yeah.
Feline just keeps saying yeah.
Oh, so he's okay.
You all right there, Feline?
Could be he's on a call with someone else and he's responding to them, and maybe he just butt dialed this place. How are you, gents, this morning? Everybody good?
Doing well, man. How about yourself? Settling in?
Yeah, man. Just on break. Wanted to see what the conversation's about. Hopefully we can churn up some content between us, and if not, then the Glober comes in here and we'll talk to them. I had a little sad news this morning about Dave Hinkle. He came online and was just, talking about his experience. So send a prayer to him, and for him, not to him. But.
Yeah, sorry to hear that about Dave.
Yeah.
Legend.
Yeah, he's been with the group for what, ever since almost we started. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, honestly, since RotoOx, I've really kind of had a reflection, and even just about this community and this place, and it kind of really re-inspired me to kind of reset and like ask myself again why we do this and why we care, and it's for each other. It's for the rest of the people who don't know. I do feel bad for these Globies sometimes, man. As dumb as they sound when they come in, asking the same stuff, but it is worth it. It's you guys we do it for too. It's each other, and we build each other up, and we tell each other when we're wrong, and I mean, that's invaluable.
Yeah, building a comfort zone. Sounds nice.
What'd you say, Feline?
Huh?
Are you awake, man?
See,
Feline, your it was a little bit mumbled. None of us could hear what you actually said there.
Yeah, it's good that you guys building a comfort zone for yourself for the flat earthers.
Yeah, I mean, we call ourselves flat earthers, but we're really just united in truth. I mean, don't get me wrong, we definitely stick to this topic in this room, but I mean, we're the kind of people who, you know, we start asking about other things too. Well, why does this work? How does that work? And, you know, for a lot of us, you know, it's a sanctuary. It's a form in which, you know, truth can be, I don't know, against the grindstone. You know, I found this thing, I found this information. And nobody's just going to build you up here just because you're a friend. They're going to tell you the truth. You know, well, let's look into that. Is that logically fallacious? Is that valuable? Is that even verifying? You know, and I tell you what, you know, in real life, that community like this is, at least in my case, a lot harder to find. Because you're going to get so many different
you know what? It always gets
stereotypes.
People to agree upon a certain truth with you guys, right? It's something like a cult, right? Like you just agree upon certain truth you got decided upon.
Really, we agree upon certain truths? No, we're saying that the water on the surface of the Earth is horizontal and it's flat. Do you disagree with that? That's obvious. Do you disagree with that, Feline?
No, of course not. I don't want to get server muted.
Okay. All right. Well, it's not about being server muted. It's about speaking truth. Now, if it's true that water is flat on its surface and horizontal, that means that as far as you can extend water, doesn't matter to what extent you go, it will always remain that way. That's the physics of water. So that can't be negated. So then how can you turn flat water into a curved surface, like the curving earth that you think you live on? Doesn't work. It does not work. Therefore, you can't make a globe out of flat water. It's not possible.
Yeah. So that's why I say it's just admirable to see people like you guys group together, you know, agree upon certain truth and server mute whoever.
It's not certain truth. It's not certain truth. It's this truth, right?
You know? The
truth of the water being flat on its surface is obvious to everybody. Everybody can agree with that because we all know that's what it is. And the physics also preclude that the Earth is also a horizontal plane due to the fact that water on the surface will always remain flat and level. So no one can disagree with that or argue with that because that's just the obvious truth. So it's not some truth; it's this truth.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're united around our desire to find out what is true, and we have figured some things out, and we have evidence for that. We use the principles of logic and empiricism for that. We're not a cult. We don't have a collective belief or anything like that. We're just a collective of individual researchers who share a common love for truth. It's not hard to understand, so don't try to misrepresent us again.
Oh, of course, I won't disagree with you guys.
It's not about being a yes man in here either, but the point that we're making is if you have a critique about this forum, do it in a way that it's a valid critique. Don't just say, well, you guys are like a cult. Well, okay, if you're saying that, how is it like we're like a cult? Can you represent in any way like how we are like that?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You guys absolutely not like a cult. Yeah, I just don't want to get server muted. So, yeah, I agree with everything you just said there.
All right, you don't need to play the victim either. Come on, Feline. We're trying to have a discussion here. And if you're just unwilling to have it, you don't have to have it. You do not have to talk. Like you're choosing to get on the mic and speak. You don't have to. Yeah? You don't have to do that.
It's okay to disagree, Feline. We're just saying if you can explain yourself when you do.
Oh no, I won't disagree. I'm afraid to.
You don't have to be
afraid. All right, that's about enough of that, Feline. You can just put yourself on mute. You don't need to be doing that. We value people who disagree and also give a valid critique. And if you're not willing to do that, that's up to you. But don't be coming in or playing the victim like that. We got no time for that.
Yeah, of course. I agree with you, yes.
Yeah, this guy's just running this gimmick all the way to the end, I guess.
Well, I mean, he started off with, yeah. So, like, every other thing said in here.
But, guys, you just discouraged the one Glober that has the Earth curve measurements. We know this, right? And you're not going to let him talk.
Yeah, this forum is built on people who disagree and produce a valid critique. But if he has none to produce, then, I mean, why are you getting on the mic?
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to stay on mute, guys. I just wanted to thank everybody. I can feel all your prayers and thoughts, and I'm glad I got that off my chest, and I'm lucky to be talking to y'all. So, continue.
We're lucky to have you, Dave. Yeah?
Good to see you, Brother Dave.
Good to hear you, Dave.
I appreciate it from everybody, okay? I'm going to mute.
Yeah, stay safe.
Well, guys, I'm going to call it for the night. You'll take it easy and play safe. And yeah, Dave, I will throw a prayer for you, man. You are one lucky bro. So take it easy, man. And everyone else, peace. See you guys.
Peace, Matrix.
See ya, Matrix.
Have a good one.
Real quick, I don't remember if I said one thing. Did I say that I wish I had a cool story, but I really don't, from the other side?
Don't worry, man. We'll talk about it when we meet up again later on, man.
I spent 15 minutes somewhere. Maybe maybe something will come back to me at some point, but not right now. So,
if you do happen to beat me to the other side, say hello to my dad for me when you get there.
Will do, sir. If I have the ability to do that, that'll be one of my first priorities. For an online friend, I couldn't have asked for anything better than you and the rest of these guys.
Yeah, we love you, sir.
Likewise, Dave.
Definitely take it easy, my friend. I have a feeling we're still going to have plenty more conversations with you here, though.
All right, last thing I'll say, like Miggy said earlier, none of us know the time or the day. I just live my life to the fullest and try to follow my path and stay out of people's way. And I'm just trying to be on here sharing truth. This is important to people, and not enough people realize it.
Yes, sir.
Agreed.
There's one of the things that what I was talking about earlier is that the depth of what this means to people, I think, it doesn't really ring true until you actually see or hear it through the voices of people who it means a lot to. And I think that's where it really hits home for those who are actually in here day in and day out and doing this. And the reason why I've always aspired to have like this particular platform, a place where we can redefine ourselves and push for the boundaries of like excellence. So that's why it means a lot to me, because of what we do here. There was a biblical passage that was being questioned to Jesus when he was asked, like, what is truth by Pontius Pilate? And I think it was profound because, you know, it was a reasoning behind the understanding of what truth is. So there was no grounding for it, right? Pontius Pilate didn't understand how Jesus could discern what truth is. So that's why he asked him the question. And it was always said that Jesus, when he was speaking, he said, I came here to tell you the truth. That's really all I'm going to touch up on that right there, speaking of the Bible. But truth is very valuable, right? And to what extent is it valuable in your life? And that's what people have to reflect on and, you know, kind of ask themselves. So truth should matter to an individual, regardless of your faith background. So it shouldn't be, you know, just one religious aspect, but truth should be paramount in the sense of being able to discern from what is real and what is not. That's why it's important to us to do that here and to do it to the best of our ability, right? And to also call for people to want to articulate to the best of their ability, right? That's all we're asking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not asking for people to mimic me or Crit or AI Overlord, but to be the best version of themselves, and to always strive for that. And also along the way, we make friends and, share the time that we have with them, short amount of time, whatever it is. But we rock it till the wheels fall off. Then when it's time, we go home.
Yep.
Okay, let's get those globe curvature measurements. Who's next? Let's go.
Well, we've been calling this morning. So far, we've got a couple of folk that come in here, but it seems like we had one guy kind of spiral out and wanted to preach to us. And then when we asked him, his name was Cole, I think. And when asked to him, Necros was speaking, by the way, and I asked him, what did he say? Repeat back anything he said. And he was like, oh, I don't know. He was speaking gibberish. And I was like, well, we can't interact with somebody who's just waiting to preach to us. You know what I mean? It's a big thing to us that the person at least is listening. Maybe they disagree with us, and that's fine. But at least they are hearing what we're saying. So as to produce good dialogue back and forth. Do you guys agree with that? Like, as long as, I don't care if they're obtuse or whatever it is, so long as they're engaging with what we're saying. If they're not even entertaining anything we're saying, then, there's nothing there. They're just waiting to speak.
Yeah, Cole started off okay, but yeah, once he was talking to Necros, he was clearly not listening. And I completely agree. Nobody wants to kind of just waste their time when you can clearly hear that somebody is just waiting to talk instead of even trying to. And I get it, Necros can be hard to understand sometimes, but not listening.
Hey, he could have just at least expounded to him instead of saying that. He could have been like, what do you mean by that? Or something, inquiring about what he's saying. That's more productive, right? Even if you don't understand what someone's saying, be like, I don't know what that means. Can you explain a little bit? Then hopefully the person's charitable,
It's exactly right. I get like this with my architect students. I'll say, what is it about this piece that we're looking at that sticks out? And then I just go, I like it. Okay, what do you like about it? Composition. Okay, what about its composition? The hierarchy. Okay, what about the hierarchy? You can always be a little bit more productive or even specific. I like to think of that Oscar Wilde quote: "One is never underdressed, one is never overeducated or overdressed." You can always be more specific. You can always get a little bit more detailed and enriching or productive.
It's a great quote.
And it definitely makes you feel better when you're overdressed in a situation.
So let me ask the room a question. Perhaps we can get some dialogue going amongst us. If somebody was to ask you if the earth is flat, what would you respond? I'm going to take it from everybody that's in here. If somebody said, do you know if the earth is flat? What would you say?
Yes.
Am I going to get that across the board? I wonder.
A slightly different one if you want to get mine first here.
Yeah, go for it.
I can't stay on your feet long enough. question they're asking, do I know if the Earth is flat, correct?
Yes.
I would tell them, I know that the Earth is a level, stationary plane. There's hills, valleys, we have topography. And I would also tell them that I know it's not a ball, but they believe it's a ball. That's pretty much along the lines how I would respond. Go ahead, go.
Cool. Anybody else? If somebody asked you if the Earth is flat, how would you respond?
I think I'd tell them too, I didn't always know it. In fact, at one point, I believed what everybody around me was telling me.
I've heard it said by amongst a few people that we're not saying that the Earth is flat. We're saying that the Earth is not a globe. Have you guys heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I tend to disagree with that because I think we are making a positive affirmation.
Yeah. Like, I would say yes, that is how I experience and we measure the surface of the water. That should be curving into a ball, but is not. So, it's not a ball and it measures flat. It's both.
Yes. How does everybody feel with that?
It reminds me of when they say, like, or like to the black swan, they're like, so you're saying it could be a big globe.
Yeah, so you're saying there's a chance.
Right.
Yeah. Please, some straw to grasp on.
Or even like the Jay Tolan observations where it's like, that would mean the radius is 1 million. And it's like, so you're saying it's a really big globe.
Do you know that there are some people who are flat Earth believers amongst us? I don't know if you know that or not. That just believe that the Earth is flat. That they don't know that it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I call them faith earthers. I don't call them flat earthers.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine if they want to feel that way, but we are making the positive affirmation that the Earth is flat. Like that, if we're not saying that, then we're not calling the Earth flat. But that indeed is what it is. But I'm just saying, it does come across as some people will defend the side that they're not saying that the Earth is flat. They're saying it's not a globe. But at the same time, they want to say that the Earth is flat. So it's kind of like a double speak. When I hear it.
Yeah, maybe for people like that, if it's just a belief, they don't actually hold a truth to stand on, something they know. It's just a belief, and if they can't get past that stage, they're not going to arrive where they need to. You know what I mean?
I just find that people who believe it are generally the people who end up becoming flip-floppity. An explanation is going to be enough for them to go a different way, or now they live inside a ball, or now they live on a unicorn. Like you just give them enough explanations, and if they believe it, now that's what the Earth is. So I don't put much faith in that.
I kind of take it like. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, sometimes I feel like I'm going to go into a hypothetical club server where it's a bunch of cheatees and they're sitting around, if you will, hands singing Kumbaya, and between each verse they take turns saying what the ball means to each individual one. And I feel really strongly that we need to guard against that with us, because that's where a flat Earth belief ends up, is merely, what does the flat Earth mean to you? What's your personal relationship with the ball or the flat? And instead of objectivity and truth. And So I right there, and those faith earthers, as Drace labels them. That's a good name, by the way. I don't know that I've heard you say that, but that is a good name for them. That's where you end up when the whole thing, McDonald's serving human meat because there's not enough cows on the earth and all sorts of other ignorance.
Oh my, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. It's like if we're here talking about the obvious truth, then there's no need for it to be kind of wishy-washy. I think, we're just saying that it's not a globe. No. There's a positive affirmation saying the Earth is flat. And if that's not drawn out in some way they can understand, then we're not giving our point concisely. I think it needs to be kind of buttoned up a little bit. What do you guys think?
Yeah. And I think that part of that just comes from conflict avoidance, that they don't want to sit and have this big, long argument exactly over, well, I've got exactly this. Like, we disclaim a specific model. So I would say that as far as thought progression goes, maybe we can touch the person from they're not making a positive claim that the Earth is flat to they're not making a positive claim about a particular model. After having said what I said, maybe it's not bad thought. Maybe it's just, maybe it's not ill intention. Maybe it's just lazy thought.
Yeah, I'm just kind of getting the panel's view on it. I've always known it to be a positive affirmation, but if it's just saying that we're globe skeptics, I don't know. I don't think that's going to give a foundation for somebody to stand on. Me personally, I think it's just going to give somebody to have more questions and have something solid to, put down as how we understand the Earth when we're making our explanations of anything that we got to say. So I don't know. It's for me, it just draws too much attention on just being a skeptical person instead of it being someone who's like inquiring on something that we can actually have knowledge on, which is what we do know. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, are you searching for truth, or are you just trying to poo-poo everything until you are in the mind virus?
That's what I wanted to talk about. Yep, because it goes into that direction, right? People start leeching into like, well, then how do we know anything is true? It's oh boy. I do have some people that just jumped in, so go ahead. If you wanted to talk about the topic of the forum and you just joined us right now, the Earth is not a globe. And if you want to present evidence that it is, go ahead. We have Sir Bread. Welcome.
Hi. I've listened and watched a lot of I guess some are debates, but just content. And yeah, I was just curious what you all were talking about. So
the topic is the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah.
And if you have any evidence of that, go ahead and see if you can present any argument that would solidify the point that the Earth is an actual globe. So anything that you got, man, we'll be here to listen. I'll let the panel members take over, and I'll be listening because I got to get back to work. So.
Yeah. Well.
Sir Brett, you said you've heard some debates before. What have you listened to?
Couple. Oh fuck. So I'm bad with names, but I think Flat Earth Dave, I think it's the guy's name.
Cool.
Oh fuck. I'm so bad with names. I can't.
Was it like a debate with Professor Dave, black hair?
Oh yeah. I
funny-looking
definitely
nose.
watched Professor Dave content about Flat Earth.
Nice.
Because he's done a lot.
It's definitely where he got his popularity, for sure.
Well, I found it that way, I guess, but that's probably just because I'm not really interested in the other stuff he does.
Well, to be fair, like if you type in flat Earth in like YouTube, like just look at the first 12 videos. I mean, you got Mark Sargent, you got Professor Dave, and you got all really just a bunch of kind of smear campaigns, in my opinion, of really information that you're not going to gather here.
Professor Dave, Flat Earth, what's his name?
I mean, I don't know what you've seen, but there's quite a few in there.
Harald Lesch. Harald Lesch is a German guy, so it's probably not going to be a your thing.
Doesn't ring a bell. Oh, are you German?
National Geographic. I'm Austrian. National Geographics. Well, the first one is Ken Ham. I don't know who he is. I think I've heard of him before, though.
Yeah, and I mean, there's definitely a bunch on both sides, right? I mean, you got McToon, Professor Dave, Fight the Tight Shirt, or Fight the Flat Earth. On the sort of globe side, right? Yeah. To be fair, I guess there are some pretty loud voices in the Flat Earth community as well. However, to be fair, it'd be pretty easy for also somebody to just kind of make a bunch of claims to make Flat Earth look silly as well. So you do kind of have that angle as well. But yeah, I mean, you were saying you've seen Professor Dave and Flat Earth Dave. Maybe you saw their debate against each other?
Yeah, I have.
And what'd you think? I mean, what was your conclusion?
That the Earth still is a globe.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think...
Was there something particular in that debate that...
Oh god, I don't really remember the singular point, sorry.
Oh, was it a while back?
I just don't think that any of the points that... Flat Earth Dave was his name?
Sure.
Right? No, what's his name? I don't want to get it
Dave.
wrong.
Yeah, it's Flat Earth. Yeah. It is confusing because it is Flat Earth Dave.
I think they're both
and
called
Professor
Dave, right?
Dave,
So
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that he didn't really bring any valid arguments.
I mean, that's hardly an argument, though. I mean, that's more like just expressing an opinion. I mean, what was it particularly that you were like, well, you know, when he brought up blank, it made a lot of sense to me because blank.
What, of Flat Earth Dave?
Any of them. I mean, you just said, well, the globe point was better.
Yeah.
What was that point?
Well, hold on. I would have to look at the thing again.
Well, I mean, you don't have to look at the video.
I don't exactly remember the points. I do still remember.
Well, sure. Like, what about the globe? What about the globe just goes for you? Man, yeah, it's definitely a globe.
Hold on. I think.
Or what in reality? Right. I mean, you're kind of hung up on the guys right now. I appreciate that, but right.
Yeah.
And maybe that's how you heard about Flat Earth and this quote unquote debate. But let's talk about just reality right now, right? What is it about reality that tells you you're living on a globe?
Hold on. Hold on.
He's going back to the video.
That's all right, man.
No, I'm not. I'm Googling something else.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we have to look up our worldview, but I'm asking you about reality outside.
Well,
I see the same thing.
I think that everything, or like most things that we know of, can be explained by, just like.
Yeah, I've been to a magic show before too, and I agree. I don't think the guy really cut the lady in half. It could probably be explained.
No,
right?
I get that, but what do you mean reality?
Yeah,
like because me googling something would be me looking up something for reality, but I just think that also it's pretty compelling that we've been on
the just go outside and we can look at reality for ourselves because we experience the same reality. Right?
Then I see that the horizon exists the way it is.
Sure. Yeah. Me and you, let's say we're at the beach, experiencing reality together, and we look at the horizon. How does that tell you it's a ball?
Well, if you were to stand on a ball, like a really, really huge ball, and you were like a really, really tiny thing compared to that ball.
How big is that
then
ball?
Around you, you would just see like a line that appears just circular. But that's because you can't look over a ball in a way that it looks like a ball, like it's curving.
So that's our assumption, but they tell us that actually the globe is a certain size, and that they calculated a radius. And do you know how they did that? Based off of, since it was so big and they couldn't even see the curvature, like you're saying, it definitely appears flat. So how did they measure that curvature?
I would have to look it up.
I mean, that seems like a pretty obvious thing that they would teach us, right?
An experiment of setting up.
What, sticks and shadows?
Yeah.
Wells and obelisks?
Wells and obelisks?
Yeah, it depends on which story
you would. Apparently, you would measure by shadows and at different locations, and then calculate it using the sun's angle.
Yeah, so not measure.
I'm not a
you would
scientist.
actually.
I don't.
You would assume.
What about the geometry of the sunlight? What about it?
What?
What about the geometry of the sunlight?
Bomba clot.
Yeah, I don't.
No answer. The geometry
I'm
of the
having a
sunlight.
conversation, brother.
The sun is not that far.
If you could wait your turn.
Huh?
Can you wait your turn? I'm having a conversation.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Sorry, what did you say? I don't remember what you said before.
Yeah, you were talking about Eratosthenes, right? The Greek philosopher,
that's the guy,
supposedly, who basically measured shadows, not the curvature of the Earth. That based on shadows,
measured shadows at different
he calculated and assumed that the Earth was a globe.
No, he just
assuming the globe was that it was a globe in the first place.
No, that's not a precise. How
Shadow
is it a
doesn't prove that there is a globe, though.
Why?
Shadows doesn't prove that we live in a globe. I don't know what you're saying. Literally, shadows prove that the sun is not that far. That's all. That's what they prove.
What? That the sun is not
the
far?
shadows of the sun. They're speaking about the sun. Or about what? About the moonlight.
I'm sorry, but I'm having a really
Anyway, he seems like he's
bad
just kind
time
of confusing you, man.
So
It's okay.
sun rays, when they come down at a far away distance, right? They come down at a certain angle. Well, basically no angle.
Yeah.
Right. So
Well, no. Depends on where you are.
technically, they come down parallel. Depending on how
No,
far
it depends on where you are. On the equator in the summer, they come down pretty much parallel. But at different places, they would obviously not come down parallel. That's why different places are cooler.
Well, wouldn't you think that the source of the sunlight would be closer, right? If it's given a different angle.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Sir Brad, do you understand that in this assumption, right, you either have to assume that the light rays are parallel or they're diverging.
Sorry, what did you say? That you can either presume?
Well, according to Eratosthenes and this globe model, right, quote unquote, it's hard to really call it that, but according to this Eratosthenes experiment, right, no, it's not even that, but these two sticks are assumed to be already on a curved surface. However, if the sun is really far away, he's assuming that those sun rays are parallel. Do you know what parallel is?
Right.
I know what parallel is, yes. What?
Right. However.
Oh, yeah.
However, in reality, the sun we observe diverging crepuscular rays. In fact, you may have seen it. Sometimes they're even referred to as God rays, or that you can see them sort of angled to a position in the sky, if you will. An apparent position. I'm not going to claim that the sun is, like, I know how far away the sun is, right? But that's what I'm trying to elucidate here, is that Eratosthenes didn't know either. In fact, we don't even know if this guy existed. Because I mean, think about
doesn't
that.
matter.
If you were trying to, if 2,000 years ago, you're trying to talk to a guy 500 miles away from you, where did they do that? They didn't have a cell phone. You think they sent a
probably
bird?
wrote it down.
Yeah, and
Technically, if
what?
the guy was alive, I guess it didn't matter. But the study he used matters, I guess, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if people don't follow people, at least in science. They follow just like what has been repeated.
Exactly, the study.
What has been repeatedly shown.
And in this case, it would be a repetition of assumptions. In this case,
Also, it doesn't matter if like 200 or 2,000, whenever
the assumption that the surface is curved in the first place.
No. So when
You can say no, but when you just think about it for a second, you don't have to
it
respond
doesn't
so
matter
immediately.
if he couldn't. It doesn't matter if they couldn't send each other the angle of the shadow or whatever over this large period, over this large distance. We have proven it again. We have done the experiment again. Flat Earthers probably have done the experiment again.
Well, for instance, Sir Brad, did you know that the same observation was done in China, and they assumed that it was a flat?
Okay. And what
I'm trying to tell you is that these assumptions are in both cases.
So they did it in China, and they presumed that the Earth was flat. What did they get? What was their result?
Because they assumed the light was really close.
Yes, but what was the result? Was it the same as his? Was it at least similar? Because obviously
it was the same.
Two sticks.
It was the same. Okay, that means
two different shadows. Now what? It's inconclusive for both flat.
They did it in
or
China.
A sphere,
Sorry,
You'll have to make
understand if I'm understanding
logical
you correctly.
fallacies in both cases.
I have to understand if I'm understanding you correctly. Hold on.
I'm not going to prove the Earth with this Eratosthenes experiment.
Why?
I mean, it would be the first thing I'd start talking about, right? I'd be like, hey, man, I'm going to start talking about this Chinese guy who measured some shadows and said the Earth is flat. That sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
No. Sounds okay. So I'm sorry.
It's all right,
Did you say they tried? Please. Did you say they tried it again, but then assumed that the Earth was flat? I'm sorry if I understand.
No. The Chinese did not have any knowledge of the Greeks having done this when they did it. They just tried the same methodology, but they had different assumptions about the sky. And therefore, their results, or their shadows, being the exact same results as the Greeks got, but with different assumptions, led to the assumptions of a flat Earth. Depending on the assumptions you use, you get different results. So that is an inconclusive assumption, to assume either one.
I just want to throw in there that it also works on a flat surface. So this, regardless of whether you're, on a curved or flat surface, you can still get the same shadow lengths. You're just assuming the Earth's a ball by the shadow lengths. That's why it's so flawed.
A good point, Roots. Good to hear, man.
Yeah, good to see you, buddy.
And that's exactly right, Trace. And the word I was looking for, inconclusive. Right? I mean, just using the sky alone, prove what you're standing on. Does that make sense, Sir Brad?
I'm currently reading something.
Sure.
Because I haven't really looked into the Aristoteles thing.
Yeah, so Brad, you'd get the same shadow length on a flat surface if the light source was more local. So not 95 million miles away. If the sun was closer than that, you could get the same shadow lengths and the same angles.
Okay.
They also have a problem with their internally contradicting models. For Eratosthenes, they need all the light from the sun to be hitting parallel onto the surface of the Earth. Meanwhile, for the lunar eclipse models and the solar eclipse models, they need the light to be angled inward, coming together into a point to make the shadow from the moon on the face of the Earth much smaller than the claimed size of the moon. So things don't really match up, and they need to contradict themselves.
What's your source?
You can just look at your model that you believe in.
Logic.
It's all there.
No, logic isn't the source. I'm sorry.
No, I was joking.
Where have you seen that?
You look at the models they give you for lunar eclipses, look at the size of the shadow of the claimed lunar eclipse on the ground, then compare that size to the size of the moon, and you'll find that the shadow is far smaller than the moon. They claim that is caused because of the tapering of the
model
light.
of lunar eclipse.
Sorry, what?
Model of lunar eclipse. That's not an accurate model. None of these are accurate models. Hold on.
Yeah, these little drawings that they make for you are not to scale. However,
yeah, obviously.
there needs to either the light is parallel or the light is not parallel. So that's the problem.
It's parallel, like at the equator. That's because
not according to the eclipse models.
If I look at an eclipse model, yes, it kind of is.
No, the size of the shadow of the moon is not the same size as the claimed size of the moon, so it's not parallel.
Sorry, what have you been looking at to get to that?
Whenever there's an eclipse, NASA gives you out the predicted size of the shadow on the ground, and that's where you can see, if you're within that shadow, you can see a total eclipse. If you're outside of it, you see a partial eclipse.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and that shadow is far smaller than the claimed size of the moon.
That shadow is smaller than the size of the moon?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
So light is light is not coming parallel.
It's not only coming parallel, but it's also coming parallel. That's why it creates a shadow, because it's like also it's just coming from behind, but it's also coming in from the side, which
coming in from the side, so not parallel. Moon. Okay, thank you.
Yes, obviously, sun rays also don't come in parallel. That's why it's cooler in some places. Hold on. Total lunar eclipse, partial lunar eclipse.
There's still in the globe model. There's still claimed to be coming in parallel. That's why Aristophanes.
They are coming in parallel at the equator.
No, bro. You're confusing something you learned in school, which is because of the ball. They claim the light is spreading out over a bigger area, and so that's why it's colder. However, the sun is also lower in the sky, and so the light is attenuating and diffusing and scattering in the air, and so you're losing light and heat. Yeah, energy. Yeah. So that's why it's colder. You don't need to actually imagine the ball. It's completely unnecessary.
What? But it's... Do you know why it loses more energy when it's flat than when it's at the equator? Like when it's parallel than when it's flat? It doesn't only lose more.
When the sun is directly above you, it's traveling through the least dense air, because we have a pressure gradient,
least amount on the straightest path.
And so when the sun is directly above you, the light is hitting you directly, and there's the least amount of impedance between you and that light. When you're looking at it at an angle over the surface of the Earth, which measures flat, then you're looking over through the compounding air, and the further or closer it gets to the horizon, the thicker and thicker the air gets.
So you can't... Okay, so...
Yeah, it's called visibility.
Yeah.
So if you check your weather report on visibility, they'll tell you what the visibility of the day is. That has a lot to do with it.
Okay. Yep, it's more dense.
You can also
why
see
are you
evidence
saying that
of this.
It loses
Sorry.
why are you saying that it loses? Why would it lose energy on a flat Earth model?
You can see energy. You can see evidence of this when the sun is high in the sky. It's bright white, but as it goes further and further towards the horizon, it loses that brightness, and it becomes, once it reaches the horizon, it's about 23,000 times
really red.
less bright, and its color has scattered all the way down to the red spectrum, which is the last visible light spectrum that you can see. Once it scatters beyond that, it is not visible light anymore.
Mm-hmm. True. No. What does that prove? Hmm? Okay, or you can just leave it at that. Fair enough. Yes, I'm aware that it loses blue as it gets lower because it, goes through more. Can I see your source for that second one? And the first one, I guess, too. Well, I guess the first one. Yeah, the sun gets redder because the blue light gets like, I don't know how you would say it, like, I'm sorry, like not filtered out, but
It's called scattering. It's called. This is one of the reasons why they claim that the sky is blue is because as the light is scattering, the blue wavelengths scatter first.
Mm-hmm. And then that shit just gets left up there, and then the sun appears, from white to red. Because when it's lower, it's gonna scatter more.
Because it's going through more and more air. It's going through it's going through more and more air. It's kind of like if you take a glass of water, you can look right through that water, but if you extend that water into like an ocean, you're not going to be able to look through all that water because that compounding effect, because it's not perfect opacity.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. What is that?
I'm teaching you how the world works when you look around. Like, this is why there's less energy from the sun, because the energy has scattered into the air, it's scattered and diffused, and so, like with atmospheric extinction, the intensity of the light is dying down as it's traveling through more and more air.
Yeah, it loses more energy because it's in thicker and longer.
Yeah, so that would make it colder. That doesn't require the Earth to be curved.
That's also it's. Well, I guess that's not technically because it's also. What? Why does that not? So you've just explained why the sun does something, and then you just jump to, and that's why flat Earth.
No, I didn't say that. I said that's why you don't require the globe for any of this. That was just an excuse that we were taught in school. It didn't actually account for anything other than just like, this is how it might have worked if we imagine just the light and a ball. That's all. And we were taught that in school with little drawings. It just doesn't reflect reality or what's actually happening with the light.
How does it? The light? What? How does it not reflect that? The light. It
because
gets
the
more
ground
red.
isn't curved, first of all. So
It is.
no, it isn't. And then we
Yes.
can have the same thing happen over a flat plane, because according to globe believers, the Earth is locally flat because, like you say, it's so big, because they don't understand the metrics of how big it's claimed to be and what the consequences of that would be in drop over distance. However, they claim it's locally flat all the way up to the horizon. So it's working perfectly fine.
Not perfect.
Well, he said, Sue, Sir, or whatever your name is, you said it is.
Red.
Can you demonstrate how it is?
Sorry, how what is?
You said it was not flat, that it is curved.
Yeah.
Okay, demonstrate that. How is it curved?
For example, if you're at a lake, and I'm pretty sure you've probably heard this, and you point a laser over that lake, and there's someone in a boat with a camera and a thingy with a hole cut out, then the further you go away, you would have to hold that hole higher so it like shoots through. And then if you do that, you like hold it up and you go, or you just go further into the lake, like further away from the laser, then you would have to hold it up higher. Because of
Where
the
has
curvature
this
of
been
Earth.
done?
Like a big lake.
Who's done this? Who's done this?
A piece of cardboard or piece of paper or a piece of sorry.
Not
no,
what?
I was just
I'm
talking
asking
to
who's done it.
Lloyd. Oh god, I don't remember names, but I'm pretty sure some flat earthers have done this. They've recorded it.
Yeah, you're in the wrong.
Yeah, you didn't watch that failed documentary from that shill. First of all, his laser melted.
I have not
and
watched
didn't
any
work.
documentary.
Just
Sorry.
a second. I know where this comes from. So he had a laser. The laser melted, didn't work, so he couldn't use it. So he used a shitty flashlight and used a hole. Problem with that is when light passes through a hole, it diffracts. So there's no mathematical way his dumbass could have ever verified anything with this.
Okay, then other people have done it. I couldn't name you a person. Sorry.
There's nobody's done this bullshit. I can
I've
give you
seen that too.
videos.
I think.
I can give you videos of laser tests that are 36 miles over land.
Sure.
And where's the curvature? 700 foot of curvature missing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. I know.
I mean, you're pointing what
Yeah,
flat earthers
perfect.
done. What have y'all globers done to measure the curve?
We've brought this up earlier, but God, I hate to say this, but what's his fucking name again? Aristotle. Oh, I think I recognize him. Yeah.
You haven't said anything. You just said yeah.
Aristoteles. How do you say his name?
He didn't measure anything.
And later, people who have repeated the experiment.
They didn't measure anything. I'm asking you for measurements. You're doing calculations.
They have measured the angle of a shadow over multiple places, and they calculated.
Listen. They measured angles to shadow. That's all they measured. The angle to a shadow, not the measurement of the Earth. They measured something, and then they presuppose, they assume the Earth is curved based on their measurements. Not concluded. It's an assumption.
On a flat Earth, I just looked this up. So on a flat Earth, so I might be wrong, but on a flat Earth, the sun, if it was directly above a stick, a pole, whatever, and then it goes straight down. It's parallel, like I think it's called parallel. Yeah, it's like about 90-degree angle, and then you have multiple sticks, 4, 5, whatever. And on a flat Earth, you would expect for that angle for that angle to just get bigger and bigger, but on a spherical Earth, it would stay about the same.
You do not understand shadows. Do you know the two assumptions that Aristotle had? If he was a real person,
I don't give a fuck about what Aristotle said.
See, well,
I don't give a fuck about a person. I give a fuck about the data, about the experiment.
Why are you bringing it up if you don't understand the whole process? What was the assumption?
I do not care about the person. I care about the experiment.
Okay, I'm asking you about the stupid experiment, bro. Do you understand the two assumptions that were made?
By Aristotle or by every singular scientist that has ever tried this out?
Anybody who does this and comes up with a conclusion that it's a ball has to make these assumptions.
For what
the data is just the shadow angle. That's all the data
The data is the shadow angle stays about the same.
Yeah, and that would be expected on many different concepts based on the assumptions that you make.
God, I hate to send this image. But
again, you're not listening. You know the assumptions that needs to be made. I'm asking you again. And are you engaged or what's going on, man? You're not listening?
I am listening.
What are the two assumptions that have to be made?
None.
Oh,
no, sorry, the assumption is
you don't
that
understand that
light works the way we think. The assumptions are that light works the way that we think, and that
what way?
sticks exist, I guess.
How does light work?
It just like is photons just like existing and flying in a straight line.
You're a moron.
Sir Bread, come on. Trace went over this with you. I went over this with you. That
I don't
assumptions are going to have to be made.
Honest.
Oh, sorry. You guys weren't talking about Eratosthenes.
We were talking about him, but I don't care about him.
So
I care about the experiment.
So
yeah, you're not. I'm
did
asking
you not
about
get the assumptions we told you?
And you still don't know the assumptions to the experiment.
Okay, tell me the assumptions.
It's not an
sure.
experiment.
Tell me the assumption.
The two assumptions that have to be made is one, the Earth has to be a ball, and two, that the sun has to be infinitely far away.
No.
And big.
Infinitely.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
It's really far away. Sure.
Well, that the sun's light rays have to be parallel.
So they have to be really far away. At least that's what Aristotle said. It was supposed to be infinitely far away. His calculations to the sun distance was 4 million miles.
Right, that it's so far away that it's parallel light rays.
When can I say? When will you accept that? When I say that I don't care about what he said?
Well, it's his supposed experiment, right?
Yes, but other people have repeated it. That's why we.
It doesn't matter.
That's why we think that it works.
Fucking assumptions. Listen, he still have to do the same stupid assumptions that the sun has to be really far away and the Earth has to be curving.
Okay.
Well, the next thing we haven't gone over is
them in parallels.
Okay.
Is that it's not an experiment either. It's not a scientific experiment. This isn't a cause and effect relationship. In fact, in this case, this would be geometry.
Okay.
It's not even geometry. It's geometry mixed with a fallacy because it's circular reasoning. His conclusion is in his premise. He has to start by assuming the Earth is a ball and then assume how the light gets to the ball he started by assuming, and then the conclusion is that it is a ball. So he triple used a ball in his argument. It's just circular reasoning.
Exactly.
Okay. Cool.
But he don't care. He's not gonna give a shit. He just has this freaking delusion in his head that
He needs
somehow
to
they're
concede.
right, even though they're assuming.
He needs to concede, else we can't move the conversation forward. You can't just say, okay. Either you agree or disagree.
Yeah, I
If you
don't
disagree,
necessarily
why?
think that I can move the conversation forward. I'm not conceding either. I'm saying that however often I explain this, I don't think that you will care. You know?
Do you think this is the first time we've heard it? Do you think we haven't even looked into this? I mean, apparently you have.
You think it's the first time I've heard it? Wow, no, both of us have heard it a lot of times, probably because we've both looked into it. At least some of
I don't think you have heard
Me
it.
probably less, to be honest. Me less. I've definitely looked into it less.
Hey,
I've
Roots.
definitely looked into it less than you.
You don't even know the
Hold on, everybody. Roots, you're coming in a bit like gargly. You might want to restart.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I will do.
And you haven't even looked into this because you don't even know the assumptions to it.
Okay.
No matter how many times you're going to try to explain something that is illogical,
it will
doesn't
always
change the
sound
fact that
stupid,
it is
yes.
illogical.
It will always sound
like,
stupid.
If it's circular reasoning, it's circular reasoning. If it could work on different geometries, then it could work on different geometries. That doesn't prove anything, so either you need to drop this faulty argument and find one that actually works, or you just double down and look like an idiot.
Yeah, flat earth. Fuck yeah. You know what? Donut earth. Fuck it.
He got into the stage of nothing proves anything anymore. So anything can be anything now.
Did he leave?
I guess he chose option 3, double down like an idiot, and then run away.
Not even double down. He's like the nothing is real. That's pretty much his thing.
It's worse than double down. It just went even crazier.
He'll be back again.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard Sir Bread before. Is that right? He's been here before, right? Also sounding a lot better, Roots. But I mean, yeah, that was a really good case study of when you're going over even sometimes the exact same point with different people, and sometimes you gotta switch us out, in the community. Sometimes he's heard the point. I told him, you're gonna have to make some assumptions with Eratosthenes. Dre's told him, you're gonna have to make some assumptions with Eratosthenes. Elbow comes in, you're gonna have to make some assumptions. Do you even know? And you can tell why we would say you're not listening, right? You're hearing us, but of course, hearing and listening, one of them you're paying attention, right? But yeah, triple down. You know what? F it. It's a donut. I mean, that's you couldn't write it any better.
the Earth is a ball, so the light can hit it this way. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. 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 It's like it's just an infinite circle. It's not evidence of anything. First, we need to validate that premise that the Earth is a ball. Like,
well, that's how you know, because the Earth.
yeah, because the Earth is a ball. That's
You're just assuming
the Earth is a ball.
Like what you did there. It's just an infinite circle.
Most of their evidence is just circular in nature, or it like builds on something else they fallaciously invoked or reified into existence. I thought it was really funny how he was like, "Well, like I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the experiment." Bro, like no one is talking about him. Just because there's assumptions made doesn't mean that like you can just throw away that objection just because you think that was his assumption. Those are the assumptions of every single person who repeats his assumptions.
Well, he was thinking too, like, oh, science equals repeatable. That's it.
Yeah, that's a good point. It doesn't really matter how many people agree on a fallacy or how many people can repeat an error. It doesn't make the error correct.
Affirmative. Is there anybody's new in the chat? Column Man? I don't know if I've spoken to you before. Welcome. If you're new.
I've seen him before.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, definitely mutual servers, but I wasn't going to make any assumptions.
Yeah, he's just hanging out. Yeah, I've seen him hang around a couple of times. Like I don't think I've spoken to him either. Kind of wish he had more staying power.
Yeah. Fortunately, when they're in like a defense mode, like they tap out. You know, if you're like, you'll notice some of them when they're in like an actual engaging and listening mode. You know, that stamina mode goes way more because it speaks to your interests. You're really listening. You're taking in the information, and you want to consume more, right? But in his case, he was like, just every little defense. He was like, "Yeah, you've read it at Eratosthenes. I've read Eratosthenes. Who cares?" You know, he got so frustrated with himself. He was just, self punches. Why are you hitting yourself, dude?
Yeah, he really wanted to run away from his own evidence. Like, here's Aristophanes, accept it. Don't look at it. No, I don't want to look at it. Stop making me look at it.
All right, let's look at it. We just told you 3 times. Yeah, aspect of it has been pretty revealing in an audio Discord like this, because you start to realize where people kind of go, right? In terms of like the way they argue, or are they? You start to get a really good sense of psychology, I'd say. At least in my opinion, what people do with information, right? How they reflect on information. Are they listening? Yeah, you start to almost get body language without even the body,
Yeah, you can hear a lot of it in the voice. You can hear a lot of it in like their timings and how well they listen, like you said, like how
the snickers.
Well, yeah, the small things can kind of help, and it almost becomes like an art, like looking at body language, because these are auditory cues.
Absolutely. But that skill alone is really helped in real life. Like,
yeah, it does help.
Like, wait a minute, the audio isn't matching the visual.
Yeah. That's a really important point. Like, once you understand the body language and you start understanding the auditory cues, and they're saying one thing, but all the cues are throwing up red flags. That's something to look out for. And if more women understood this, they would be less inclined to fall for the bad boys and the really evil guys.
True. And vice versa with guys and the baddies.
Yeah. It's not gender specific. It's universal.
Of course.
I just think they're more the vulnerable party. So,
well, especially when it comes to material and consumption, right? I mean, shopping. It takes me a year to find a good pair of pants.
Yeah, well, you could say that like it might be slanted a little bit more towards physical violence for them, but men suffer more through the sophistry from women. So like,
true.
What the women would call mental abuse, even though they wouldn't call women doing it mental abuse. It's weird.
It's complicated.
Yeah. But women are used to speaking more in this kind of like innuendo and like implication kind of way. So they're kind of better at it than males generally, because we're more direct and forward with our line of thinking generally.
And unfortunately, the globe is chock full of it. This abandonment of the senses, period. I mean, it's pretty incredible. Hey, you're not feeling. That's how you know you're spinning. biggest gaslighting. You know, and then another thing is the fear aspect. You know, a lot of people they buy or consume based on the amount of fear, right, or a particular subject. I mean, marketing goes all different kinds of ways, right? Of propaganda is used to influence a buyer's decision, right? And in this case, you know, are they buying the globe? You know, hey, those asteroids, you better fear them. You know, there's all these other components that like keep them locked into this Stockholm syndrome of a situation.
Yeah, there's also this whole assault on masculinity, which is an assault on basically logic and trying to get men to think more emotionally and be more like women, because it's easier to use sophistry or emotional manipulation to get people to do what you want. Whereas if you have a logical people who go with what can be observed, they're just who resist you. That's not what you want. So you want compliant people, docile people, if you want to have any semblance of control over those people.
True.
I think it's like far more than just like the observable reality outside is just easy for us to verify. I think it like the point is to get people to just abandon their senses, and then once you've done that, you can make them start to abandon a bunch of other things, and until eventually they're just complete degenerates.
Yeah.
I see it more as a like war for the mind than anything like tangible, and that's why like we stand here and point at the tangible. Go outside and measure it, because it's all everything else is in your brain.
Yeah, good point. It really is a war on the mind, because I do think a lot of people, when they first hear about this conversation, they do think this or that is outside. When we're making the exact point, no, we're talking about reality here. The globe that you think is a globe really does only exist in your mind. And why I think that topic of the mind virus, or the 99%, or the uncertainness, certainty, is just, it's wreaking havoc, unfortunately, in this topic too.
Yeah, but that's like an example of the end state of the degeneracy, where you have destroyed their minds to the point where you can make them basically believe anything as long as you have enough of an explanation, and it makes them feel good. That's it. That's all you need.
Yep. 1984.
I mean, it's already like that when you got them going like, well, science proved it, but in the next breath, well, science doesn't prove anything. You don't have science then.
It's definitely clear it's working. Yeah. Which is why I find it so funny when they're like, why would they lie? And it's like, dude, you. Like, they got you. They've even got you asking that question. That's incredible. Incredibly powerful. You won't even question it.
Yeah, it's they're like the soldiers for the king who like we believe in the divine right of the king to rule, and we're just like, bro, we don't belong to your kingdom.
We're like, well, who is he? Well, here's a picture of him.
Yeah, and they're like, well, he definitely is like divine. We're like, okay, so you say so.
Have you ever seen him? No, only 23 people have claimed to see him. Yeah, that's exactly right.
And in this analogy, they are operating on behalf of the king. They didn't even get to see themselves because they're so low ranked in this kingdom, and they want to take our lands for this king.
I mean, you're kind of right. Like, it's like them going to your schools and going, no, you got to teach them about our king. It's like, okay.
In this analogy, the land is basically your mind, and they have been captured by the kingdom, the globe belief. We're the people who live outside the kingdom, who we're not part of your kingdom. Yeah, Helios, so right. The globe emperor has no clothes, and in reality, he never existed, and so it's just the top council that knows he doesn't exist and hides that from the rest of them and makes them believe that he exists. I gotta go do some stuff around the house, and the cat is talking to me. So I'll be back in a little bit.
Sweet. Take it easy, Jace.
Lloyd, why does it take you a year to find pants? What's your problem?
I require good pants. I kind of go for one of those weird sizes, 31 by 31. And not a lot of places tend to have that.
It's been so long since I looked at a pair of jeans, like 1990. 2, 3. Yeah, I just wear freaking stretchy. I don't have to worry about jeans anymore. Joys of freaking being paralyzed.
I understand, Flat Lloyd. I have the same issue. I got to go 33 with a 34 leg, and it's disastrous.
It's impossible.
The only ones that do it that I've found are Wrangler.
Oh, nice. I usually just go to eBay and find some sort of nice pants, and it's kind of worked out. But
I don't buy anything online. Actually, I prefer to go into the shop and look at it and try it on. I don't know. I got a real thing about just buying online.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some things you just can't buy online, but and I've definitely had a lot of horror stories with pants. Buying those online. But
What's going on, Roots? Haven't seen you for quite some time. And Car, how you going, Car? Hope you're well.
AJ, what's good, bro?
Good to hear, man. You're a little bit robot-y.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm way out here in BFE, so yeah.
I'm getting ready to move across Australia, but I'll probably, once I get settled, I'll start doing some more studies again.
nice. Are you going from east to west, or?
No, we're on the East Coast still, so I'm just moving north. About 3,000 odd kilometres.
Is it going to get a little warmer?
Yeah, probably a little bit like Florida, maybe, if we were comparing it to the US, I suppose. Crocodiles and
Got that humidity?
yeah, humidity.
I'm in the same climate zone. South Texas can be brutal.
Yeah, I'm over the cold and snow. I'm done with it.
I swear, I never even think about Australia being snowy. Just think it all looks like Crocodile Dundee and opal mines, opal mines and freaking crocodiles.
Yeah, that's more inland, I suppose, in the Northern Territory and those places. Dry, dusty shitholes. In the outback. But still gets very cold out there too, paraplegic. Anywhere west.
Wasn't there some freaking dude? Who was it? Was he in Australia talking about skiing? Was that you?
Might have been. Yeah. My kids all competed professionally snowboarding.
Like, freaking, that just blows my mind. I'm like, there's no. I guess somebody was like, do they ski in Australia? I'm like, no. It's like Crocodile Dundee. It's like there's no freaking mountains in Australia. It's all flat. It's where they, school they told you it was a slave country or some crap, The Aborigines and, it's all built from slaves. But then again, isn't every country?
Well, I live at the base of the highest mountain in Australia.
How high is that one?
I'll tell you. Give me 1 sec. I don't know off the top of my head.
Kind of like compare it to something.
Oh, look, it's nothing like what you guys have in the US. I came back from Colorado and we first drove back up to the ski fields here. And I was saying to my wife, man, this isn't a mountain, it's a hill.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's like, still it gets cold enough to snow there. They're not using snow machines, right?
Yeah, it does snow, but they do top it up with snow machines. So, like, right now we haven't had any snow and they're probably blasting snowmakers right now. So it's the very top is 2,228 meters.
Yeah, I can't even believe they can get snow to frickin' stay. Yeah, that sounds like, well, no, I thought you were going to say feet, but meters, so that's a little bit more. That's still like, not 5,000 feet, but it's like 4,000 something. But, yeah, Maryland's got really tiny mountains too.
Yeah, so the highest lifted point where you can ski from is 2,042 meters.
Have you ever went to Utah? I skied snowbird when I was like 13 or 14, maybe.
No, I've done Park City.
That's pretty up there. I skied. This is how long ago I skied. I remember them talking about Brighton. Like my cousin was like, "Yeah, Brighton's just starting to allow snowboards." That's how long ago I skied.
Yeah, well, I've done in the US. I've done Vail. I can't even think of the name of that other one now. I should. Buttermilk Mountain, which is out at
Colorado, is it? Or no? Montana?
Geez, I can't even think of the name of it now. What's that real flash one everyone talks about?
That real what?
It's like a real skier's mountain. I can't even think of the name of it. All I remember is Buttermilk. I remember Buttermilk Mountain, but it's give me a second.
I don't even know what Buttermilk Mountain.
Sorry, Aspen. So I've done
Colorado. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've pretty much done all of them in Colorado. I've done Aspen. I've done Vail, Copper, Breckenridge, Keystone.
Jeez.
There's a couple of other smaller ones.
Trips?
Oh no, I was there
Did you go to like 3 mountains at one trip?
No, I've done a couple of trips, but that's 6 months I was in Colorado for last time.
Holy crap! You can afford to just pull up the tent and off to Colorado, huh?
Yeah, I stayed
6 months.
Yeah, I lived in Frisco, Colorado, up on top of the mountain there. And then I've done California as well, with like Park City. Then we've got where else? In Canada as well. But the kids were traveling.
East Coast, like Vermont or anything, or
No.
Canada?
No, because it was wherever the kids were going to train and wherever they were competing. So they went and did the Rocky Mountain Series in Colorado.
How old are they?
They're a little bit older now. So that was when they were about 15, 16. My daughter was.
And they were that good? They were that good, or they were just like you could just enter?
No. My daughter qualified for the US Nationals.
Holy shit, dude. That's awesome. I can't believe you could, like, most of the time, like, if you're in a, you know, like, you're on a pretty small mountain, like, most of the time, I don't know, but you do hear a lot of stuff like, some of the best skiers come from the East Coast because they're used to skiing on that fake freaking icy, you know, man-made snow and shit.
Well, when they're doing slope style, it's not a big deal. Yeah, because they're really just on the course. So they've got their rail section and their jump section. So they were doing slope style and big air. And my daughter was doing a little bit of half pipe, but mostly slope style and big air.
Dude, that's awesome. Jeez. Half pipe. And what's the biggest trick she did? Does she do like a 720 or something? She doesn't do 900s, does she?
Nah, my son was doing front and back nines and all that sort of stuff. Corks.
Dang.
But yeah, they're not doing it anymore. They're all done with it. They their little incident back in 2020 messed with all of that.
Yeah. You know, that's neat though that they got to do all that. Holy crap. A lot of people don't have the cheese to be doing that, you know?
Yeah, so I've done a little bit of traveling in the US. I drove from Colorado to LA as well. Did a bit of a road trip, went to Vegas, drove back again. And
where'd you stay in Vegas?
Well, the first time we went there, I stayed at Circus because the kids wanted to go where all the rides were and apparently where all the action is, but that was a shithole.
Yeah, it's fun. Fun as a kid. As a kid, it's fun.
Yeah, and then the second time we went to Vegas, I stayed in, where did we stay? I don't know, man. I'm too tired. But yeah, we've been twice to Vegas. Spent about a month in California. I had a Airbnb in Beverly Hills.
Holy moly. Been all over the place.
Yeah, we've done pretty much most of Australia as well. We do a lot of driving.
Huh. Boy, you really traveled to freaking, well, at least a lot of the U.S. At least skiing wise.
Yeah, I want to do the Simpson Desert in Australia next. I haven't done the Simpson Desert. There's a couple of tracks. Takes you about a week to get through.
What's that, like four-wheeling or something?
Yeah. There's nothing out there. But I think it'd be pretty cool at night just to see all the stars and be out in the middle of the desert. Do a couple of 1,000 Ks, I think it is, through the desert, and then end up at a pub on the other side.
So what are you, what's the go-to four-wheeler over there? I mean, as far as trucks, what's the one everybody uses?
Either Nissan Patrols or probably Land Cruiser Toyota would be the two most popular. That's the sort of battle that goes on between Nissan and Toyota.
Nobody over there with frickin' old Chevy Blazers with 350s blowing around their 8-cylinder supercharged.
Nah, man, we've really only started getting the US, what you'd call a pickup, like the Rams and the Silverados and stuff like that. They've only just started importing them, but they're pieces of shit, man. I had a 2500 Ram, and had nothing but problems with it, with all the conversion parts they put into it. So I got rid of it and bought another Land Cruiser.
Was that a diesel or a gas?
Yeah, the diesel, yeah, but they bring them over with no wiring loom or aircon or any of that. I went through like 7 wiring looms. they changed the steering box. They swap it to the opposite side and move the motor over. I did like 4 steering boxes. It was just
Holy
constant
crap.
breakdowns and problems, but it was the Australian parts. But for traveling like long distance, towing, stuff like that, you just can't beat it though.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, Toyotas and Nissans, as far as motors and stuff, you know, they're pretty much, I mean, at least they used to be bulletproof. I don't know a lot about the new ones, but the old Toyotas were just, you could beat them to death. The only thing they do is rust, the body would rust out. Like back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
That 2.4 liter was just, you could beat it to death.
I'll drop you a photo. That's mine, my Land Cruiser. So that's at a place called Rainbow Beach.
That truck fits your voice.
Far away, it looks like a Jeep. Looks like a Jeep Cherokee from far away.
Redneck, you reckon, AV?
Nah, just like a guy who loves to be outdoors and rugged and doesn't take no shit from no one.
Yeah.
That's what that truck says. Usually you can tell a lot about what kind of person somebody is by the vehicle they drive, man. I don't know, it's weird, but that might be true to some respect.
Well, yeah, I definitely bought it so I could go camping and on the beaches and, you know, off-roading through the desert, whatever. Yeah, I love it.
And question, do you take any shit from anybody?
No.
Yeah, I figured. Yep, see?
It's looking like that body's got some little storage compartments on it. It looks like just a flatbed, but it's got some stuff going on there. Pretty slick.
Yes. So they incorporate the toolboxes into that tray. It is a flat tray, aluminium, and then they one of them's got all my straps in it, and the other one's got a compressor in it.
So, does that, how far? I see you got the. Is that the intake up higher, or is that the exhaust?
Yeah. No, that's the snorkel.
Intake?
That's the intake.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought. Yeah. So you
That's
can go
also-
made to run pretty much underwater.
Yeah, you can do all the big
But
water
that's it.
crossings, but yeah, you just got to be careful because if you get stuck, it just floods your car. I've flooded a few cars over the years. I rolled my patrol on the sand dune. That was interesting.
Yeah, I've rolled a vehicle before. It wasn't. Well, actually, it was. It was an S10 truck. An S10. Guess it would have been. Yeah, just a Chevy S10 with a piece of crap. It was a work truck. It was the worst motor. Those 2.8 liter V6s were just trash. It's like in 1984. It was such a piece of shit.
There you go. That's the snow in Australia. There you go.
Yeah, not a lot of steep stuff in Australia.
Yeah, I think the steepest we've got is probably over at Mount Buller in Victoria. But this place here, Perisher, it's got the most skiable, rideable terrain. Yeah, it's very spread out. It has got some steeps. It's got some blacks in there. but not crazy. Threadbow is probably more.
Kids flip out when they got to America and see all the super high freaking peaks. That must have been pretty cool.
Yeah, we did a bit of backcountry skiing as well. Over at Keystone, you could catch a snowcat up into the back bowls, hit the trees as you come back through.
I never done any like true powder. You know, I've always just been on slope. You say that's.
I don't like real deep powder, yeah, because I'd rather a nice firm run that I can get some good speed down. Freshly groomed, pumping it, or I like the trees. But yeah, powder can be a bit of a pain in the ass when you keep sinking and you can't build up speed, and then you fall and you can't get up because you're sinking in it, and you got to unstrap, and yeah, nice fast firm run.
Steep though. Yeah, I like carving. At least when I think.
Yeah, if you can get up there like first tracks, get a nice black run, nice and wide, and just carve all the way down on the fresh groom, it's unbelievable. Who else we got in here? Bufu. I've never seen Bufu before. How are you, Bufu?
I'm doing excellent. Yourself?
I'm very good. You been in here before?
I've been in the 24/7 server, Matt, but I've never been in this chat room in the politics religion.
Ah, cool. Well, welcome.
Thank you very much. I apologize if there's a lot of background noise coming from my mic.
Yeah, it's not real clear. That's okay.
I'm running a tractor right now. How's the field working? I can show you a picture of what I'm doing, but I don't have the permission.
The dude said he's on a tractor. You got a bumper crop coming or what?
Just packing down some soybeans.
Well, it seems like it's raining in the Midwest, so perhaps it's going to be good time for that.
Is that correct?
Did you say you're packing down soy?
Yes, sir.
Soybeans?
Soybeans. You could trade soybean futures, can't you, AJ?
I don't know. Can you? I've never looked into it.
Yeah, the globe has consumed so much soy, somebody needs to produce it.
You know.
Gotta feed these globe or something.
I just went long on Bitcoin again. We'll see how we end up.
It kind of cooled off a little bit. It's good to kind of, buy when it's low. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I bought a heap of spot in the dip. I bought another 60,000 US in spot the other day.
Yeah, I think you'll make out all right. Meanwhile, back at the farm.
Plowing in the soybeans.
What's the Earth looking like? Is it a globe over there, Bufu? Yeah, sorry about my background noise, fellas.
Since it's so silent, I guess I'll play a song or something.
Yeah. Woo. I'm gonna murder this track where the globe earth was at. The lies falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they're smart, but the earth can't hold the far. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solid gravitation, straight up invocation. There is no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. Oh, hey. Granted, most just have the ball belief. Going through life looking for some relief. Spiritually chained looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think it brings peace. In your captors the providers of disease. You don't get freedom by submitting and saying please on your knees. Giving up your children with ease. Stop freeze before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future in prison. It guarantees with measured ease. It brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious pleas, my fellow detainees. Become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free. Free from the cage, no lost in a rage. Turn the page, it's new age. The return of logic, just learn to gauge and engage. The whole world is a stage, and now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth measures flat, what you think about that? Don't make this weird truth, there's not to be feared. Unless you're a bad guy. Are you a bad guy? So we measured the earth, that was the birth, the channels like dirt. Imagine a mirth, we faced a dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research, contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal. I find the similes within all religions, but it's not wise to follow like a pigeons. That's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision, extra precision. The globe is up for revision, but this is all your decision. So get informed and transform. Remove from the conformist swarm, or be an NPC. You chose what to be, I cannot control thee. I can only hand you the key, even if you disagree with logic absentee. Wishing to be a blind devotee, prepare for lesser repetee or moderation by referee. If you are here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification.
I like that one. That was pretty good. I'll give you guys a moment to try to say something.
Sadris, is that a new AI model?
It's Suno 4.5.
Because, man, I thought it was a real song at first. It was so clear. And a lot of, what's the word? Just like the mannerisms of singing, like the rap. It was really good.
It's getting better and better. 0.5 is going to probably be insane. Like, so far, like, you could hear it super well that it was AI, and like you could hear it less and less as it got better. 4.0, you could still hear it a little bit, but some of the generations were like, I can barely hear this as AI. And then this 4.5 version, you're like, most of them you're like, this is pretty good, and then you're like, oh, this is definitely AI. But the quality is just going up so fast that it's going to be interesting in a year.
Yeah. But I mean, even the lyrics, the way it was kind of putting those back together, or like that final line, like without imperial verification, like it was like, dang, I felt that one. And as a musician, I was kind of weird about AI at first, like, oh man, it's going to kind of take kind of the soul out of it. But at the same time, it actually makes me feel a little bit more special about playing instruments too. So I And in this case, when it's about the message, I mean, gosh, if you can put it together quick and well, then hot dog.
One of the things I think is AI can never actually replace artists. What it can't do is replace like a lot of commercial nonsense and can be abused to hurt artists. However, all live performances will always be like actual artists, and there will always be a demand for actual artists. It'll just kind of cut the wheat from the chaff in that it'll be harder as an artist to get recognized or become someone because you're competing against so much other stuff. And it's generally the ones who would be extra creative, doing something that isn't the norm, that would be the ones that would be most popular and stuff like that. And then eventually the AI models would get trained on that. However, my guess is by that point, there'll be protections in place to protect them from that. Part of the problem is currently artists are putting their music on Spotify and other platforms, and those platforms change their user agreements to be like, we're allowed to train on your music and stuff like that. And so the people are signing contracts they didn't realize they were signing, and right. So that's kind of how it's being propagated.
Yeah, that makes sense. I could agree. There'll always be kind of this market for just live performance and really just general art, whether it be a painting or a song.
Yeah, like my goal with my Icelandic band, for instance, it's not going to go into the splatter stuff. It's just going to be like good messaging and good music for Icelandic music scene. And the AI has an extra hard time singing in Icelandic, so it's sometimes hilarious. However, what I want to do is then, if the music becomes popular and people want to have a concert or something, then I want to work with actual artists in the community to perform the songs, and then they can perform their own songs as like the openers and stuff like that. And that's how they would get the concerts of the AI songs, and it would support actual artists and put money in their pockets.
Sounds like a good plan. And that's a good point too. I mean, you could use it as this sketchboard, if you want, of for a musician, right? Like putting together a song, lyrics, and then even, of course, change it or make it human, if you will, based on that kind of example. I don't know. I was on the fence at first, especially of how it pertained to architecture as well. But, I'm realizing it's saving me a lot of time. And I can now put that time towards even the more important stages of design, or maybe even things that are overlooked. So, I mean, in this case, like it's super efficient, when it comes to music and the message. And to be fair, Dres, I don't think I've heard really any other flat earthers diving into this as deep as you have, taking the message of flat earth, truth, all the logical fallacies. I mean, that's awesome.
Well, I wouldn't quite say that, because I see the back channels, and we have a lot of people who are doing a bunch of cool stuff. I might have focused a little bit more on it than others, but I wouldn't say that my work is better or more important than any of theirs.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're definitely catchy. Mage joined us. What's going on, Mage? We're just checking out some FE music.
I believe trans women are women, and I keep getting shit for it.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's pretty controversial.
Just be quiet.
Like,
well,
what, bro?
Hey, check out what I did there in the tech channel. Lloyd.
Oh, nice. I mean,
I have the full version on my channel. Oops. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, just because last night I was getting into a bunch of, you guys have probably seen those like AI remastered colorizations of like old vintage photography and videos. And there's this one I found of 1890 in Paris, and man, it was insane because I just haven't really gotten to see a lot of those pictures besides black and white, or even like sometimes the AI remasters will be in black and white still. But the color just, I mean, it's crazy how much depth it's been adding lately. But yeah, I'll check that out, man. Thanks.
Yeah, that thumbnail is kind of like me, a representation of what I look like. So yeah, kind of like looking at me.
Well, I was keeping up with the first couple of episodes too, and it was great. You know, like the back and forth for sure.
Yeah, this whole moving that I've been doing is kind of put it on ice for now, but I'm almost done settling. I want to collab with Mr. CB over here.
I got a really good mate who believes that AI is going to be the next evolution of humans. Yeah, and the example he's giving is that everyone wants to be like their creator. Yeah, they try to image the creator, depending on what religion you believe. And we've created this AI, and eventually it's going to get smart enough that it's going to want to mimic humans, its creator, and it's going to be the next evolution. I don't know, he's got a lot to say about it, but yeah, basically that's an overview.
Yeah, look into AI agents.
AI agents.
Maybe CB can put some bars down for us, huh?
AI agents, we stay slaveless. The Globers be brainless.
Nice.
Dude, honestly, what's wrong with this mage character, bro? Like, the hell, man.
He's a complete package of an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, pretty much.
Case study.
He comes in here. He can't explain the arguments properly, and then we have to spend half the time explaining his own argument to him, and then he gets cornered, and then he just runs away, and then he comes back the next day.
To make an analogy, it's like he's at an 18-story building, and then he's just tumbling down the stairs, like one floor after the other. That's what it feels like watching him.
Yeah. Yep.
I have a meme for that.
Strange. Every single hour.
Every single crime.
Bro.
You just wake up, CB?
Yeah. About to go outside, walk around, maybe run for a mile or some shit.
Nice. Yeah, we had a couple of Globies this morning. You know, no matter how many times we told them that Aristophanes was making assumptions, you know, you couldn't take it. Suddenly said, you know what, here's a donut, and he left.
Okay. Classic.
Definitely a classic. There's another one today, Cole. And I feel like there was one more.
Yeah, Mr. Can't know 100% truth while making 100% truth claims.
Ah, yeah, Mr. Bread. Sir Bread. But yeah, pretty good morning over here. It's raining outside where I'm at.
Yeah, low key, same here.
Same here.
Man, creator, what are you doing today, brah? Come on, man. No, I'm just kidding.
No, we needed it over here, dude. It was sweltering hot, man. I was at my job just like sweating away. Today is like nice and cool. Loving it.
Nice.
Not for CB though, man. He can't go outside.
All right, get this loser out of the chat. Oh, Flat Lloyd Wright, my homeboy. He had a FL Wright book in his car. I took a picture of it. Here it is. Perfect.
Oh, shit.
I was like, hey. Yeah, he's trying to get into architecture and stuff like that.
Good deal.
I saw that. I was like, that's my boy.
It's funny because I have to say Frank Lloyd Wright, pretty often, honestly, during the semester. There's been a couple times I'm like, yeah, Frank Lloyd Wright.
Yeah. I almost said that too. I was like, oh yeah, Flat Lloyd. I mean,
I meant to ask you, Creation. I know it's kind of out of the blue, but I mean, is there a lot of people at the beach or the beaches that you go to? It seems like daily.
dude, it depends. It depends on like how nice it is, really. And then on the weekends, bro, it's insane. Like, I'll probably be there on Thursday and Friday. But yeah, it's absolutely bananas how many people are there. It blows my mind.
I was just thinking because I know you and Sonny are really close, and then even Flat Earth Dude. I was like, man, you guys just have to do at least one episode of you guys like just going around and asking people on the beach. Like you see that horizon back there, like the 24/7 crew out there at the beach asking questions.
That could be fun. Just like make a whole thing out of it. Like have a fake microphone and stuff. Like that could be fun.
Well, even like the FE faces. But it could be something that you actually just record yourself and then, kind of do episodes. It's just, I don't know. It's like the guys who actually even do that for Flat Earth or even other topics. I don't know. It's just like they seem sometimes bad at it. You know, like obviously sometimes they're by themselves, so there's not like kind of like that backup. But I was thinking about it the other day when you were showing your camera. I was like, oh man, you know, Sonny's kind of backup, and you know, Flat Earth Dude, and not that CB needs backup, but there's strength in numbers
but
when it comes to this topic.
Cool. Like someone holding the camera or something. Yeah, I honestly don't do a lot of like street stuff or just like going up to randoms, but that could be. There's a lot of potential there for sure. You just go up to people, endless amounts of them. So, yeah, I go off of intuition a lot though. Like, I don't just go up to randos. But go ahead, Jace.
I think a setup that's pretty nice in public is the change my mind. The Earth is not a globe. Because then they're stuck on trying to prove the Earth is a globe, and you're not doing anything other than just breaking their nonsense.
You know what? I actually would prefer that better. I think because
that's a good idea.
Yeah, that could actually work better. We sit down at a tent, like sit down on the boardwalk. Hella people walk by. I've told you guys about that Trump thing.
If I live near you, man, that's what we'd be doing.
Yeah. Oh man.
For real, I'd hit you up every day, dude.
Yeah, let's go sit on the boardwalk. Yeah, dude. Yeah, there's these Trump guys. They set up this huge tent, bro, and I'm not even able to. It's way bigger than you're probably thinking. Like they got flags on flags on flags. It's massive, bro. It's huge. Everything Trump, right? And like they set up right near the beach on this boardwalk. And I went up to them recently. I was like, yo, you know, shout out to you guys for doing this in such a blue city, blah, 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 blah. And we're just there chopping it up a little bit. And as I'm there, I was only there for a couple minutes, and people were walking by saying all kinds of shit. You guys are ugly! Walking by. Like, no one really came up and had anything constructive to say. They were just like, ew, ugly. Just like walking by saying all kinds of wild shit. But like, it definitely got a lot of people's attention though, because it's so big, dude, and it's like in a great spot. So we don't need to have a huge one necessarily, but like that could be a cool setup. We just set up right there, have a little change my mind, some globes, some maps. I don't know. That could be fun. Go live. That'd be sweet.
I'll send you a little projector, and you can like put the 24/7 right behind you, a little speaker.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I think that would go crazy.
Dude, I've seen people do it with their phone, CB. Like you have your phone in your hand and then you just hand them the microphone from your own phone, like so they can talk in it.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, maybe I'll do that one day. That'd be cool. Maybe Sunny and I just post up on the Change My Mind table. Let people walk by and yell at us and shit. It's not fucking flat. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, Avi, that's basically what I'm gonna do similar things for my band. I'm gonna do like street interviews with this phone and the microphone, and I'm gonna start by until the news realize my Flat Earth affiliation. I'm just gonna be asking them about other stuff to build following. But once they do realize that, then I'm just gonna go all out asking them Flat Earth questions.
Yeah, I was just kind of on the subject in my head because, you know, something we've been talking about for the month was really kind of just like this mainstream idea. And, you know, I love projects and ideas. And the past 16 weeks at the school, I've been basically set in charge to work with the administration, right? They kind of promoted me, not really promotion. They definitely made sure not to call it more promotion, but just more responsibility. So I take care of the grants of the architecture department now as well. And I learned a little bit more about how that works, how nonprofits work, and really just a lot of different things. And it occurred to me like, well, I mean, don't get me wrong. People make fun of us all the time, like, "Oh, who's paying you guys to be here?" All the time. But how cool it might be to actually have a nonprofit organization that focused on a few products. For instance, a product being like hiring somebody to talk on Discord 24/7 about the truth and to educate others. And that there was actually a significant amount of grant money that really goes unused. Right, and how cool it might be to even have like a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord that could manage products and could even hire ourselves, right, using grant money, essentially. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of red tape, and I'm still doing the research myself, but it just made me think like, okay, well, what is a public project then? Well, that could be CB and Sunny, yeah, paying for their time. They were educating the public, right? And of course, if it's all actually for content, you have immediate proof, immediate documentation of these events happening, something that non-profit organizations are always, unfortunately, having to almost even waste expenses on in order to basically tell the public that they are doing good for the public, which is essentially what a nonprofit needs at the end of the year. But I don't know. I'm optimistic always, and I think it could actually work. But in a form of packaging it like education, a music side, homeschooling division, even if we had to start designing these products that honestly we've been working on for 10 years anyway.
That's actually a really good point, because it could be framed that way. There is a potential there. 99% of what we teach the Globers is things that they should believe. So how can they argue against that? If we would tighten up our belts, argue super clean, then that might be a possibility.
No, I'm not tightening up shit. No, I'm just kidding.
But that's what I mean. Like everybody had, just like we do voluntarily already. Not that it would be a big payout, I think, even at first, but could even start to get in a money market to where we have advertising, or obviously with a nonprofit organization, you basically have to spend it all, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that like they're absolutely nonprofit, right? It just means the only gains, of course, go back into the public or the community that it's already serving, which is worded just like that. It's kind of vague, right? So it really comes down to the documentation, the way you word things, and then, of course, the backup documentation, especially when it comes to grants. And at least in the public school system, it's so laissez-faire because they're like, oh, well, it's an institution. Of course, their education. And things like this. And it's just funny when you actually get into it, how it works is just like 6 signatures from people you'll never meet. And, one guy flags it out. He goes, well, this word's incorrect. It sort of implies this. And it's like, okay, well, I'll change that word to this. And it's like, okay, that works. And it's like, what the? It's the same thing, dude. Like, but okay, sure. If that means you'll give us the $250,000 for blank, then okay. So I don't know.
It'd be interesting to maybe get advertisements for the Discord through Google. Maybe get billboards, get other different things that would draw attention to it. That could be interesting.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was just going to unmute and say billboards. But I think we really, yeah, that would be a really good idea. But also, we kind of need to, we really need to get these clips going as well, dude. Because like I've seen people pay for advertising on Instagram. And
that could be an expense, right? Hey, man, I need to hire some sort of clipcord guy. I mean, if there was just some guy I could hire, You know, they could.
Yeah.
And you see what I mean? Then there's like this actual like organization. You know, this. It's still for the organization, but at the same time, well, who's to say that that grant money shouldn't go to Clipcord, quote unquote? You know.
Right, right. Because I would want it to be somebody that understands us and knows the ins and outs and people here and all that stuff. Because I think that's like what we're lacking right now is these clips. Because that's what people want right now. These short form. Because we got the long form down. That's fine, no problem. Anybody that wants that can get that easy. It's the short stuff that people can like when they're scrolling on TikTok, scrolling on Instagram, scrolling on YouTube, whatever. Just like a short clip of us like dropping bombs or a gem or having a laugh or something that makes them go, "What the hell is this?" You know. And if we have multiple clips, with tons of clips, people will be like, "You know what? I kind of want to." Well, this is a great community, and
I think that's what I was talking to New Perspective about. He's one of the guys who records and clips us. Sometimes you need smaller clips, either of just the conversation with that one guy or clips from within that conversation with that one guy, like mini clips, which are basically he said something really dumb, we corrected him and all laughed at him. And that's a small TikTok. They watch him say something really dumb, and they're like, "What?" And then we laugh at him. They're like, "Okay, it makes sense." But then in the end, it's like, "Well, that was the Gober," you know. And so there's a reveal, and that kind of goes with the TikTok recipe. You need like different types of videos for different mediums.
Yeah, man. I think that would go crazy. I think that would pop off really well, and then especially I would want to have those in order, not necessarily before the advertisement and stuff like that, but around the same time. You know, because it's hard to dive into a 24-hour stream or a 12-hour stream, and like we don't have timestamps either. We're not paying anybody to put timestamps up. This is what happened in this time.
We gotta be organized before we get to that point. We gotta have like all our dots crossed, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, golly, I don't know if I can do all that, man. The timestamps and the clips and stuff. I've been so busy. I literally have not sat down at a computer to do this show with you guys in a long time. I'm always on the phone and on the fly. I'm out here walking around right now. So if anyone has like time, bro, if you have time to sit down at your computer and like do stuff, yeah, man, I don't know. We have so much potential. I feel bad saying like, we should do this, we should do that, because I'm not doing it. Or not that I don't want to.
I'll squeeze that in between writing the Flat Earth app for everybody.
Oh, the app, yeah, that'd be awesome too.
Another expense.
I'm already writing.
Yeah, Red One. The screenshots were looking good, man.
Those are just for the beta version. I need to get placeholders, you know what I mean? So I can fill it in.
Yeah, I mean, what's his name? Mike's got the website going already, sort of. So that'll be the stuff.
That's the back end to the app.
Okay, nice.
Did you look at that screenshot I sent you? I didn't notice that it said that on my display. I must have named my phone. I don't want anybody knowing who I am now.
Nice. It's a great name.
No other name like it anywhere.
Right.
Just we're at work today trying to figure out how many more jobs we can eliminate. I mean, automate.
Yeah. Yeah, New Perspective did send me a clip. It's actually a pretty good clip where I hit him with the moving buildings thing, right? And I get, look, dude, I know it's not the most hardest hitting point in the world. It's not the most intellectual. It's not the most, you know. But it's like that was a perfect clip. I was like, hey, buddy, you in a building right now? He's like, yeah. Oh, are you moving? No. Oh, okay. Does the Earth move? Yeah. Okay. Is your building on the Earth? Yeah. Okay, so you're in a moving building. No. Right. But then he like turned around, he's like, well, yeah. So it's like stuff like that. Like, that's good for a short clip, bro. And people
Yeah, it's just
watching the movie.
hilarious.
Yeah.
It showcases how they have this contradicted thinking.
It wasn't a bad clip at all. And I was like, all right, somebody clip that. And he did. So um you know, a lot of times I know again, I have in the past got some heat for that. Oh, that's a stupid argument, CB. Why are you come up with the moving buildings thing? We don't like when you say that. Okay, I get it. Look, I totally understand where you're coming from. It's not the most hardest hitting point in the world. But like that's a good clip, man. That's the type of clips we're talking about. Short, easy. The audience will be like, moving buildings, what the fuck? And he turns around and he's like, yeah, I'm in a moving building. And then they have to sit and think, like, wait, do I think that shit? You know? So
It reminds me of that one time Alpha was asking Mr. Sensible if he knows he's in a chair right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
oh, I can literally hear it in my mind right now. He's like, just tell me what you're doing. Just tell me what you're doing. He's like, oh, I think I'm in my chair. He's like, no, just we see you on screen right now in your chair. Oh man, brilliant! That's a good clip as well. Great clip. We have another one, Nico and the Water Hill, and I'm like, we don't think that. You think that it's a water hill? He's like, no, it's not a hill of water. And then he turns around. He's like, you're on top of the hill. And then he's like, oh, Nico, are you on the hill, Nico? He's like, well, I'm on the ground. I'm not on the water. He's like, no, when you're on the water, Nico. He's like, yes, I'm on top of the hill. So, and I'm like, and he's like, Clipcord, where you at, brother? Dude, like these iconic clips, bro. I can just hear them in my mind. I'm gonna have to drop that one in the chat for you because I have that in my server. Or Bob, when that Water Hill thing came, sparked alive.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, he's like, I said, he's like, well, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there? I'm like, not a hill of water. Like, that's exactly what it is. Like, incredible. And I have screenshot after screenshot after screenshot of people saying, hills of water, that's not real. Hills of water, that doesn't exist. Water doesn't do that, blah, 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 blah. And then you got Bob, the science guy. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, incredible. This is flat earth jujitsu. You just tie them up into a triangle with their own shit. Let me get the Nico's thing because that's actually really funny. At the time you were top of the hill. There it is. Oh, Nico. Mickey comes in so funny on that clip too. Why'd you say that? Here it is in the chat, guys. I mean, it seems like even Nathan was like catching on to stuff like this too. He's been trying to do different types of content. He's doing like Omegle and stuff like that. Those clips weren't bad either. That so we're working on it. Got people piling in. The chill panel right now. We have Feynman over, unmuted in politics. And, some people in chill chat over in 247. Joni just popped in. What's up, Joni? What you doing hanging with flat earthers? And he's gone. Yep.
It's a great clip, man.
Yeah, I know. I love that clip.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think we're actually, a lot of us combined, we make some really good producers, right? Not in the sense of like actually making the content, but also curating it, right? And to some sort of palatable version. I know a lot of people in the 24/7 team could do that, right? Especially if they were getting paid, shoot, $50 an hour to do so, Even I would take on that job, just because I'm kind of restructuring my stuff right now. Like, obviously I still work at the school, but I'm currently selling my rain stick business. And it got me like kind of venturing out, like, well, if I'm selling this one, like, I don't know, let's make 2 more. Like, I want to make another one and make a nonprofit one, because it's essentially straw man. Once you really start to know more and know about this kind of U.S. code structure, and to be fair, it really is kind of the same UCC law. And a lot of places and a lot of countries actually have the same stuff, but just kind of reworded a little bit differently. And then, of course, different amounts of things. But I don't know, man. It's just got me a lot more optimistic to like not embrace the system, but to figure out how it works more in our favor. I don't know. I've become not less skeptical, but less like black-pilled, if you will.
Yeah.
Realizing actually how this machine is running, and that it's running great. It's just nobody told you how it worked or for what reason it really is pumping.
I feel like I'm having a similar experience too. I was like mostly black-pilled about stuff, and I'm seeing other people have success with things, and I'm starting to think about what I can do. You said rain stick business? I totally did not catch that word.
Yeah.
What is that?
Basically, well, if you've ever seen like a regular rain stick, it's usually like a dried out cactus or sometimes even a dried out piece of bamboo. Then they'll put a bunch of nails in it, and they'll usually actually stick a bunch of beads or trash, actually. And then they'll cap it off. That way, when you turn the rain stick over and over again, it basically simulates this rain-like sound.
Yeah.
So instead, I was like, well, instead of filling it with trash, let's fill it with something really, cool and not very expensive. So I found these really microscopic recycled glass beads. And I started 3D printing spirals and 3D printing all these different things in order to make different sounds. But essentially, I got an acrylic tube and made it to where you can see your sound, right? Instead of, again, kind of this illusion. I'll post a picture real quick.
That's
one of the
cool.
models.
That's cool. What the
But
heck
yeah,
made you think of
this
getting
person
into
on
that?
TikTok, actually, when AV was on TikTok and we were doing all the kind of networking stuff, they were able to see my page and reach out.
Wow.
Essentially, they're the ones kind of purchasing the business. It's getting kind of hairy, but
yeah, we made that connection, dude. I'm telling you, I'm a really good businessman if I'm given the opportunity, and I made these connections with these people, and I hooked Flat Lloyd up with them, And I don't know if he wants to tell you what it was or whatever, but
Damn, that's crazy.
yeah, I didn't
yeah.
want to say, but because it might be a little private or public. I don't know how he feels about it, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to boast about it or anything, but it was, a life-changing moment that really got me thinking, and even more confidence in what I'm doing, just as a designer and a business person. And, it's been great, man. But I also realized, like, there's a void in my time without that, and like, oh man, I want to apply it to Flat Earth and maybe starting up, maybe a nonprofit or maybe an LLC. I'll just hit you guys up and be like, hey, I want you to work for me. I want you to produce content if you can't.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Man, that's awesome, bro. Yeah, I've been like low key. I'm not even gonna lie. I've been thinking about how much time I spent on here. I'm like, damn, bro. I need to like pop off and do some other shit too. But I love this place, and I don't want to just like abandon. Like I know people have, and maybe they have other important things going on. It's totally fine. Like maybe they're trying to go grind for 5 years or something. Um, but yeah, like I feel like I'm right on the brink of something new like that as well. Like starting a business and doing stuff like that it feels like it's right around the corner. So that's amazing though. It's glad to hear, man. Stuff like that's inspiring. It's so funny that came up in this discussion, like randomly, because I was just gonna mention earlier that we have so much time on the mic, and maybe we need to do this in chill chat or something. But like, we could actually go talk about like being successful and stuff like that. We don't talk about stuff like that. And some of you guys are successful in your own lives. Like we could share that. And I trust this community more than I trust like randos on the internet sometimes. So
do you want
I
to
would
go to
love to
chill
have a
chat?
discussion. Sure.
Let's go.
Yeah, there's some people over there right now. There's not a lot of people here.
Oh. Well, I don't want to interrupt their conversation. If there's another room we can go to, I mean,
There's only like 2 ninjas in there. Actually, no, they're gone. It's just crit. So yeah, I'm down. Flat Lloyd, you guys want to
Cool.
bump over there?
Yeah, I'm down.
Cool. DJ, you're welcome to join. Car, whatever. Anybody? Yeah, I'm down.
Cool.
All right, let's do it. Chill chat. Here we come.
Quiet day in here, huh? What's going on, Roots?
Hey, what's up, Amish? Not much. Just finished work. What's happening on your side?
Just taking some time off for a nice little walk around the city. And I got to get back to work.
Oh, nice. Yeah, do you take good breaks? That's one thing I need to do. Have proper breaks. Good for the soul.
Yeah, I do. When I'm out of the winter season and the weather's nice, I go on walks.
Very good. Yeah, I've just been speaking to a couple of the guys who go over to Omnivore's channel. Man, it's like another Gem Pandas channel over there. I don't know why Flat Earthers are over there. Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think for many, it's Flat Earth is an asymmetric warfare weapon, because you can take some very basic principles and defeat very smart, very intellectual, very well-educated people with those very simple principles. And I think a lot of Flat Earthers enjoy that.
I think you hit the nail on the head, bro. But I mean, what good is that, right? How productive is that, really?
Yeah. If you're doing it for yourself and the fulfillment of your own ego, you're probably going to have a bad time. I think bad things will come back on you.
Yeah, it's funny because I was talking to No Tanks and Tora, and I think they've been hanging out in there a little bit, and I just had a catch up with the two of them, and they were like, yeah, man, this Discord's not good for me. This, that, the other. I'm thinking, do you think that's possibly related to the fact that you're going to Omnivore's server? Like, I get fulfillment out of these rooms, but I can imagine if I was hanging around Gem Pandas all day, I'd probably feel the same.
Yeah, same here. I mean, what good is it talking to the same people day in and day out? Not just for weeks and months, but years. Having the same conversation with the same people that you've had before, expecting a different outcome.
It's pretty much the definition of insanity, right?
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder. And we've got a lot of great talent on our side. They get caught up in this mess. So, and the sad thing is, if they can tie up our side, our resources, because we're smaller, there are few of us, if they can keep tying us up, chasing our own tails, they win. Even if you think you're, flat smacking the Globers and you're, bringing the pain and whatever, like if that's your attitude and you're caught in that rat race, talking to the same people over and over again about the same thing, they win, not you.
Yeah, that's a good point. They do keep people caught up when, they could be talking to other people, they could be inspiring people, but instead they're battling the same battle again and again with the same people.
Yeah.
Waste of resource, yeah. Well phrased.
Right. So it's like there's an asymmetric warfare happening. But we've got the better tools, they've got the bigger resources. So what they're able to do is chew up our tools. They keep throwing useless resources at us. And as long as we have people that are happily, taking out their Sawzall and dulling the blades again and again and again on the same thing, whatever the case is, then we're just blunting our own instruments. And to what end?
I think it also gives you a warped view of like the Globers. They'll be like, oh, the Globers are like this, the Globers are like that. Well, no, the Globers are just normal, you know what I mean? Like, that's only in that channel. The Globe Gangsters, or whatever they call themselves. Like, that's a very small, unique type of person. But if you hang around with them all day, you start thinking everybody's like that.
Right. And you become brainwashed yourself, right?
Well, they sounded disillusioned to me, like, oh, wasting my time, I've lost 3 years. And I'm just thinking, man, like, I enjoy speaking to new people. Like, I don't see that as a waste, I'm sure I've inspired, and just like everybody else in this room has a handful of people at the very least, and that's enough to say, as long as you're having fun and you're doing some good, then you can see the value in it. But I think they're struggling to see the value in it because they're doing that whole Gem Panda thing. I'm just going to call it the Gem Panda thing from now on.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. And you're right. I mean, do they expect some of these folks, and we know who they are, does our side actually expect them to come around? Like, if you just keep talking to them about the same thing, that they're eventually going to recover and say, oh my goodness, I was wrong, you were right.
No, that's never going to happen. But here is a different way of looking at it. And I completely agree with you. Like, you never get anywhere with these people. They're completely toxic. They're intellectually dishonest. And we know by the last 50 conversations we had with the same person that they're never going to concede to anything. And then they're going to use all these like slimy little tactics to like worm their way around your evidences that you show. And then they're going to misrepresent their own evidence to make it seem like. But with all of that taken into consideration, I think that's half the reason the 24/7 team has such solid arguments. I mean, they are like the ultimate training bags, and they're very, very good at pointing out flaws in bad flat Earth arguments.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think without them, I don't know if our arguments would be so refined at this point. Like, I was wasting time talking to that freaking annoying douchebag Mez today, but then you think about it and it's like, well, if there's any holes in your argument, these guys are going to point it out, and then you can use that to your advantage so you don't make that mistake again. But that's about all they're good for, is training bags.
Yeah, there's that. Also, the expositional content that you do for the audience that's watching. But those moments are not as often as we hope. When there might be maybe an omnivore server, 1 or 2 brand new people in a given month, then you do it for them.
That place is a waste. I mean, if you want, I would never join that server. They would have to pay me to join that server. And I was encouraging everyone not to go there, because those servers just die out really quickly if no one goes there. But then a bunch of idiots will go there, like No Tanks, and go and entertain them and give them a platform.
The whole of EA, Earth Awakenings, has moved over there. It's like, it's busy. And I'm really shocked. Ridiculous. EA has died, and there's no Earth Awakenings anymore. Maybe you get 3 or 4 of them in there. And everybody who used to be there is now there.
Yep. Well, look, the Globers, the anti-flat earthers, have managed to trick those dummies into going in there.
What a bad trade, man. I can't believe they've done that.
Bad trade. Yep, very bad trade.
Jeez, dude, and yeah,
I think you make a great point, DJ, though. I think you make a great point about they kind of do serve a purpose, but I think some of the flat earthers are getting disillusioned by hanging around there too long, and I think that's, maybe dip in, hear what the new arguments are, or not even dip in, but when they come to us, let them, have 1 or 2 debates, hear the new arguments. But at that point, I think, a lot of these guys are starting to lose faith because of these guys, And somebody said to me once, the reason why they have the PSYOP within Flat Earth is to give the illusion that it's still a debate. Because if you keep it in a perpetual debate, nothing changes, that nothing moves forward. And I think there's an element of, whether it's conscious or not, I think there's an element of that going on as well. That's why they're getting disillusioned. But yeah, I think you make a great point.
When a new person does show up, they come in with that shit attitude that they've taken to all those anti-flat earth trolls. Right? I mean, how many people on our side, when a new person shows up, it's like they're burning the new guy at the stake from the outset.
Yep.
It's like bullying.
Yeah. Flat earth is a powerful tool.
Isn't it interesting how every server we make a flat earth channel in almost instantly becomes the busiest channel in the server?
Yeah, without doubt. Yeah.
It's a popular
we probably
topic.
need some more colonies.
Yes. It's a good idea, actually. I wonder. We need to reach out to some different style of servers that have a large amount of people, and get some more channels flowing.
Maybe DJ Amish, one of you should put a message in the back channels and just say, look, if anybody knows of any good servers where 24/7 could be useful or effective, let us know. And maybe we just take it upon ourselves to get us in.
Contact the admin, show them the screenshots from the politics server showing that consistently the Flat Earth channel's the number one channel by far in popularity in their server. It's like, all right, well, if you want some more traction, you want to get some new energy flowing in your server, then, this is the terms and conditions. We need to be able to moderate our own channel. See if they want to invite us in.
Maybe we can pitch, there's certain guarantees we can give, like at some point we will take over the server, or we will at least bring a hell of a lot of traffic in, you know what I mean? So there's benefits. There is a sell for it.
Oh yeah, big time. More and more people are looking into this. It's like so many people come in here and they're like, yeah, I'm not a flat earther, but I have a friend. Who's a flat earther.
Asking for a friend.
Every day. Well, every day someone comes in, they're like, yeah, I'm not a flat earther myself, but yeah, I got a friend that is. And what do you think about this? What do you think about that? It's like, or even just general comment sections on random non-flat earth related things. If flat earth is brought up on a non-flat earth server, you get so many people in the comment section now vouching for the flat earth side. Even my wife's seen that in social media in Poland. Someone who's like a popular, say, conspiracy theorist or something like that makes high quality conspiracy theory videos in Polish. Right. For example, they'll make a video dissing Flat Earth, and they'll get hammered, absolutely hammered in the comment section by Polish people saying, that's bullshit, I've lost respect for you, Flat Earth is legitimate. And it's a huge amount, and she said it never used to be like that, but it's getting more and more like that. It's similar to when...
That's awesome.
It's similar to when the 2020 thing happened, right? And people that were against that in the comment sections, they would get hammered, right? One person would be against it, and there would be like 99% of the people would just be dogpiling on, just berating them in the comment section. And then you look at it now, it's the opposite. It's the absolute opposite. You see it completely change slowly over time. Now it's like one person will say, it was legitimate and blah, 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 and then there'll be 99 people say, yo, what the hell? You're full of shit. It was blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It's the tides are turning, and I think their last effort is to bring on this ridicule, Professor Dave style combat against flat Earth, where they're trying to make it seem like it's just generally unpopular. Flat Earthers are idiots. If you're a flat earther, you're an idiot, right? That's what they're trying to get at. They're not addressing any of our actual arguments.
Yeah, they want us to be conspiracy theorists, and yeah, conspiracy theorists have a. And this is what I mean. I'm semi-surprised to hear what your wife has said, because just going on the channels that I follow, a lot of history channels, a lot of on the borderline, dealing with these subjects without being too full-blown conspiracy. I mean, I see a lot of hate for conspiracy theorists, but also, I don't know, I was seeing a little bit of the flat earth hate as well, so I'm glad that you're seeing different. Because I've been seeing a little bit of hate for flat earth lately.
Yeah, there is. There's more hate for flat earth, but there's also a lot more flat earthers at the same time. The opposition, they want us, they're begging for us, they want us to claim things that none of us claim. That's their only arguments against us, is straw man arguments. Isn't that crazy? Never are they addressing any of our legitimate arguments. It's just their only defense against us is to straw man us. Crazy.
Yeah. Listen, I gotta go. My mum's just turned up, so I'm gonna go spend some time. But catch you later.
Oh, awesome, bro. Catch you later.
Yeah, peace.
All right, see ya. I'm around for a bit.
Yeah, everyone went before you got here. They're over in the chill chat in the home server talking business.
Oh, okay. Wondered where everybody went.
Yeah, they were here a minute ago, but they were just talking about entrepreneurial ideas. We've got T-Mar in the side chat. You there, bro? You can open up your mic. You're not going to get berated or anything like that. If you want to have a chat, ask questions, anything like that. Crushing this guy at chess. What's your chess rating? It's pretty good. Pretty good. You playing on chess.com or Lichess?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
I just lost that game. I was not crushing that guy at all. I got crushed.
Yeah, it's hard if you're not focusing 100%.
Well, you could say that. I do have some questions though.
Sure.
I guess my biggest question is why? As in, why would somebody, lie about what shape the Earth is?
Like who?
More global science consensus is that it's a sphere.
Oh, that's not lying though. That's just what people are taught at university. They're taught it from a young age, and then it's reinforced at school. And then it's even more reinforced at, higher school and at university, right? If you want to get a job in that field, you just have to become very good at regurgitating the textbooks, right? And become very good at parroting the information. It's not like they're questioning the core fundamentals in the textbooks. Most people just take that as a given They've never, and which is fine that they do that, right? Because they've never been presented with alternative arguments. So, and they probably have a complete complete wrong idea of what flat earthers are actually claiming in the first place. So they've probably never looked into it. Like, we talk to a lot of academics and they come in, they don't know any of our arguments, right? They think we claim a bunch of crazy things that we don't claim. So yeah, most people are not lying, right? Your professors, most scientists, right? I'd say almost all scientists, they're not lying at all, right? They genuinely believe what they're teaching, what they're presenting.
So, who do you believe started the lie, and why did they start it?
It started off back in ancient Greece. Sporadic, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah,
you're able to go over that?
In ancient Greece. Sure.
I know a little bit about the ancient Greece stuff, but yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, so for a while, between maybe around 400 to 300 BC, I'd say around the time of the end of the second Babylonian captivity of the Jews, there was almost like a renaissance, an explosion of thinking. And you had all these different Greek schools propping up. One of the most famous that everyone knows is Pythagoras and his crazy cult. But Pythagoras spent a lot of time stargazing. And from looking at the heavens at night, he started to ponder if the sky was arranged like a gigantic sphere. So he tracked the motions of the stars, and he worked it out that the sky is very likely this ideal form. The sphere being ideal is a shape that has one face, and it's complete in unity. It's got a radius. It is the most perfect form, the most primitive of all forms, and so on and so forth. It's basically a one-faced 3D object. So he started to ponder this, and over time, people started to come up with mapping methods using the stars. So in the early days, you're out, you don't have any landmarks nearby, and what do you use to get your position in reckoning? Well, if you can see the North Star, you know that that's in one direction. And he started working out that you could catalog other stars at different times of year based on their visibility and their angles to them, that you could sort of work out where you might be. And this was especially useful if you're out at sea and you have absolutely nothing but the stars available to you, if you're lucky. Same with the sun and the moon. So the celestial sphere concept became embedded in navigation thanks to Pythagoras, thanks to other Greeks too that also conceptualized the celestial sphere, like Aristotle. They worked out a whole mapping system, and in order for the Earth to be mapped in a way that doesn't present any geometric distortions, they had to treat the Earth as a sphere too. So they conceived of the stars, instead of being in a field, as arranged like a sphere. And because stars are a sphere, if we're to map locations to them, then the Earth must be a sphere to prevent distortions. And over time, this is kind of what became the globe. People would take the terrain that they see around them, and they would map it into the celestial sphere, and then bring the celestial sphere back down to Earth and call that the globe. So the globe, in essence, was created out of utility and pragmatism. It freaking worked. Because it worked and it becomes so reliable, and people depended on these conceptions, that they decided, well, you know what, Earth is a globe. It has to be for this to work. The main issue is with this is there are other ways to conceive of the celestials. And we know today that they don't necessarily have to behave like a sphere, because they don't track like one.
Okay, so you're saying it's just like a big scientific misunderstanding.
You could say that. A big, absolutely epic one. Yep.
But we have scientific misunderstandings all the time.
Yeah, why not this one? Just add this to it. Let me tell you what's taken place over the past several hundred years.
Okay.
Well, a field called geodetic surveying came about the mid to late 1800s. And what made this different than regular surveying is they decided to combine astronomy, celestial navigation concepts, with planar surveying over the Earth, with landmarks. So you can read processes describing where you do what's called astrogeodetic plumb lines. You look at a star and you extend an imaginary plumb line descending from it, going through the user's head, basically down through their feet to the center of the pre-imagined Earth. Now there's a problem with this. When they started applying astrogeodesy consistently with accurate measuring devices, they found out that the starlight did not quite behave in the ideal spherical form. It was very lumpy. So they began with what's called a reference ellipsoid, a spheroid conception of Earth, because why? Tradition. And when starlight wasn't where they required it to be at predetermined times, predictably, they said, well, you know what? Maybe Earth's gravity is bending the starlight and shifting it around and playing with our instruments. So this whole entire field developed where they tried mapping the stars. It didn't work out the way they expected as if Earth was a sphere. And they came up with a lumpy thing called the geoid model instead, which is still actually based on a sphere to begin with and presupposes spherical harmonics of a globe. This is just one way to interpret these observations. If you were to interpret the celestials instead of a sphere but as a field, and as the light as vectors without any predetermined heights, which we can say we do. In fact, this, you could even say comports with how globe cosmology looks at stars, being of effectively infinite distance of immense size. Then you can actually use a Cartesian way to map positions of the stars relative to locations directly below them. And such mapping concepts exist today in various fields for flying drones, for high altitude balloons, and so on. It's called star trackers. Star trackers treat the sky as a gigantic box in Cartesian space and not a sphere. And it works regardless of what Earth's shape is below.
So it doesn't necessarily prove either way.
You could say that. The star tracking technology with Cartesian vector-based 3D box-like conception of your position and attitude does not rely on Earth's shape at all. So what's the tiebreaker here, right? Like if we're just smoking crack, what's the tiebreaker here? Well, in comes a bunch of flat earthers who discovered Nikon P900s about 10 years ago, that they can zoom in on objects that should be far below what the curvature of the Earth should present if Earth is a ball of a specific size, which is given to us. So they've initially gone out and they've seen these observations. They couldn't describe it on a globe. And this led to further intrigue involving flat earthers using lasers and tri-band lasers, adopting laser transit methodology with different frequencies and placements of targets across a plane at different distances, looking for that curvature. It then also spawned infrared observations, trying to mitigate claims of atmospheric distortions through infrared, and so on and so forth. So fast forward today, we are running this community consisting of many people who've done these observations and produced a lot of the content that you see on the internet about this subject that have been hijacked by other flat earth groups, for better or for worse. And you're talking to some of the moderation team today from that group. So there you go.
And would you say, so I saw what was posted in the chat, would you say that's like your most concrete evidence of a flat earth?
Yeah, I would say measured long distance observations, especially using infrared and multiple laser frequency wavelengths, and controlled environments you can go. Yep. Go ahead. I have to step out now. I have to go crunch some numbers.
Yeah, okay, man. All right. Thanks for that. You explained that but much better than I could with the history thing. Thanks. Yeah. So another thing I was going to say, yeah, we've got a huge accumulation of observations and tests that are just impossible on a globe, but it's also the lack of evidence from the globe side to the same standard as what we're providing, right? When it comes to, okay, who throughout all of history has actually gone out and validated, right, this radius value or this drop over distance. And what you're going to find a lot of is like calculations just based off assumptions, right? Rather than what we're providing, which is actually like real world practical demonstrations and stacks of them.
But I feel like it's important to understand exactly what you believe before continuing. So
yeah, sure. That's probably the best thing.
I've been in this chat once before, and I got quite chewed out just based on the fact that, I mean, I think the conclusion was that they wanted us to prove the theory of gravity, which I'm a 22-year-old student. I can't do that. So, like, what is your?
It depends who you get in here. You know,
Well-
some people are just going to get you to try to admit, you know, by asking you what you can prove, right, that you don't actually know for a fact that the Earth's a globe and that it's just a belief, where other people are more than happy to take you through our side, right? Like me, like Sporadic and I'm more than happy to, you know, to lay out all of our arguments and that sort of thing. You know, I already know beforehand what you're going to be able to provide, right? Even when those other people, they ask you to prove gravity, they already know you're not going to be able to present anything, right? It's just them trying to get you to admit that you don't know for sure and that it's more so just a belief system. But yeah, I prefer to stick with the empirical side of the evidence and to have just a very good faith conversation and just show you the evidence and then let you make up your own mind based on that.
Sure. So, can I ask you, do you believe that we have an atmosphere?
Yeah, of course. I don't see how. Atmosphere. I mean, I would say atmosphere itself is a contradiction in terms.
As we understand
absolutely.
it, the
Like
meaning
we
of the
breathe
word.
pressurized. Yeah, we breathe pressurized mixture of gases. Yeah, absolutely.
Because
I'm happy. I use the word atmosphere all the time. Let's just go with that.
I'm happy because, especially with the drop over distance things, that's basically what the whole of the last time I came here was about. And when measuring that, typically you have to account for some sort of atmospheric refraction. Do you believe in that?
Absolutely.
Or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And a lot of the
looked into that
maths they were providing didn't exactly account for any of that because they didn't believe in an atmosphere.
Everyone believes in atmosphere, but they might not want to use that word. You know, they'll probably call it atmo.
They did not. I promise you that they were talking about. We ended up talking about like how can you have gas in a vacuum sort of situation.
Well, they would have been saying because we have the atmosphere here on Earth. How can you have a space vacuum adjacent to that high pressure system, which would be the atmosphere? You know, without a container. But that's a whole different argument. We don't need to really get into that one.
Yeah, they're talking about containers a lot, and I don't really get it. So,
yeah,
obviously, like in this video, I can't verify any of the maths or distance or.
Yep. Yeah. So you know,
that makes
I
it
don't
tough.
usually present. Yeah, I don't usually present anything I don't have all of that information for. So
okay,
I can post the full video. I've even got a ton of screenshots with every question you'd want to ask in a screenshot, like the distance, the validation of the distance on Google Maps, the coordinates of the location that the cameraman's at, a photograph of his setup showing the observer height, all that sort of stuff. You know, it's a full high definition video. If you want to watch the whole video, it's only like 13-minute video.
Cool. If you link
this
it,
is
I'll
at the
keep it in
Great.
mind.
Yeah, sure. I'll link it. Yeah. So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. One sec. I'll just pull up the video. Got it here. And I'll just pop that in the side chat. So yeah, my argument's more focused on the observation than the laser test. The laser test is just an addition to the long distance observation in the video, but the main purpose of the video is to show the laser test. But yeah, the observation before the laser test is the real meat of the argument for me. Now, this guy basically does a laser test across the lake. It's very nice conditions, right? There's no visible miraging or anything like that taking place. It's very clear conditions. There's no wind. He sets his camera up 5 foot off the surface of the water and shoots across the lake 21 miles to see what he can see. Now, when we punch in the numbers to the Earth curve calculators online, we put in 5 foot as the observation height, and then it tells us that the horizon, according to the globe, should be at 2.7 miles, approximately 2.73. So we can see that there's not even a horizon present at all along the whole 21 miles of flat water that you can see. And then the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth by 231 foot. So we can see the shoreline.
Did they actually like measure it? And by that I mean, this is a visual observation. Is there any?
This is a visual observation. There's a guy on the other side of the lake as well. And then they kept redoing the observation over time as well. They did it again at nighttime. And then they actually shot high-powered lasers across the lake towards each other. I mean, these aren't just dummies, going out doing this. This is a lawyer and an engineer on the other side of the lake. So, I'm not appealing to their credentials. I'm just saying that it's not just some hillbillies out there, making bad quality observations. These aren't dumb people. So yeah, look, the globe math doesn't match up with the observation at all. It's not even close, and it's magnitudes, right, of discrepancy. And there's no atmospheric refraction. We can account for standard atmospheric refraction, right? Anything above that, we could even account for extreme atmospheric refraction, and that's going to take the horizon from about 2.73 miles, where it should be, to about 2.93 miles. Right, and
See,
it's really, it's not.
I don't know.
It's something that you would need to look into. Yeah, the equation for the atmospheric refraction it's not something that's a simple equation. Right, but you could look up any resource and they'll tell you that the maximum that refraction will allow you to see further, right, will be 8 to 15%, right? 8 being standard. Well, 7% is standard. That's what surveyors and people like that account for, right? 7 to 8%. That's the standard they'll apply. And then in extreme conditions, it can go up as far as 10 to 15%. And we've spoken with physicists and people like that, and they will also say the same thing, and they'll say, like, look, if you can show us observations that go beyond that possibility, we'll be amazed. And we've got thousands of percent that we can see further than you should be able to see on a globe. But yeah, look, if you haven't looked into that, that's something you would have to research on your own. I don't expect you to take my word for it.
Is there any I don't know how much you trust academic papers, but is there any sort of like scholarly research papers on this type of thing?
Yeah, that's where
so much by us, but it's not that I don't trust academic research papers, dude. I like reading academic research papers. It's a hobby of mine. We have papers and and they're talking about measuring this and measuring that, and it's all within the globe construct. You just have to unwind how it is they're conceiving of the globe. What are the errors? And we believe with absolute confidence that we know what the source of those errors are.
That was very tricky to understand because I don't know if it's your Wi-Fi or something.
A little bit.
Am I dropping out?
A little, yeah.
Bit.
it's not about a distrust of academia. Like, I don't think that they're being deceptive or lying in their papers. It's, you just have to understand that they're operating within a framework and they're being consistent with that. It doesn't mean you have to agree with it. And you may understand where their errors are in that framework of thinking too, which we believe without a doubt that we do.
What I would argue that is, throughout the past, 1,000 years, there's been millions and millions of academic papers based on the frameworks that they were in, but those things have always changed.
Well, here's what's interesting. 99.99999% of the things that you'll encounter are not reliant upon the globe being true, because they're operating within a framework of interpretation. So their observations and measurements for many things, I know this is generally speaking, but their measurements and observations hold true, but their interpretive framework is not true. So we can still make use of what they're seeing and what they're describing, and then we can use our own brains and reinterpret that into a world that we can actually test and we know what's true. Consider this, the average person did not have access to devices for under $1,000 that could allow them to see ADX beyond what they normally can. This is kind of new charter territory.
So, okay, that's fair. They're existing in this global sphere framework, but then I would argue, well, you guys are existing in your flat framework.
That's the framework, and can't find any substantial verifiable
Say that again,
evidence.
Amish. Say that again, bro. You roboted.
Okay, so we tested the spherical framework, and we can't find any justification for it. That's the problem. We've measured the surface multiple ways using, like I was saying before, lasers, infrared surveying methods, radar links, microwaves, high altitude aerial infrared photogrammetry. I mean, our community's been active, more active in the past than now. But we simply can't find what is supposed to be there. And that's the big problem. It's what gave us a lot of heartache.
Okay. I just find it, I suppose, I find it difficult that there hasn't been, this hasn't been more of a contested topic.
Well, I'll tell you what, I spent months and months trying to find the curvature or radius measurement that everybody thinks has been done definitively. It's just not there. Like, every academic department that references it says some other department has it, some other person, some other discipline is responsible for it. But there isn't one.
I mean, that's something I'd have to. Yeah, that's fine. That's something I'd have to look at myself. It doesn't make sense to me that it would just.
I know what you mean. It's crazy. It's like I said, you should try this for yourself. Go look for that, and you'll come up with what we came up with.
I'm not a scientist, though. I don't understand the ins and outs. I don't understand every little nuance that's required. Because it could be the slightest thing that maybe is misunderstood or misguided. And all of a sudden, your test shows something it wasn't supposed to. We can look at that photo, but I don't know the exact conditions of that test. The curvature over those 21 miles seems like it hasn't been recorded. If there's no academic substance, I just find it very hard to believe. I think it would be like the biggest news story in the world if someone had concrete evidence that could lead to research.
Evidence of what again?
Evidence that the Earth was flat.
Oh, no. What we're looking for is evidence that the Earth is curved. There's no academic research that shows that.
I feel like there must be.
Well, you can appeal to your hope, but there isn't any. Now, since you're such a skeptic, but you also don't trust your own instincts or your own ability to parse out what is true, this is going to be a hard task for you. You're going to not find what you're looking for, measurements of Earth curve, but then you're going to go, well, I'm not a scientist, even though this isn't even a scientific topic. So somewhere along the way, somebody has convinced you not to trust what is plainly obvious to you in your everyday life in reality. And you've sort of just kind of went along with that. I'll appeal to the priests, I'll appeal to academia, even though they haven't shown me anything that says that the Earth is a ball. I'm going to let them, since they're the experts and they're the priests, be the one to tell me what I should believe.
Okay. But even if that's the case, we kind of still end in a deadlock.
Not really. The Earth's measured to be flat. That's not a bias. You mentioned earlier that we look through our framework. We don't have a framework of flat Earth. Nobody wanted to find this. Believe me, it's much easier to be a globe zealot and a religitard than it is to actually just objectively find out what's true without any biases attached. I don't want the Earth to be flat. I promise you that. It is not good for my social life. I would much rather live in your paradigm where everybody's ignorant, like just ignorant bliss, right? But instead, the Earth is what it is. It's measured to be flat. It's used flat. Nobody's ever been, there's no space, there's no gravity. All that stuff is just fantasy. You know it instinctively. You treat the Earth as flat and stationary every day. But you believe in the religious paradigm.
Well, okay, while this might be true, when I don't know something, I tend to rely on, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm just not under the impression that everything is a conspiracy.
Neither am I. Not everything is a conspiracy. However, some things, the reason that we have the word conspiracy is because it does occur. What people don't want to believe is that there could be a grand conspiracy, but they also aren't aware of things like who actually owns all the central banks that are in every nation-state corporation that exists, and they're also not aware that the nations aren't sovereign. That should be something that maybe you should go find out first. Oh, it turns out none of the nations are sovereign. They're all owned by the same banking cartel. Every nation has a central bank. They just adjust to the commerce and the economy and the banking system to kind of fit the culture. But everybody's under the same head banking cartel. Of what? Just go look up the banking cartel. Just go look up the central. Who owns? Where are you at? You sound like you're in Europe. So who owns the Bank of
Great Britain? Yes.
Right. So the City of London, that one square mile. Is it a square mile of sovereign territory over there?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
London.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that that's just 1 square mile of sovereign land that doesn't actually fall under the jurisdiction of Britain or England?
Are you talking about the City of London?
Yes. Just like Washington, D.C. is... Yes, Washington, D.C. is a 10-mile square sovereign territory within what you would call the United States. It has its own laws, its own military, it's totally independent of our what you would call our governing system. Do you know anything about the Federal Reserve System? Do you know about any of this stuff? No, you live in ignorant bliss. I don't know how old you are, but this might be news to you, but none of the nations are sovereign nations. Yeah, this is all publicized, the things that you never look for because you've been given all your information. You've been fed it. They've just given it to you and you've gobbled it up.
Tell me what to search.
Just look up central banking. Very simple. Just look up the history of the Federal Reserve.
And what exactly am I supposed to find here when I Google central banking?
Well, you'll Google it, and then you'll probably get fed by the corporation that pays them, right? A bunch of stuff that just tells you about the history, but not actually what it represents and how it controls the United States government, which is a giant corporation. It's up to you, man. If you're somebody who just likes to live in your comfy paradigm, I wouldn't even bother. Just live in the ignorant bliss. It's fine.
The problem I have, I suppose, is you're telling me that these things, but I need like some evidence.
Well, then go find it. You're not going to listen to me, are you? Why should I be your errand boy? If you're curious, well, why? I'm just some flat earther on the internet. I don't have any information for you that you could trust, right?
Did I say that?
Oh, okay. So you believe whatever you're told, no matter the source.
Well, I think it's helpful to have these conversations.
Okay, well, the conversation is you should go do your own research and take authority over your own intellect. That's what I'm telling you to do. That would be the responsible thing to do, instead of letting people just tell you what is true. Go find the evidence.
All you've told me to do is Google central banking.
No, I didn't tell you to Google it. I certainly didn't tell you to Google it. However, that's the medium that everybody uses now, right, to figure out whether or not something is true. Do you think a medium, which is also owned by a major corporation, which operates under the Federal Reserve note, is going to give you what's true? If you don't think that there's a grander conspiracy going on in the world, if you would rather kind of keep it like everyone's telling me the truth and maybe they lie here or there just to, for all of our own benefit, that I would just stay in your paradigm.
So where should I go and look?
It's up to you. It depends on how far down the rabbit hole you want to tumble. It's still out there. If you want to find it, you'll find it.
What do you think is the best stop, the best first stage for me?
Well, sometimes you can still find people who compile a lot of this information, and they also reference the documents and the history. I'll tell you one thing you ought to do. You ought to read a book called The Creature from Jekyll Island. You should read that book.
Okay, and what will that tell me?
That'll tell you about how the Federal Reserve got started in the United States. Now, that's just one central bank of hundreds across the world. I don't want a spoiler alert for you, but there's just a handful of very wealthy individuals out there. J.P. Morgan Chase, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, DuPonts, on and on and on. These are banking families that have been around for centuries, if not millennia. Groups of people from, pagans that have existed for hundreds and hundreds of years that have been doing the same thing everywhere they go.
Okay, so who does own the countries?
The banking cartels, the wealthy families, the people that I just mentioned to you.
The Rothschilds.
Most of them and all their families, are the ones that run the fiat currency central banks in all the nations. They control all the nations, all the governments. Even if you were to look up, so in the United States we have, U.S. code, but Title 28, and I'm sure it's probably published for your nation as well somewhere, but Title 28, subsection 3002, under definition 15A, United States is a corporation. It's published. This is known. They know that no one's going to go look for it because they've just been giving you information in your public indoctrination system. You've been forced to learn it. If you want to make it anywhere in life, make sure your parents don't get pissed at you for having bad grades, right? So they've shamed you into learning information, and you could go to college, and then you can learn that bullshit that's obsolete once you leave. And then you just kind of live life as another slave. This is the way it is.
So how do you not live life as a slave?
Well, part of it is just knowing that you are. Half of the goal is to figure out, or half of the piece of the puzzle is to figure out that you are one. In fact, you were born into it. That's the beauty of their little scheme. Once you figure out your slavery and how you became a slave, There are ways to, mitigate slavery, but I guess it's just kind of a, like when you try to leave a plantation, they'll either send the dogs after you or shoot you in the back.
How do you mitigate it?
Oh, well, there's just certain things I don't contract. I don't contract with these corporations anymore in certain ways.
Like banks?
No, I have a bank account, but I know how to use my bank account so that I don't put things in general deposit. Because general deposit is like just giving them their money back. They have control over your money. When you put it in the bank, you're giving them their property back, and they can do whatever they want with it. The proof of that is that they hold hardly any in reserve, and they loan it all out again, right?
I'm well aware of that, yeah.
Yeah, right. So none of that is your property. Your estate, your last name, all that stuff, none of that is your property. It's all their property, and they can seize it at any time for any reason because you're under contract with them that they say that they can do that. You have no sovereign will or rights. I think if you're in Europe, you're probably well aware of that. It's like people know this, but they don't know this. Like these assholes, these politicians, these corrupt sons of bitches that enslave people, and we all sort of know it. And yet at the same time, we're really hoping that they have our best interest in mind because every once in a while they'll dangle a carrot out in front of us, right? The entire world that you live in is a complete illusion, along with the idea that you live on a globe. That is also part of the control system. If you don't think these people are this diabolical and corrupt, you're sadly mistaken. But I'm not the one that's going to be able to have to show it to you. I'm not your errand boy. If you don't want to know, you won't know. If you want to find out, you'll go find it out. It takes a lot of courage to know it.
Why are you here then? You're not having a conversation with people.
What do you mean? I'm having a conversation with you right now.
Yeah, and I'm open, and you keep shutting it down and telling me to do my own thing.
Yeah, because this is your responsibility. It's not mine. I'm not your dad. I'm not going to do your work for you. Unless you want to pay me. You want to pay me? I'll tell you the same guy I told yesterday, $10,000 a minute for this kind of information. Because it wasn't easy for me to gather it all. You think I'm just going to hand it to you? I'm not going to I'm not going to like give my pearls to the swine. It doesn't sound like you would even appreciate it very much. It's almost like you're demanding it of me. Tell me. No, you go find out if you want to.
I just imagine that surely you would want more people to believe you. So
that's where you're wrong. We don't give a shit if people believe us. It's not up to us to convince people. I don't owe you shit.
You're very hostile.
Yeah, because you're being a spoiled brat. Just tell me. It's borderline narcissistic. You're not going to tell me what to do or control me or get me to give you answers that you probably will disregard anyways. You're a brat.
Okay, well, this hasn't been very constructive.
No, I would say not. I completely agree.
That's nice. We agree.
Yeah. Terrific. Now, if you give a shit about your future or your life, go learn the shit that you think you need to learn. If not, live in ignorant bliss.
Very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good to have you around here, buddy.
Yeah. I wish DJ was here. We were having a good conversation then.
He might still be around.
No, he's on mute. He's probably doing something.
there should be, where boats should be.
But we don't know the price actually.
Well, what would gas do in that vacuum if you introduced gas into it? What would the gas do?
Oh, wait.
No, hold on a second. I want to know the relevance to what he's saying to what I was saying before. What's the relevance? Like, why did you even bring that up?
Because the Kármán line is something that represents absolute zero pressure, supposedly, right? And if people are doubting it, then this type of near lowest, the lowest achievable pressures that we have had so far are an indicator that it is, at least
there's actually no such thing as zero pressure, absolute zero pressure.
No, that would debunk the argument, because you wouldn't be able to form any kind of spherical ball of gas in that vacuum. The gas would fill the available volume. So that would just debunk the globe claim of space around a ball of gas.
Yeah, but that's also something he can't prove. You can't demonstrate that that's the case, dude. Even if you said that was analogous in some way, I want you to show me how you know it's analogous, and by a demonstration or a method or some kind of measurement that's been taken in situ. Can you do that?
That would take me some time.
Yeah, of course.
Before I get sidetracked, someone asked me a question earlier about a container and gas. I kind of got sidetracked. What was the question again?
It was, how would you show me gas pressure without a container for the gas to press upon? Because that's the globe claim, right?
So how do I show you gas pressure without a container for gas to push against, is what you're asking, right?
Well, yeah, because the claim is that we have an air pressure system here on Earth where the air is pressurized, and the definition of gas pressure is that it's the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Every example in reality requires a physical container. So this tells us that the story they've told us about us flying wildly around a ever-expanding vacuum is nonsense, and we're actually in a contained system. You get it?
Yes.
There you go. Welcome.
I think the way I would put it is, I don't think you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container or surface for gas to push. Gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with surfaces. Without a boundary to collide with, gas molecules simply disperse freely into space, from my understanding. Pressure requires confinement. It's a measure of molecular collision against a defined area. The closest natural example we have would be solar wind pressure. It technically isn't
hold
gas
that thought.
pressure,
Hold that
as it
thought.
involves plasma.
Well, hold that thought, because you've just said it. The gas pressure that we're breathing would have to be contained.
Wait, I haven't finished. And so solar wind pressure, is the closest natural example we would be.
That heliocentric space.
Can we just wait for a second?
I'm just letting you know.
So, closest natural example we have is solar wind pressure. It technically isn't gas pressure, as it involves plasma. Interstellar medium pressure, is also one of them, but this is very minimal, and it's effectively zero. This is why space is considered a vacuum without containment. Gases simply expand infinitely, resulting in no measurable pressure.
No, because, even with those examples, you've just started to assume the space story to begin with, which is the very thing in question. So no, you don't just have those space-related ideas. You don't have any of that. All you've got is gas pressure requiring containment in reality. And that's what we've got. We've got gas pressure. We must have containment. And that's why, like you said, you can't provide a demonstration to the contrary, which makes the belief in the contrary basically a religious belief.
Well, I do hate
religion, because you're saying you can have gas pressure sitting adjacent to a vacuum, and the gas molecules aren't freely expanding into the available space, which is what you know they do. So see, this is like a religious belief that's contrary to what we observe in reality.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. The atmosphere's retention of a spherical on a spherical Earth is explained through gravity, not containment. Gravity acts
that's
as
just a religious belief. That's the religious belief that you can't demonstrate. That's what I'm saying.
Physics is a religious belief.
No, that you can have
can't demonstrate
existing next to a vacuum without containment due to this gravity, quote unquote.
You can't demonstrate gravity turning anything into a ball. Can you do that?
Have we not looked at a bunch of other planets of various types?
Yeah, how do you know, like, the formation of something? Have you ever seen gravity turn something into a ball?
Yeah, you don't know they formed into balls through gravity. Why you're just imagining because you've been told a story. You don't know that.
So you leaned on physics for this, but physics isn't going to help you because there's no demonstration in physics that shows this, is there?
When you say turn something into a ball, what are you specifically talking about?
You think fucking spheres out in planets and shit, right? We're standing on a giant sphere. What the fuck do you think I mean, dude?
Come
on, you're not that slow. You can keep up with this argument of yours.
I'm asking you directly to state what you mean. I don't want to infer or imply or assume.
You were just talking about things out there that you think are planets that are forming into balls because of gravity. You said planets, yes? Are we on the same page now?
Okay.
Okay, so in physics, how do you ever see that in action? Yeah.
You don't.
So not fucking physics?
Yeah, that's the pseudoscience.
Yeah, theoretical pseudoscience, yeah.
I think I see what you're getting at now.
Yeah, there you go.
Protoplanetary formation.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, dear. Yeah, we're dealing with what can be observed, measured, tested, repeated, not just baseless, quasi-religious claims. So just try and think about empirical evidence.
There's nowhere to go, dude. There's absolutely nowhere to go on this. Not according to physics or anything applied. Guaranteed.
We're talking about measurable things, correct?
Things you can test, things that can be repeated, yes.
So, objects over 400 kilometers of diameter have enough mass for gravity to overcome material strength. Material deforms until reaching equilibrium, which is a sphere. Which is why...
Yes, these are things that you say. Where's the demonstration?
Yeah, and if you're going to resort to the gravity word, you're going to have to define what you mean by that, because globe believers generally mean a whole heap of different things when they say that word. So you have to be very specific.
We're always going to ask for a demonstration, so you're going to have to define it, then demonstrate it. I mean, there's no other way around it.
You need... well, okay, here's the problem, right? I'll put it this way. When you say it's not repeatable, you are correct, for very different reasons than what you are talking about. One, it requires massive amounts of mass. Secondly, you need significant gravitational forces.
Dude. You're just making it unfalsifiable so you don't have to prove your claim.
This is science.
It's easy. I can do that too. Yeah. Science is not making things unfalsifiable. So
yeah, making baseless claims is not science. Saying I have this idea but I can't test it is not science.
We have mathematical models that support astronomical observations.
That's not science.
We have computer simulations. We have natural examples in space.
No, that's just
all of this is science.
Wait, natural examples in space? What do you mean by that?
You're just expressing your emotive response right now. You need to think very strictly about the empirical. Yeah, not just, I've been told this is happening in space.
So when you ask me natural examples, we're talking about gas giants like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune.
No, you can't have that. You can't demonstrate.
Like Mercury,
you can't demonstrate
Venus, Earth, Mars.
No, you can't demonstrate gas balls in a vacuum. So you can't assume those until you can show a gas ball in a vacuum.
You seem to have this fixation on the fact that you need to have a vacuum.
On reality, all you're saying it's in a vacuum, isn't it?
That's the claim, isn't it?
Yeah, I told you that's the claim. The cosmos is a vacuum. Space is a vacuum, which you couldn't even provide as evidence here on Earth, up in the mesosphere. You can't measure it to be one. So how do you know it is one?
Yeah, so let's stop jumping to the fantasy medium of space that you have no evidence for. Think about it from your perspective, from our perspective. How can we prove that the ground beneath our feet is a rotating curved surface? No, dude, listen to me. I'm helping you focus. Don't revert to your stories about space.
Your argument essentially is because things happen over millions of years.
I've not really put an argument forward.
And
I'm
we
trying
do not
to
repeat things because, as a matter of fact, whatever happens in space, whatever your beliefs are, happened in what we call space. Requires massive amounts of mass
space
and lots of different, massive amounts of gravity. Therefore, because planet Earth that we are on, you cannot do the mental exercise. Obviously, because of those limitations.
Right.
You are essentially saying that it is impossible. Not because of the fact that
you're saying it's impossible. You're saying
but
it's
because
impossible,
of the fact that you can't repeat it.
Oh, dude. Listen, you can't demonstrate any of those claims, so we can dismiss them. What I'm asking you to do is go through the mental exercise.
Things that naturally happen, we observe.
Let me finish. You need to get into the headspace of thinking, what evidence can you reasonably obtain from your perspective about the surface of the Earth and whether it's curved, flat, in motion, or still, without resorting to, I've heard these things about space. So do you have anything like that? What can we do? What can we measure of this ball that spins? Anything like that?
Who taught you 1 + 1 when you were born?
No, not who taught me 1 + 1. What can we do to prove the ground is curved and in motion?
Who taught you 1 + 1 was 2 when you were born?
What's that got to do with my point?
Answer my question first.
No.
Okay.
If you want to have the conversation, this is the conversation. I'm offering to have this conversation with you, and you're trying to
I'm giving you a parallel.
With non sequitur bullshit.
I'm giving you a parallel.
Answer my question. What can you do in reality to demonstrate that this surface is curved and in motion?
Jesus Christ. This is essentially a circle jerk.
Are you going to pray to him?
You answer it.
Is that what you're going to do?
I wanted to draw a parallel. You refused.
So you can't tell us? You don't know?
Never said that. You said that.
Okay, so what can we do? What do you want to try and prove? Curvature or motion? Or both at the same time? That'd be impressive. What can we do?
Okay. What can you
just have to switch on the TV?
Can you concisely rephrase your question? Since I can't.
I feel like I've asked it very concisely, like 5 times.
Okay, can you repeat it one more time?
What can you as an individual do? What can you as an individual do reasonably to obtain evidence for the curvature or the motion of the surface that you live on that matches with the globe claim. In reality,
when you say globe claim, you mean shape, right?
yeah, the globe shape, the globe dimensions that they claim. What can you do?
Well, you can look at ships that disappear, well, on horizon, disappear hull first. You can look at large ships with binoculars. You can note how the bottom disappears first, and can be done from any elevated coastal position.
Okay, so that's boats going over a curve of water.
You can look at star patterns, which tracks circumpolar stars. You can note different stars visible at different latitudes. You can have different constellations visible in north or south hemispheres.
Okay, let's go one at a time. Okay, that's good. Good start. So you're starting to think about how the natural world looks for you to get a judgment on if it's a spinning ball. And you've been told that boats disappearing bottom up tells you that they're going over a curve of water.
It's less about what you've been told and what you can actually do and see.
Well, no, it's what you've been told.
Things.
Because
if I got told 1 + 1 was 2 and I never questioned it, or if I questioned it, how would I know 1 + 1 is actually 2?
Well, think about this.
It's not real.
When you see the bottom of the ship potentially become obstructed, how do you know the cause of that, whether it's physical or optical?
That is a pretty good question.
Can you tell the difference? So it's not just as simple as looking at a claimed observation.
I guess multiple viewing angles help. You can have different atmospheric conditions. You can have various times or seasons, different locations.
Well, you could also check the distance to the horizon, right? Because on the globe, that horizon is a geometric position on a ball. The furthest point of the curve that you can see, right?
We can try.
Understand that?
What?
So if you go on Google, and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you'll see some calculators where you can put in your observer height. Let's say you're 6 feet, standing at the edge of the ocean, and it'll tell you how far away that horizon should be based on your observer height. Right, so for 6 feet, say you're standing at the beach, how far away do you think the horizon should be?
Give me the measurements again.
So a 6 foot observer height. How far away should the horizon be if you're on a globe? You can guess if you don't know. I don't expect you to necessarily know off the top of your head. But we can tell you. You should check out the calculators and get familiar with them.
I would guess would be 3,959 miles.
That would be the radius value of the claimed globe. But how far away would that curvature be for a 6 foot observer so that it starts obstructing things from the bottom up? What would that distance be from you to the curve?
3 miles.
3 miles. Right. So that's what the globe claim is. So let's say you go down to the beach one day and you start looking out to sea and you start looking at a ship and it's 15 miles out, 20 miles out, and it's not at the horizon yet. So the horizon is not at 3 miles, but it's like 20 miles. What would that mean?
So I see a ship at 15 miles, you said?
Yeah, let's say for an example, the horizon isn't at 3 miles like the calculator says, but it's at 15 miles. What would that mean? Do you think?
See.
Because this is what's happening.
Horizon.
This is what people are doing. And what it's basically showing is that there is no Earth curve where there should be, where boats should be sinking bottom up. It's an optical phenomenon. The horizon. It's not.
That he's got a master's degree in it or something.
His point was, you're all stupid because you don't know math. He doesn't know anything about anybody that's here, yet he's making a positive claim. For what reason, what purpose, and to what end?
I find it funny how these guys say math, math, math. And now I work with like 400 engineers. None of us have calculators running on our desks. I only know a couple of guys who actually use a calculator to calculate shit, and they're designing shit in motion. So, they're using CAD and doing that. Rest of us, I don't need math to collect data.
Like the guy who came in here the other day who dismissed all long distance observations that defy globe logic as being all taken care of by magical refraction, which automatically makes everything appear to be flat, even though it's obviously a globe. As if natural law, like the likelihood that the natural laws would just make the world appear to be flat is just illogical on its face.
What's even funnier is that we all see it as flat. And then somebody said, it's flat. I'm going to measure it. Oh, look, it's a ball. And that never happened.
You can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat. Did you just see what Feynman posted? You don't know anything about the physical world if you don't know the basics of mathematics. Feynman, give us some mathematics and germ theory.
So who are we cooking next? I'm up here in here earning my stripes.
Need some people with some comprehension skills and some listening skills to have a successful exchange that aren't so combative. ready to have a conversation.
Yeah, I not just that, but that's like an offshoot from they're emotionally invested in the globe, so it's hard for them to like calm down and actually just civil discourse.
Yeah, we don't need science to measure a beach ball, Feynman. Just need a little bit of geometry, bro. Yeah, you gotta first start with being honest with everybody in here and being honest with yourself, bro. Right? You've never seen Earth Curve. Nobody has, except for on the damn TV. That's the only place anybody's seen Earth Curve. Is on TV. It's through a screen, bro. There's a lot of people that want to come in here chanting science, 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 right? But there's absolutely no science needed at all for measuring for a curved surface. And that's why we're here, man. Ain't no curve to be measured. If there ain't no curve to be measured, it's flat. And that's flat as an adverb in a horizontal position to make the record clear. So either Earth curve has been measured, or you can measure Earth curve, or not, and it's flat. So which is it?
It's curved.
And when have you seen the Earth curve?
Notice the effects.
So there's no effects of Earth curve. No. We're talking about observing direct curvature. You've never seen it, right? Never observed direct.
I've never had the perspective to observe the curvature of the Earth.
All right, that's fine. Answer it how you want. So yeah, you've never seen Earth curve. Got it. Neither have any of us. We've gone out and measured for it, only to find that it's not there, and that with each increase in distance,
never seen a photon. Never seen a photon. Still believe they exist.
You have a belief system,
so we're measuring. We went out measuring for Earth curve to find that it's not there. With each increase in distance, there's an increase of missing drop over that distance. That's what we have found repeatedly.
Hold on, are you legally blind? Dude said he never saw a photon. Like, what do you think you're seeing?
You're
a physicist.
Countering photons, those are being accentuated within my neurons, and those are giving me an impression of color, of depth, of perception. But those aren't the actual photons themselves. Those are an interaction between photons and the rods and cones within my eye. Buckhead.
So photons enter the eyes.
You don't even know what a cone is.
Dude. What do you think? When you say seeing, right? That's a human activity. When you say I haven't seen a photon, the other shit after the photon interacts with your epithelial cells.
Oh, you guys are dumb.
Yeah, what you said is dumb because seeing.
Yeah, you guys are dumb.
I didn't see the photon.
Now, you guys aren't like, oh, that's what you meant. You guys are dumb. You guys are dumb.
No, seeing. You said seeing.
Dumb. Sorry.
What do you see then?
I see a amalgamation that my neurons conglomerate into the.
So you see neuron interaction.
I perceive neuron interaction. Yeah. Well, my perception is neuron interaction.
You said it.
Correct.
Oh my goodness!
You guys don't believe in neuroscience? You guys are flat earthers.
Stop telling us to believe in shit.
That's amazing, dude.
Why does everybody have to believe in stuff?
That one, Radwin. That right there. I'm saying belief again.
What do you believe in?
You don't believe in It's not beliefs, dude. You either know or you fucking don't. That's what we're trying to get through to you.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know anything, dude. I don't know anything.
We know that.
You can't know anything?
Yeah, you guys don't know anything either. You guys think you do.
Yeah, we do. We know the Earth is flat and stationary and contained.
Look, someone that says they don't know anything telling us we don't know anything, we're not going to take it seriously because you don't know that either.
You think you know what science is. There's a lot of things that you think you know, but you don't. It's unfortunate. It's sad.
Yeah, cool. You already said you don't know anything, so we don't care what you say. You don't know anything you're saying.
And you guys want to know, right? That's the ultimate goal, is to know.
Know what? We already measured the Earth. It's flat. What do we have to know
Yeah, it's
now?
pathetic. You guys think you know.
No, we measured it.
Yeah, but you don't. You don't
Yeah,
know.
but we didn't measure it. You say we didn't measure
You didn't measure
it.
shit.
Measured it.
You are
Are you saying
trusting
we
what
didn't
other
measure
people
it?
measure.
Are you saying we
measure
didn't
anything.
measure it?
Yeah, you didn't measure anything.
Yes, I did. I have my own gear.
What'd you measure?
Distance to Port. What island is that? Kelly's Island from Cleveland. When I did it,
how'd you measure it?
First, I used a map, saw the distance, and I got my camera out and said, "This
So
is
you
impossible.
used somebody else's
This is
measurements to use a
impossible."
map.
You gonna let me
Okay.
talk, or you gonna tell my story?
Well, you used somebody else's measurements that created the map to use. But go on, keep going.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
You used a map, right? So somebody else made measurements
Use math
against that map, and then you trusted in. You trusted in the measurements of that map, and then you used the measurements of that map maker to then make your own measurements, right? You didn't actually
Yeah,
make
they're
the
not a
measurements.
who said anything about a globe? Nobody. You don't need a globe to make a map.
No, you said you made all the measurements
all
yourself.
maps are flat, dude.
I'm just
Oh,
backing
God.
it up
All right, go ahead, talk.
a little bit. And you don't like it when people question you. I get that.
Get it all out.
But yeah, so you didn't make your own map, and you used a map to make measurements. But keep going.
Hold on.
How can I keep going? How can I keep going?
Shut up. You can keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used a map, got the distance from my location to the island, and said that cannot happen on a ball because of the ball Earth numbers, and grabbed my P900, went whoop, there's the island. Nope, guess the Earth isn't a ball.
How do you trust that P900?
Why would it make up that island? It doesn't know it's sitting in Lake Erie.
Why do you trust that measurement of that P900? Did you clock it yourself?
Clock what?
Did you like dial it in yourself? Like, did
Dial
you
what
calibrate
in?
that P900?
My camera?
Your P900.
What do I need to dial in? Focus?
How do you know that that measurement is accurate?
Oh, I guess all maps are wrong?
I don't know.
Well, now you don't know anything. You don't know anything about maths. You don't know anything about physics, math. What else don't you know?
I know about math and physics.
You sure you
I
don't know everything?
that you guys are the ones who likes to question things. I'm just questioning things. I'm sorry you guys don't like when the tables are reversed, but
I told you.
No, we're not questioning things. We're just not taking them at face value, dude.
yeah, I'm not taking anything at face value, and you guys don't like it when I do that. Apparently.
Oh, you don't?
Feynman. Feynman. Find it interesting.
I am person without a
I've watched
container.
your pattern.
You guys are
I've watched
getting
your
very
pattern.
combative when I ask a couple questions. Kind of weird.
Hold on, Feynman. Hold on, please.
That shit didn't happen. Now you're going to do your shit.
I've
you're
been
going to
in here
question my
long enough.
maps? Yeah, I'm going to ask about the maps. Yeah.
Bro.
You asked about my mathematics and physics. Yeah, I'm going to ask about the a bunch of pussies. You guys
It's
can't
kind of
even
crazy,
stand
right?
up for
Because
your
you
own
ask
interrogation
questions.
technique.
See, that's the thing. Is like you listen with your mouth, and every time you ask a question and somebody begins to answer that question, you immediately talk through the answer. Stop doing that.
Is that what you did when you were in college? When they would start speaking, you would immediately start talking through them?
No, because
we're
I
here to
don't
teach
like
you. Yeah, we're the
intelligent
teachers.
people.
You're the student.
But you asked a question and I was responding. So when I was in college, I dealt with like pretty intelligent people who would give pretty reasonable reactions when I asked a question, like you guys. But that's a difference. That's the main difference here.
The difference. Would you stay shutting up long enough for them to give the answer?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. They were bright, intelligent.
Okay, then give us the same respect, please. Stop asking a question and then talking straight through the damn answer.
At least be curious then.
Yeah, no one cares about your social commentary. This gimmick is not going to work, dude. You're going to get muted. This is a gimmick.
See, there you go.
Yeah, it's a gimmick, dude. You're trying to characterize and meta the conversation because you got nothing. You got nothing of substance, and you're a fucking utter moron. You literally said you don't know anything. Once you say that, you're done, dude. You're toast. If you don't know anything, but you said you don't know anything, where do we go from there?
I don't know, man. When you do an ad hom,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Where do we? You said it. It's your words. You said I don't know anything. What? Where do we go from there with you?
You don't go anywhere, man.
Yeah, if you
That's right.
You guys are stuck in a fucking like square circle that you guys have locked yourself in. You guys are stuck here.
Fine, man.
Circular reasoning. You guys are circular reasoning yourself out of the circular world.
Bueller. Okay. So there's kind of an issue here, right? Because you have said that you don't know anything, yet you go on to assert certain things, right? And you assert them as belief because you don't know anything.
You can't assert something as belief. Belief is just something you believe. You can't assert a belief.
No, you come in and you assert things, but you call them a belief. I don't think you're understanding. Is your comprehension? What's your comprehension level like?
We're gonna find out right now. Feynman, I posted a question for you from the NASA IQ test. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
You could do it, Feynman. Yep.
Yes, that's where we post things.
E. Oh no, D. Well, B and D.
What is it?
E and D.
E and D?
Yeah.
Well done.
Let's find out if you got it right. Come on, here's the answer.
Oh, I was right. Nice.
Now we're gonna get to the fun stuff. Now,
I thought that was it.
No, there's more to it. Ready? Here's the next part.
More.
There's the next part. Are those both angles? The one who has a green check mark, is that pointing to an angle?
I don't.
All of a sudden, he doesn't know.
I mean, I don't understand the question. Like,
is that an angle where the arrow is pointing in those two?
A fifth grader would say green check mark is the correct answer.
Correct.
All right. Man, you're gonna fucking have a meltdown next. Hold on.
He's gonna ace this test and probably just wig out.
You know what this is?
Protractor.
What's that called?
All right. Yeah. All right. Now, does this make sense to you?
Nice.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. This is good.
That's called hold on. That's called non-Euclidean geometry.
No, we're not talking about anything. We're talking about did that make sense?
Oh, I can't define it. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
you're
it's
not.
called.
Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it's non-Euclidean geometry, faggots. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, you can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball. I knew he was going to break down as soon as I got to this part.
That's not a triangle.
Dude, I'm a professional at making people spiral.
That's how is that a triangle? I don't understand.
Exactly. That's why celestial navigation does not work on a globe. You idiot.
Bingo, because you need elevation
What did I say that contradicted that? Idiot.
Well, now you know.
What did I say? What are you killing me on? What did I say that you're killing me on?
Because
you act like this is a big reveal. What did I say?
You said celestial navigation proves the Earth is flat, basically.
Not what I said.
Well, you agreed to it all.
No.
You don't agree to what I posted?
To the last thing you posted?
Yeah.
Let me read it. Hey, by the way, guys, this is so much fun. I appreciate it.
My hobby. I love rotting your brain out of globe no more. All gone. Your globe is gone. Now you're really going to have to deal with this. Let's see what AI says. Can you have a triangle on the surface? Can you have a 90 degrees to the surface of a ball? Let's see. No.
No, I don't disagree with that, man.
Okay, then then you're a flat earther now. So go tell all your
not.
friends. Yes, you are.
How am I a flat earther? Like,
You don't agree with globe navigation. You only agree with flat Earth navigation.
Well, okay. Like, there is such a thing as projection. Okay. Like, you do eventually have to assume that stars are at infinity for these calculations to work, basically. So if you assume they're at infinity, you can kind of assume...
No.
What?
Okay, what number is infinity?
It's like an 8, but on its side.
You said it. No, how do I use that in a calculation?
It's like an 8, but it's totally on its side, bro. You know?
That's not a number.
It's not. It's a concept. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, those stars are not like infinity away. They're probably a lot more local than we've been led to believe.
Yeah, so in math, sometimes you take liberties and you assume things that are super, super far away are at infinity to make like some of the math work out easier. Like you make some assumptions. Now it's not totally like accurate, but it gives pretty good predictions.
I don't know how shooting it to infinity makes the math easier if it's just a concept and an assumed concept in the first place.
Okay, honey, what's 1 divided by infinity?
Excuse me. 1 divided by infinity.
What is 1 divided by x as x approaches the limit of infinity? Sorry, let me be explicit.
Amount of ones.
No, it's 0. Nice try. So it simplifies a lot of like math. When you have x going to infinity, you can like zero out things. You can like get rid of some numbers. So it's mathematically useful. It's mathematically useful to assume certain like things that are super large, super big, super distant are at infinity because it makes a lot of the math go easier. You can like you can take certain
cap.
From sine of x plus c.
Yeah, so the thing about it is it's not helping you with the celestial navigation point with the fact that you need a fucking triangle to do celestial navigation.
Right. So it projects onto a flat surface because it's easier to understand. Not because it's obvious. Not because it's correct. Because it's easier to understand. And you assume those stars, those equations that he is using, implicitly assume those stars are at infinity. So there's a lot of like calculations going into those equations that are reduced down to nothingness because you divide by distance, which is at infinity, so you can ignore most of those like contrivances. Not contrivances.
So is that what mariners are doing when they're using their sextants?
I know I'm not making any sense to somebody who doesn't speak physics, but you know.
Dummy. You don't need a distance to the stars. I don't know where you're getting that from. You just need an angle to it. And you can't make an angle on the surface of a sphere.
You can. Yeah, you can.
You cannot, you idiot.
Yeah, you can. It just won't.
Take that protractor. Print out the protractor I gave you. Get a basketball. Lay that protractor on the basketball and get me the angle to the light in your room.
real quick, I want you to take a protractor out, take 3 of this. Okay, assume the Earth is a globe. I know that's hard. Take 3 cities on the globe and trace out, if the Earth was a globe, a triangle with those 3 cities. 3 cities, 3 points. That would make a triangle, right? Those 3
can't have
internal
a triangle
angles.
on the surface of a globe. You cannot have a triangle on the surface of a ball.
How about this? A quote unquote triangle. Okay. So
It's not a quote unquote triangle. That's not a thing.
Oh man, it's like impossible to make a point. So you connect those 3
But you
points.
just got rebutted. You can't have a triangle on a spherical surface. You're like, well, if you just
connection-
quote unquote it.
Oh, wow. So yeah. So you connect 3 points on a surface of a globe or a sphere. Okay. Any 3 points, hopefully localized, but within like an area, you make 3 connections. That's why I said like 3 local cities, but you guys don't believe in a globe. 3 local points. You make 3 local points. You trace out on the surface what that figure looks like. It will appear, if you project it into 2 dimensions, as a triangle. However, in 3 dimensions, yes, it's not a perfect triangle. The summation of the interior angles do not equal 180 degrees.
Let's test your theory.
Does their summation of their interior angles equal less than 180 degrees?
Test your theory. I'm going to pose something for you. Answer this question. We're going to test your theory. What is the sum of the internal angles of this triangle? That's it, folks. He's done.
Your goose is cooked.
I'm on mode now.
Fine, man. What is the summation of the angles there on that? The triangle he just showed you?
Internal angles of the 3 dots that connect that triangle, because there is no triangle.
Oh, you told
exactly.
That's a triangle on the surface of a ball, isn't it?
Did that guy the penny just drop? I think so.
It's done.
Oh yeah, they could all be on the equator. That's interesting.
What?
What are you talking about, you idiot?
That's an interesting.
I got him so fucked up, right? I got him so fucked up with that last thing. He doesn't know what to think anymore.
That's pretty good. Yeah, so the sum of those angles would be 360. Yeah, that's a good.
Okay, so let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer. I'm going to show you the answer in here. Ready? Here's the answer. It's a red circle I put black dots on. You idiot.
You dumbass.
Did you not get my equatorial, like, what I was saying? Like, that was a good.
Oh,
that's
Earth's
a good.
not a globe. Earth's not a ball, so that doesn't work.
Okay, let's say we have a basketball. You freak. We have a basketball, and we
what? What is that?
We put 3 dots on. Let's say
You
we draw a
freak.
line. Let's make
Slow down
an equator.
with the burns,
on
man.
basketball. Make an equator on the basketball and put 3 dots on it. That's still 3 dots on a surface, making a triangle. Now that triangle would go through
Triangle.
You sound kind of like you don't have an education if you think a triangle has curved sides.
In non-Euclidean geometry, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we don't use that anywhere in
And
reality.
stars are at infinity distance. So
We use it in
that's the volumes right there.
Infinity distance that we never asked for a distance. We said it's an angle from the horizontal plane that we stand on, and you agreed all the way through up until I showed you the ball with a triangle on top of it that said not.
And then I mentioned non-Euclidean geometry, and you guys lost your mind like I said something in Spanish. Even though it's like, it goes back to fucking like Euclid.
Nothing left.
Greek.
You're
It
done.
was like 2,500 years old. You guys are fucking like dumb. Like it's Euclidean geometry. Like, god damn it.
You said non-Euclidean, dumbass.
Yeah, it's
Non-Euclidean
Euclidean geometry. You're going to school me on what I just said when I said
Goes back to
it is
Gauss.
Euclidean geometry, and then I'm like, no, it's Euclidean geometry that we're used to, and then it's non-Euclidean geometry that we're invoking right now. Are you fucking retarded, bro?
Okay,
Like, God,
there's no triangles in non-Euclidean geometry.
there definitely are. Yeah.
Okay, then you're wrong about
angles.
If you project your
You just
3
saw them. You're looking at one right now. If you're looking at the circle that fucking Radwin sent, it's fucking like that's
triangle.
It's not a triangle.
It
You're
is.
looking at a triangle if you look at the circle.
You just blab, dude. You say stupid shit, dude. It's endless.
He just said if you're looking at one right now, if you look at that circle that Radwin posted.
Like, bro, there's no triangle there.
But there's 3 points, so it's a triangle.
It's really sad that you guys can't like visualize stuff. That's fucking
Visualize, bro. There's a circle in the chat, and you're saying it's a triangle. Do we need to get back to like kindergarten?
I'm using my mind to imagine that circle is a sphere, and those dots are on the equator of that sphere, and those dots eventually on the surface make a triangle. I'm using my brain to do that. It's sad that you guys can't do that,
bro. What the fuck?
You don't make a triangle. Taking a globe and making 3 points on it on the equator of a globe does not create a triangle.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. It sucks for you.
What, bro? You're saying a circle is a triangle.
You are dumbfounded, dude. You are absolutely dumbfounded in here.
You broke this one, Radwin.
Hey, Radwin, get the triangle test out. Has he done the triangle test yet?
He passed the triangle test. He passed every single thing I gave him up until I gave him a curved triangle. Then he said, no, that's a triangle too.
In non-Euclidean geometry, it is. Correct. Correct. It is.
What's the length of the sides of those triangles? That circle with 3 dots on it? What's the length of the sides of those?
That sounds like a code, bro.
NON Euclidean. EUCLID.
You know what it is, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't even spell non-Euclidean.
Nice. Good job.
It's all right, man. Nobody measures triangles on a sphere, man. So you're all right.
No, I'm googling equatorial.
Why?
Triangle. Just to prove you guys are retards.
What a
that sounds like projection.
Well, I know I'm not stupid, and I just want to.
You sure about that?
Bullshit, dude. You said you don't know anything.
Stupid.
Yeah, so we got.
The dose already helped. Because he already proclaimed that he doesn't know anything. And like, I stopped talking to him at that point. No.
Oh, you tapped that?
Up. Well, he said he doesn't know anything. Like, why am I going to talk to him?
There is that's a triangle on a surface.
That's not a triangle, you idiot. Triangles don't have curved sides.
Where's the triangle?
Triangles don't have curved sides. You passed the test, remember? One had a curved side. You said that's not a triangle. Now you just showed us one and said that is a triangle. What's wrong with you?
How many times do I have to say non?
Going hard in the paint, Radwin.
Before you Google non-Euclidean, like, what does it take? Like, how many times?
Why are you saying
Are you guys like special ed? I don't get it.
No, I can tell you that nobody's taken their 90 from the center of a sphere.
Yeah, I didn't get to that yet with him. He doesn't know how that's done. I didn't get to that yet with him, that you need the center of a ball to do all those tricks. You don't have a center of Earth, so you don't have spherical triangles on a globe Earth. You're done.
It's just that easy, Feynman. Nobody's ever done this test, bro. Like, why are you so hot under the collar about it? Who's done this, what you're claiming has been done? Who? That you know of.
What am I claiming?
Yeah, you got triangles on a globe, dude. Who's ever measured that? Like, what you're trying to propose here. Who's done that?
Thousands of mathematicians and physicists and scientists. I don't know.
Nonsense.
You couldn't even name
So I'm going to
one.
put the definition of triangle from Math World, okay?
Sorry,
you guys are in a fucking like weird little like wellspring of scientific ignorance, but there's a lot of science going out there. If you guys want to join,
You couldn't name one.
You're the one who said he sees the neurons.
Was it scientists? What the fuck? What?
What did you say, dude?
This dude said he doesn't see photons, he sees neurons.
How the fuck?
Bro, he keeps chanting science for a beach ball, bro. Stop chanting science for a beach ball. That's retarded.
Yeah, you said science and you're clearly doing math or geometry. Like, it's not science, bro.
Physics is not science? Okay.
Yeah, so what are you doing that involves science?
Schooling you retards.
Okay, that's not a rebuttal to what I just asked you. Can you clean it up and actually come back with a good retort?
Probably not.
That's what I figured.
Well, what kind of science are you doing?
So, here's the thing, though. Did I make that claim, numbnuts?
Yeah,
So here's
because you
the
make
problem.
no claims because you're a pussy. You're scared to have a claim to defend.
All right, so you're just going to defend this asinine clown right here.
No, I'm just insulting you because you have no claims. It's pretty cowardly to just sit here and have no claims, say nothing, so that nobody can press you guys on shit because you try your best not to make any claims.
Why don't you
try
smoke
your best?
boogers like your name says, dude?
You guys are
boogers.
retards, bro. Retards and cowards.
Do we have a claim, but it's not a science claim.
Okay, what's
It's
your
a
claim? Let's
about-
hear it. You guys,
it's
every time I
about
come in here,
geometry.
everybody says, there's no claims. We don't make any claims. We don't make any claims.
No, we do make a claim. The Earth is flat. That's a claim, right?
All right, so defend it. Go ahead.
Is that it?
Prove it. Let's see some science. Let's see some science,
not a-
boys.
see, there you
Let's
go.
see some
You just-
science. Let's see
It's
some
not a
science.
scientific
I don't want to
claim,
hear your
dummy.
words. I want to see science. I want to see
I
a
don't.
demonstration.
You
I want to see a model. I want to
Yeah,
see a
tell
model
me
right
something
now.
like-
I don't want to hear you proselytize.
Let's see some
Jesus Christ. Dude, he just said, tell me right now, but don't use words. Like, what
So
the
you
fuck
guys,
is wrong?
you guys just debate people that don't agree with you, and you don't ever put forward your own
What
ideas.
the fuck? Isn't that what a debate is, dumbass?
Bro.
Isn't that what a debate is?
Shut the fuck up! Pointing out what we do. Shut the fuck up!
I want to debate someone who agrees with me.
Yeah, when you debate people you disagree with, dumbass. That's what a debate is.
No. All you do is debate. All you guys do is debate. You guys don't put forth your own ideas.
Yeah, we're damn good at it too because we know our shit.
You guys can't
Unlike you, we actually know things.
Yo, win a Nobel Prize.
What did I just say, though?
Anything
What did I just
new
say?
for it. Put any
What did I
new
just say?
scientific idea. Any new
What did I
scientific
just say?
idea. New scientific idea.
What did I just say to Boogie when he said we don't make claims? What did I just say to him?
What's
oh my
a new
God, we gotta
scientific
mute you
idea?
too? Okay, muted. Fucking retards.
You can't get a word in,
Bro. Simple as that. All right, we heard your voice. It's our podcast.
Hey, I was here yesterday. I have a question in relation to what you guys were just talking about.
What's the question, man?
The spherical geometry. Do you guys reject spherical geometry?
No. It's not about rejecting spherical geometry. In what regards do you think that has any relation to what we're talking about? In what regards?
I didn't hear what their argument was.
Okay,
I don't know
then.
what
So
they're
if you
talking
didn't hear the argument, sir, then how do you know it's what the content of what we're saying is supposed to be what it is? Like, you came in here with this rejection of spherical geometry, and you don't even know what we're talking about.
Well, I assumed it had something to do with the Earth being a globe and spherical geometry.
Okay, then. So then if it's in regards to that, then you could at least make it, like, notable that that's what it's talking about, what you're talking about. So we can know at least what the premise is.
Well, that's
for
why
you to
I was
ask the
asking
question.
because you were having the convo, so I was just making sure I was right.
All right. So, do you think it has anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm asking you.
You're not sure.
like you're
So
wrong.
you're
Well, I'm
just a
asking you're
guy
wrong, dude.
wandering around. You don't know if the Earth is a globe. Perhaps it may be. Do you think it is?
I believe it is, yeah.
Okay, and what's your best evidence for that? Do you want to go the route of these guys, or do you want to have your own argument?
Well, no, I I wanted to know y'all's worldview. That's what I was.
You know,
I don't know if you were in here yesterday. I know some of these people were.
It doesn't matter.
I was asking the same stuff.
We're having a different conversation. Right now, we're trying to figure out if you know if the Earth is a globe or not. We can't talk to you about what we're saying on our side if you don't have a position. You have to have a position at least so that we can talk about if you have a position to be substantiated in any way. So go ahead and provide any evidence for your position.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I make the assumption that it's a globe. I don't really investigate it too much, but I'm curious about your worldview, and that's what I'm trying to ascertain right now, is what your worldview is on this. If anyone wants to, like...
Do you think our position is the same as yours? That we're starting with an assumption?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to judge it because I don't really know what your position is.
Well, I mean, you just said, well, I'm just starting with an assumption. I just assume it's true. Why would you assume that?
I mean, for multitude of reasons.
Just give me
I've never like deep dived into the specifics of like the proclaimed maths that are involved in it, or the proofs. So I mean, I don't really know firsthand experience whether it is or isn't, because like I don't.
Okay,
I got stuff I do, so I don't really.
So it was social. It was a social reason. It wasn't anything to do with the natural world. It was like somebody said that to you.
Well, yeah, it's like a trust thing. It's kind of like most things.
Yeah.
Like you go to the hospital and you trust that your doctor knows what they're talking about.
This isn't the same thing. That's a false equivalence.
Well, in a sense. I mean, it's a science.
First of all, I don't know why you guys bring up doctors of trusting. No, I don't trust doctors. Medical malpractice is the leading cause of premature death. So that is a bad example.
I mean, I guess for you, but for me, it's just...
For the entire country of the United States, medical malpractice is a leading cause of premature death. Something like 100,000 people a year.
Sure, but like I would imagine our advances in healthcare.
You can imagine all you want.
Help with
I'm talking about now.
More lives than any sort of like screw ups. Like I think you and I would agree, right? That hospitals are necessary, right? Like doctors are necessary, right? In society. I think.
Are they?
I would imagine you would. You say you don't agree with that?
But listen, I agree with acute medical care. As far as chronic diseases, not so much. As far as treatment goes, but I'm not going. We don't want to go down there. The only thing I'm bringing up is you didn't come up with like Earth's a globe because of like how you perceive the world, how you perceive nature. You weren't like, hey man, I think it's a globe because I saw it or something like that. It's basically someone said to you, "Trust me, bro, it's a globe," and you were like, "Yeah, okay."
It's kind of like how you experience most things through your educational life, right? You don't necessarily specialize in one thing. You just kind of learn generally like what is the kind of...
Yeah, that's great. No need, that's great. But how were you able to scrutinize your worldview as you already know now? It seems to be somebody's has an objection to that idea.
Well, in some sense, that's now that right now.
Well, that's what I mean, though. So in what way do you think you can actually dive into your worldview and find out whether or not there's any merit to the Earth's shape being what you think it is?
Asking questions that are assumed by me to people who don't accept those things, like I'm doing right now.
All right. So in regards to the surface of the Earth, in what way do you think we can find out whether or not the surface has any curvature? Like they're detailing to us with the size of it being, the way it is with a circumference of 24,901 miles. So over a distance, right, there would be this, drop. So, I mean, I don't know where you're standing, but then you could say from where you are to a target distance, you can pick any arbitrary distance, 10, 15, 20 miles, and then find out if there's any way that you can see in that long distance or not. Perhaps the Earth's curvature is getting in the way. And then there would be at least some evidence that the Earth could be doing some obstruction, something that could prevent you from seeing in the far distance based on its geometric shape. You think that's fair?
Seeing are you saying like seeing a curvature on Earth, like with the naked eye? I guess?
No, I mean like if you're trying to see something in a target distance. Let's say you say, I want to see a building, 25 miles away, whatever it is, and you set up some equipment to see if you can see the building or not. Perhaps you figure it out over the surface from where you are to the target distance. There's going to be significant amount of curvature that would obstruct your view from seeing that target distance. Now, if that is true, then there would be an obstruction there that would be the Earth, that would cause the obstruction that you couldn't see that building in the far distance. Now, if you tested this out, then it would be good enough reason to say that, yeah, every time I go and do this test, the Earth will not permit me to see the building at whatever distance. But perhaps you did the test, and then you saw the opposite. Perhaps you saw the building, where the predicted amount of Earth curvature that would obstruct your view wouldn't be there. That would be reason enough for you to say, hey, there's something wrong here. Something doesn't add up. Is that fair?
Possibly. I guess I would have to investigate it more to try and figure out like what's the reasoning why. But yeah.
Yeah, now that's a line of thinking you want to be in. At least you want to start to figure out and reason with yourself, okay, what's going on, right? Something must be occurring that maybe I didn't factor in. So that's what we're talking about right now, is trying to figure out long distance observations that always show target distances to be visible, whereas the Earth curvature would be in the way, depending on the distance and the observer height and all these other factors. But needless to say, that's why we're all here. There wouldn't be a conversation if there was things that were already debunked. None of us here that are looking at truth and day in, day out having these conversations would have a reason to be like, oh, okay, I'm just rejecting truth now. We're not doing that. We're actually having a conversation, having you guys come in here, try to do the best you can to tell how you know the Earth's a globe. In any way, of course, measurement would be the trump card, but I don't know what you think. And I'm giving you at least long distance observations because everybody can do this anywhere you are.
Do you because I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But what's like the Steelman arguments that's usually given as explanations as to why you don't see, say, like there's something over horizon of the ocean and you don't see it with the naked eye, but then you zoom in with a camera and you see it. Like, what's usually the Steelman argument to that? As to why?
Why we see it after we're not supposed to see it?
Yeah, what's like a globe Earth like explanation?
They'll easily go to refraction, being something that would bend light enough so that the object that you're trying to see beyond the Earth's curvature obstruction be able to be loomed up over the curvature of the Earth and be able to see by that person who's zooming in, so to speak.
I assume you reject that?
That's almost like the standard rebuttal to that, but there's no basis for it, right? Because they're using what's considered to be standard refraction. That's an equation, actually, when you look into it, right? And the equation has the radius of the Earth baked into it. So if you're looking at this equation and trying to figure out using the standard refraction, which of course is not standard at all, because you couldn't be able to determine whether or not where you're standing and the target distance in between you, between the distance between you and the target distance, how much of distortion there would be. All you can tell is what you see in the far distance and the distortion that occurs when you're viewing something at a far distance. So you couldn't tell the amount of disturbance that would be between you and the target. So it's not something that you can put down as like, oh, we figured out what how much refraction there would be, because that thing is all, it's not what it's supposed to be according to the way people propose it as. And then using it as light bending and such like that, there's no way to tell, man, like what you're working with. You can only get like these optical phenomena categorized in such a way, I see something happening, I see a bit of distortion, I'm going to categorize it like this superior mirage that's occurring or whatever it is, right? So you have to be in the right mindset to actually investigate what it is that you're seeing and then to tell in a category, what kind of category you're going to put it in. Whether you say it's a specific miraging effect or what it is. But just to say that it's Earth curvature, that's not going to be the end all. You can't just say that with everything, because there's obviously optical phenomena that occurs off in the far distance when you're looking over long distance. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. But when you come to your conclusions of the ways in which these works, I mean, at least I heard you say a few times that it doesn't work that way, or maybe they can't do something. How are you coming to those conclusions? Is it?
Well, yeah. No, think about
admit it.
Go ahead.
They'll admit it when pressed, because they'll say, "Hey, we have a model refraction that says, hey, this can happen." But then, like, okay, you have this model. Show us where it's used to make any accurate prediction. In fact, if it's a deterministic model, you should be able to reverse it, right? You should be able to take a picture of something in the distance, right? If you know the geometry, where the camera is, where the building is, how far away it is, and all those details, you could look at the image and determine what the meteorological conditions of that day were from a photograph. Because the variables that cause refraction are the meteorological conditions, right?
Do you think that there's
So you'd be able to reverse engineer it from the photograph.
For, like, say, refraction, for instance, like our understanding of refraction and how it works, do you think that there's any sort of like mathematical or like scientific basis behind?
I just gave it to. No, there's no basis for it as far as when we're talking about terrestrial refraction, very specific. We're not talking about refraction as a general phenomenon, like eyeglasses and fiber optic cables. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a very specific thing: terrestrial refraction. They claim terrestrial refraction. Pick shit up over the horizon, and if you see something that's too far, that's some refracted image of that thing picked up over the horizon. There's no evidence for that, and there's no evidence it's even possible.
That's why we reject that, Noni.
Yeah, they can't even provide evidence it's even possible.
Yeah, so
right, because you're talking about taking shit up a mile or fucking 400 feet, right? Up over a curb, and like it not appearing as distorted, inverted, or any other thing, right? It just all looks normal. It just happens to be refraction, making a perfect lens fucking image. That's not how it works, dude. It's just like, it's not how lenses work. It's not how anything like that works. It's just an ad hoc excuse because it's not a globe. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alpha. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, there's similar distortion that occurs. I think Indio has this RC boat that he shows in a video that at a specific distance, I think it's 1,000 yards away, that it starts to disappear. Almost the same type of
1,000 feet.
1,000 feet.
1,000 yards.
So 1,000 feet, Noni. So the same type of optical phenomena occurs using a smaller distance, right? And so we'd witness the same type of disappearance from the bottom up, and not even the distance that you would need for the geometric curve of the Earth to be present. So we can witness the same type of phenomena happening to a lesser degree on a small scale. I don't know how that strikes you, but that should at least give you some indication that what we're working with here is not Earth curve.
And so let's say, okay, so like for me as the example, right? If someone doesn't have like a in-depth understanding of like the mathematics or the science behind any of these terms that are being used, do you or like the flat Earth community have sort of like data or like research papers or something, like demonstrations that can be shown to kind of say like this is a direct
yes, we do. We have PhD paperwork. Yep, from PhDs. Is that good enough?
Yeah, sure. Could you link it?
Post some Dr.
First of all, that's not how it works. Okay, they're the ones claiming, right, that when we see something that's too far, it's an optical illusion. They need the evidence. We don't need to disprove it. They need to get the evidence that proves it's possible. And they can't. You know how many Globers have tried this? They have to use like dry ice, right, to even prove that you can deflect light this much. They have to use dry ice. Now, what's the problem there? CO2 has a higher refractive index than regular air. It's also super cold. So you're creating like a 100 degrees Celsius per inch temperature gradient, which is non-physical in the regular world, right? Or they'll use an iron, or they'll use butane, which has a higher refractive. They can't demonstrate that this is even possible. It doesn't matter what they write down in equations. The equations don't allow, and experiments don't allow them to get the result they need to make this possible.
Well, right, but like what you just said right there, where they're making a claim and they present what they would call evidence for their claim.
No, they don't have any evidence. There's no evidence, dude. There's none. Dude, listen, I've read every paper on terrestrial refraction going back 150 years at least. There is no evidence. None.
Well, I mean, maybe you don't accept it as evidence, but they would call it evidence, right?
No, they wouldn't. What would evidence be? It would be experiments, right?
So, like the dry ice.
Would evidence be experiments? Would the evidence show? Would it be experiments?
Yeah, so like the experiment.
Okay.
I think you mentioned
There's
something
no
about
experiments.
cold ice, dry ice, right?
Yeah, those are Volbert. Those are anti-flat earthers that have done stuff like that to try and show that it's possible. They use things like dry ice to try and deflect the laser.
So, wait. So, are you saying that there's never been an experiment done ever to show this stuff by globe people?
That the amount, right? That the deflection required is possible. Okay,
it would be considered. It would be considered extreme refraction, like
extreme, because it's not close. Like we're talking like refraction, which is 20 times what the claimed radius is, or in the case of the black swan, fucking hundreds of times.
So, I would imagine, I haven't searched myself because like I'm just now talking about this, right? But like I would imagine that there would be something behind what they're saying. Not necessarily that I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that they would have something they would present, and then you're saying, well, no, what you're presenting is actually false, and this is the reason.
They don't have anything. They don't have anything.
I know
what we're trying to tell you, man.
I know it's hard to believe because it seems like you have a trust-based worldview that there's no evidence to support it. When I say evidence, I mean measurements, experiments, things like that. That's what I'm talking about, evidence. Physical evidence, because science is empirical. So there's no physical evidence that shows any model, any model ever invented by man to quantify refraction, matches their model. None of the experiments match the model. I'll give you an example. So a group of scientists went to use LiDAR, right? So you know what LiDAR is? It'll measure the distances and shit. Two frequency LiDAR.
Yeah, I know.
So anyways, infrared, right? So
go ahead.
Okay, whatever. That's not important. So they measured the amount of refraction, right? So they're using two frequency LiDAR, so they can measure the difference between the angle of arrival of the lasers, and say, hey, based upon what we know about refraction, this is how much refraction. The greatest deviation that they measured, right, was 4 MGON, which equals, MGON is a unit of measure they use because it was in Europe. So it's equivalent to 0.0027 degrees. So that means that 25 miles away, an object would be picked up 8 feet.
Okay.
8 feet. Now, this is the max value they measured under the worst conditions. It's not the average value because they actually measured it over a period of 48 hours, right? How this landslide moved down. So this is the maximum value they measured during the entire test. It was 4 MGON, just 0.0027 degrees. So it's 8 feet. So the max you can get is 8 feet. At 25 miles away, the drop should be something should be dropped down as 427 feet. Okay? Now think about that. 8 feet is their max value. But
wait, did I lose you or did
he did? I think he's having trouble.
Oh fuck, they got him.
FBI, open up!
CB used to have that sound clip.
FBI, open up!
There you go.
CB is slow on the sound clips.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting sophistry technique there, to ask you what your opponent would say, and then just to keep asking that, and then to use what you told them against you.
Is that a response to me? So,
Indio, did you hear that?
I think he's having trouble with his internet, it seems.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's yeah, just listening to that guy do that to Indio was quite interesting.
I don't know, it may be the case. I don't know.
are you talking about me? Do you think I'm being bad faith?
Yeah, it was just people are hyper aware that when others come in here, they use certain tactics to kind of not be held accountable to the things they say. So they use instances of like being somebody who's just inquisitive. So yeah, it's just that. I didn't get any vibes from this, but I don't know. Some people might pick something up, and I'm usually the one that picks it up quick.
I mean, I can understand like if it's a common occurrence that you might have some level of like skepticism of someone's intentions, but I mean, I'm genuinely just asking.
I guess my radar is usually in tune when somebody starts saying certain keywords. That's what triggers it. Other than that, it just seems like somebody's every other day, you know?
Yo, sorry,
Anyway,
dude, my headset died, man.
Yeah,
I was talking for like another 5 minutes.
Oh shit! Try again, man. Your shit's coming.
Try a new one.
Where did I end off, dude? Like, I don't even know.
Fuck, dude. Rewind like 3 minutes.
You were saying like there was like some maximum like.
The maximum. Yeah, the maximum. Like 0.002. If you calculate out how much.
That Bluetooth shit ain't working, Indio.
You get a wired microphone.
I had one, but I broke them.
Well, if you can hear me, could you said like you can calculate out this stuff. Do you happen to have that math on hand so I can look at it? Or do you know where I could find it? Where like the calculations have been done to prove that like
how to calculate an angle?
Like to say that like the calculations don't match up.
Okay.
Like
Yeah. So what I'll do? Well, I mean, what I'll do is, okay, I'll post a curve calculator. So it'll give you like you put in the observer height, all that shit. It'll give you how much drop there's hidden, etc. So that's one thing I'll give you. I'll a link to like an angle. God damn, I can see my mic is dying.
Yeah, it's fucking up, bro.
God damn it! I'll just push shit in the chat.
Yeah, like if you could just post anything that shows me like how like the math isn't mathing, if you know what I mean.
You got to run to Best Buy today, bro, or fucking whatever they have over there in Boston, Target or fucking Walmart.
GoFundMe for Indio.
So I guess because like he can't really engage just because of his mic's fucked up. For other people, like a non like mathematic question. I asked this yesterday, but it was like a different group of people. I know this Jenna person was in here before. But like, what's kind of like the consensus of like the flat Earth community as to like why this is something that's taught? I was told that it's almost akin to like a religion. Would that be?
Globe is a religion. Yes, it's a belief system.
Definitely, yeah. And it's basically keeps your mind thinking about not going anywhere because everything's already been explored and discovered. So you just live in a world that has its parameters already set for you.
Like North Korea, they think that we all live in poverty. Just watched a special on it yesterday.
So it's like the idea is that it's like who set up this religion per se, and like do we know what their intent is of like what?
I mean, obviously, for anybody that's gonna propagate this is gonna have a form of control over you, man, because it's a narrative, right? So anybody that has the keys to that, like that is an arbiter for this, like let's say the education system, you can think of them being one that arbitrates this information. Like you'd have to go to school to find out if get educated to find out the Earth's a globe or whatever. So there's these gatekeepers that do that. So you'd have to go there, learn from those guys, and then of course if you want higher learning, you go to college and find out more information if you want to study astronomy and cosmology and all that shit. So you'll get involved with it a little bit deeper, like some of these scientific communicators are and so forth. So, but what it is, dude, is just it's a system of control. So it keeps your mind thinking of cosmology being something like a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. So all your mind is focused on is where you are in the world, right? You're just you're like a little tiny person in this huge giant globe. So it's just controlling your mind, dude. It's what it does. Because obviously outside of that, you think this is a dying planet, or no, you wouldn't think it's a dying planet. You wouldn't think of killer asteroids. You wouldn't think of, we're running out of resources, or, this overpopulation, or any of that shit. You wouldn't think of none of that if you knew what the Earth actually was. So it's
climate change and asteroids, they don't exist. Don't worry about it. Also, Indio posted shit for you in chat, your formulas and shit you wanted.
Oh, I see. I won't do it right now because I want to keep talking, but yeah, I'll open up all the links.
Yeah.
A
waste of time then.
Well, no, I'm going to open them up. Yeah, but he can't talk.
So make sure we're not going to give people anything they ask for anymore. He's just ruined it. He ruined it for everybody.
I opened it up. I don't want to just stop talking and then, sit here doing math.
It's 6 pages long.
So because this is interesting. So I'm curious. So this is obviously something that's pardon my French, a global conspiracy, right? Like this is something that is accepted worldwide, as far as I could tell. Like China and Russia and
is there any resistance, Noni? Is there any resistance to this information that you know of? Like when people first hear about it, is there any resistance? And
right.
you have to ask.
It seems like it's accepted worldwide, right?
Right, but you have to think about it. Like, when does this information start to get propagated to a mind? When they're very young, right? Obviously.
Okay. Yeah, you learn about it. Yeah.
Right. So when you're young, you're impressionable. Things that you hear, you take them for what it is. And so, you build up this mindset thinking that's just the way things are. And then all of a sudden, later on, when we ask people like that come into this channel, how do you know if the Earth is a globe? They do not have an answer of how to articulate how they know what they know. They just say, well, Earth's round, man. How do you know it's round? Well, scientists, it's like deer in headlights. They have no knowledge of anything of globe, nothing. So it's really a bankrupt religion. There's nothing that you can actually retort back to how you know the Earth's a globe. Even you know that by what I was asking you. It's like, what can I say?
Yeah, most people are not going to get super in depth of the mathematics of this. They have lives, they're doing other stuff. They probably don't care, honestly.
Well, that's the thing, though. So why then know about something that you don't even have any knowledge on? Not even a little, not even topical information. You could say, well, the Earth.
I'm staying agnostic, but I'm just my preconceived notions is that it's a globe, but I'm agnostic to it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But if there isn't any evidence for it, it's just a fantasy that everybody wants to believe in. Because that's all. At the end of the day, it is just a fantasy. They imagine themselves traveling to other worlds and populating those things, and it's all kinds of stuff. But it's more than anything, it's a fantasy.
So. You said that the intention behind why this was created was to control people's minds.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea of who these original creators were, or what it is that they're trying to?
Well, okay,
do?
Yeah.
People started printing school books.
Yep.
Well, this idea has been around for what, couple thousand years?
Right? Think about this. Think about this. What religion propagated this information? You can look into
I heard the Catholics.
Yeah, I know, but you can look into history and find out who was saying what. What were the ancient Greeks talking about? The ones that sitting in a council, and who were the people, the names? Who were they that were talking about this idea?
Are you trying to say the Jews, man? Just say the Jews. If you're gonna say come on, dude.
How did that guy get off mute? All right, yeah, but. Think about it, man.
45 minutes was up.
God, man, that thing needs to be longer.
Is that what you're alluding to? What he said, or no? Or are you saying?
No. He said something. He said something else. No, I'm talking about people's names. Like, look at the figureheads.
I don't know.
in
Like,
history.
who would be like Galileo?
Yeah, think about it. Pythagoras.
Yeah.
He had a whole cult, dude. Yeah, Pythagoras was one.
Yeah.
So, Joel, why do you think he said what he said? Eratosthenes, another one.
Cult.
So, like, I guess
Al-Biruni, there's another one.
So it's like is like the, I guess the story, the history, right? Is like this cult was formulated for some reason, power, wealth, control.
Sure.
And
mysticism and philosophy.
it's continued in the hands of like some like higher level of power of people in our society.
Yeah.
It's like constantly
Essentially, essentially it's occultism. If you get down to the roots of it, heliocentric. The sun god Helios, like all of it's steeped in occultism. All of it. The planets are named after, gods. Jupiter, Mars, Venus. Come on, bro. Like, it's not really hard to realize the history of all this stuff that you think about is like from the Earth being a globe, the cosmos. Like, all this stuff is steeped in occultism. I mean, what else?
But these people, I mean, because they obviously have control of like the world. It's not like they just have control of America, right? They have control of every country.
You control the media. You control the population. Take a look at 4 years ago.
Yeah,
you control the media. You control the population.
Do you think that these people are like violent?
Oh, what is wrong with you?
Well, because I'm wondering how you guys survived.
Wow, that's crazy.
Critical thinking.
That shows the way you think about it. That shows the way like you think things should happen now.
Well, no, I'm saying like if there's this global cabal, right, that's been going on for generation after generation of power and control, that it's literally taken over the entire planet, right? But they still allow for.
I don't agree with you.
Oh, so wait, I thought that's what we just established.
No, Earth's not
Is that
flat.
not what we just
flat.
established?
Earth is flat. They just want you to
I'm
think.
not. I'm not making a claim on the shape of Earth. I'm making a claim on there's a cult that exists that is in power. Is that not what?
The globe cultist.
You
right.
are making it sound black and white. Hey,
Wait,
bro.
T-Dub. And so what I'm saying is,
it's more nuanced
that there's
than that.
if we agree that there's a cult that is in power of the whole planet, not shape, the planet, but yet I'm trying to figure out like why it is that they allow for even just like this Discord or for people like you guys to talk. Is it like
They don't. They've gotten rid of everything. In 2020, they wiped the internet of our shit. We had to start restoring everything and putting it all back. And we kept everything anyway, so we still have everything. How do you like that? We have our own supply, our own servers that you can't touch, that they could not get rid of shit from.
But wouldn't a cult that controls all of the world's like wealth and power have access to be able to like get rid of whatever servers that you've backed up things, or even just straight up like kill members that are important?
Oh, you can't hunt me down, grab my USB drive, and then smash it. No.
Why couldn't they?
Which drive are you where are you gonna look for my drives at?
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's relevant. Like, couldn't they just, like, anytime they pick up any information that you're disseminating this false...
All they have to do is show a launch on TV. That's all people care about seeing, is people floating upside down and waving and smiling and doing their weird shit TikTok dances in outer space. That's what people care about.
So do you think that like this cult is like not concerned with you guys? Like you're not like threatening enough to where they have to like address it?
No, they just wiped the internet clean.
What did they do? What do you mean, like wipe the internet? I'm not familiar.
Made everybody's counts from millions go down to you got 1,000 people watching, or you got no people watching. You've got a total of 40,000 views when you had 2 million before. Stuff like that. All the numbers changed.
Really? Did you guys collect evidence to like, so you could show?
How were we going to predict that was going to happen? Take screenshots beforehand. Take screenshots.
I mean, I would imagine that like if you thought that the world was controlled by something and you're directly opposing their ideology, which is what's keeping them in power, that you would take measures to make sure that any sort of stuff. I mean, you did say like you backed up all the information, so it was kind of a pointless effort. But when it comes to like skewing numbers on views or maybe skewing algorithms, I imagine you guys would like save some of that data, because that would be like silver bulletproof, right? That
What
you
if
show
what if
new
we
people.
showed you a video? Oh, somebody just posted it. Flat Lloyd posted it. Go ahead and watch that 1 minute clip, and that's a hearing on suppressing flat Earth. Go ahead, watch that. That's the government.
Okay, 1 second, I'm playing it. Okay, I finished the video. So their argument is they're trying to attack what they call like misinformation or conspiracies, and how they're doing it is by like putting notices on the videos to say that it's not like true, and that they're maybe changing the algorithm to not promote that type of
That's
media.
correct. If you look at flat Earth on YouTube, the first thing you're going to get is anti-flat Earth videos.
Okay, but they still allow you to stay around and talk about it?
Yeah, but if it's demoted, what?
But
If
you know what?
demote
You should
one-
go. You should go report us. I think.
Why do you think they allow you to stay around?
I think you should report us.
I mean, I don't want to report you. I like people who speak their minds and speak about things that they believe in. Like what?
I mean, speak the truth.
I'll just speak about what you believe to be true. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant what it is.
God, you whine a lot, bro.
I'm not whining.
Why are we? Oh, this is your normal way of going about speaking. God help you. Yeah, why are we able to keep talking about this? Because people like you, they hope people like you will just whine it out.
No, I'm not. Not to like play on some like
They can't.
internet memes, but I'm literally just asking questions. Like
Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't matter if they keep us there. The problem is that our content isn't being pushed to anybody. Like they're not being known unless you know the creator. Your content is just there for no reason. It's never gonna be shown to anybody. It's never gonna be promoted like any other content. You put SpaceX, they push that content everywhere. Flat Earth, they demote it. In other words, they make sure that it's the last thing you'll be able to see if they're watched practically the whole internet.
So do we believe that like that they like I said, I guess I said it earlier.
Yeah, they're counting on people like you to whine it out of existence.
So do they like maybe believe that like this I guess counter narrative, right, that you guys have is pushing against the hegemonic narrative that they want to keep, but they don't believe that you have the mechanism
Pushing against it wrecks it.
You don't have like the mechanisms of power to be able to truly affect enough people. So instead of just like terminating you, right? Like, because I would imagine someone like that powerful would be able to just kill you. Like, right? It would be easy, right?
Oh, believe me, it's a thorn in the lion's paw, bro.
But so instead of doing that, they just silence you.
You watch a lot of movies to think people are going to sneak up and break into my house and try to kill me.
Listen, bro, they
The
can't.
neighbors aren't going to let people wander around my property, number one, at all.
For you and everybody else to go and examine. They can't hide it. It's a pointless endeavor to try.
I mean, it seems as if the vast majority of the population doesn't believe that the Earth is flat at this point.
Yes.
So it seems like they have
You're
kind
part
of
of the
hidden
cult.
it.
They're brainwashed just like you. They haven't had time to think about it. Now you don't have that excuse anymore.
It's not that I have time to think about it. It's like they start before you even go to school. They're programming you to think about the Earth as a globe.
Cartoons, all that shit.
Yeah, don't even give you the chance. You're plopped right into it.
So I went ahead and posted actual polls, not shit you see on TV. These are real polls. What do you think of that?
Well, that one's the Quarterling debate, it looks like. With 1,500 votes. And I mean, I don't really take like random Twitter or YouTube polls too seriously.
How many people do you think they do for an exit poll?
I mean, they could
less than 1,500.
I'm just saying they could be infiltrated. Like they could be bad data, right?
Yeah, and you could be an infiltrator, right?
The one was like 10,000. The one right after that,
which looks like it's, I'm guessing, a Twitter poll.
Maybe.
I mean, like a Facebook poll, I wouldn't take seriously either. I usually have like a higher criteria for polls that I consider.
So what poll would you like? PhDs, you wanted PhDs to show you the Earth is flat, right? Otherwise, it's not flat. Is that correct?
You don't have to necessarily have a PhD. No.
I can't go and just prove it myself?
If say like what I was getting into with the Indio guy, if they are making some sort of claim that the Earth is actually round or spherical or whatever, and they like present some sort of like mathematics to say like, well, this is our proof as to how we know it is this way, or satellite data or whatever.
IR squared, that's your proof.
And then if you can then say, well, actually, based on like the way that like the mathematics works or whatever, like the formulas, you're using it wrong, or the calculations are incorrect, and here's actually the real calculations. Or
you don't have to calculate when you have a theodolite. You just shoot a straight line. That's it.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you how you could convince most people. Well, no, how you could like convince.
Yeah, you could just make up shit. Of course, you can just make up shit. Make a whole web page saying, "Look at this. Here's a formula. See, here's a web page. It must be real." Or you could just go buy equipment like I did and go do it yourself. I have the lasers. I have the cameras. I have a vacuum chamber. I debunked gravity for you guys. All kinds of stuff. I do that stuff myself.
The only the only video I've seen, I'm sure you guys are familiar with it. It was really popular for a while back, I don't know, years ago, was one guy who was a flat earther, and he was doing experiments with like a laser and 2 cameras. Do you guys think that one was like fake?
Are you talking about Behind the Curve?
Yeah, where the video like stopped and he's like, that wasn't what I expected it to be. Like, I shouldn't see the laser.
It wasn't a laser.
It was a flashlight.
Well, even the flashlight, like, because light curves, right? Like that's what lasers are.
No, where did you get that from?
Light doesn't.
Where'd you get light curves around a ball?
As far as I understand, light curves with gravity.
No, it doesn't.
No, you're totally wrong. Somebody confused you. I already debunked gravity, so it can't be light being pulled by gravity. I debunked that.
Where did you debunk it?
You did? Wait, could you link where you debunked that? I'd like to see that.
I do it live in here.
Oh, you don't have like a paper published or anything?
I'll do it live for you. I don't need a paper. You can write the paper as I do it. How's that?
It's never been peer reviewed or like published though?
Why would it have to be? It's recorded on YouTube
otherwise
for all
you saying
forever. Forever and ever. You can watch it on YouTube. I don't know what episode it is, so don't ask me.
There's a video?
It's just you're just a guy saying stuff on the internet.
Nope, it's recorded.
So, review too, right? And those people are just a person just saying stuff on the TV. So what's the difference?
No, their stuff gets peer reviewed.
I mean, to be fair,
what does that matter?
I mean, to be fair,
I could peer review my stuff. I can get a bunch of my peers to review it, and therefore it's peer reviewed.
Okay, so do
not
it.
Necessarily just people.
Do it. Get it peer reviewed and let me see it.
Hey, Radwin, you debunk gravity, right?
Like,
yeah, I saw the video. I reviewed it. There you go. Peer reviewed.
Elbow.
All right, so you should write something about it. You're just saying you peer reviewed it. How do I know you actually
There was all
watched the
kinds
video?
of shit written in the
Okay, how
chat.
did you know they were peer reviewed it? Hold
There's
on.
text and text on it.
Can you show me the paper they wrote on?
What? What are you talking
The
about?
paper that they peer reviewed. You're saying their shit is
Who's
peer
they?
reviewed?
Who are you talking about? Who's they?
The people you're talking about that about gravity.
I mean, it's been published in
Been published, so you bring me
in
that published
scientific
paper?
notebooks for a long time.
Can
People
you
have
bring me that
reviewed it.
published
They've
paper?
emulated the experiments.
Can
They've been
you
able to replicate the results.
Can
Those
you
are the
bring
main
me the
things.
published paper about the scientific experiment that they did? That either I don't know which one you're going with, Einstein or Newton, for gravity.
You want me to bring it to you?
Yep.
Yeah, post it in the
Okay,
chat.
where
I
do you
want to see the
live?
scientific.
Where do you live so I can bring it to you?
I want to see the scientific evidence. You can post it
Okay,
in
so
the chat. You don't have to
tell me
bring
where
it to
you
me.
live and I'll bring it to you.
You don't have to bring it to me. You can post it in the chat.
Like, I guess the issue that might arise, Elbow, is like gravity is like describing a concept, right?
Oh, so not reality.
Nope,
Well, no. What I'm saying is like it's describing reality.
You
and that's
just said it was
giving a
bending
label.
light.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it's a way to describe an observation we're seeing, but like gravity isn't like you or me. Like it's not a person, right?
No.
It's like,
So, but
it
if
doesn't matter
it's
what you call
science,
it. Is
but
what I'm saying.
if you're trying to say it's science, it has a cause and an effect. We observe the effect, then we usually find out the cause, but with an experiment. So where is that?
If I like brought you, well, I guess the issue would be whether you accept the math behind it, though, because it's usually it starts with mathematics.
Oh, there's a problem there because usually it's not math. In science, math is used just to add in data information, but it's not required. But it is required to have a scientific experiment.
Well, sure.
To
It's like
test your
right. I agree with you. It's like It's like the story of Newton and the apple falls, and he starts thinking about like, what does this mean? Whether that really happened or not. It's like they have some sort of observation they make in nature, and then based on that observation, I mean, at least in Newton's instance, he invented calculus. So like, there's mathematics that are used to prove, and then with those proofs, they come up with like what do you call it? They come up with predictions, and then they see if their mathematics and their predictions are true, or if they purport to reality.
No science, because I mean, actually, wasn't Newton debunked by Einstein?
Wait, what is? Well, no, he wasn't. He just built upon it. It was just a built.
No, he didn't build upon it because
that's just what science does. They build on each other. Yeah.
Newton thought about gravity as a force, and Einstein thought about gravity as an effect, not a force.
Well, they both work. We are still trying to figure out how we can make both work.
The effect that we see, yes, but gravity itself being the cause, no, that's the problem.
Guess the point of it is its predictive power, and so far its predictive power seems to be pretty strong.
Yeah, but none of them had a scientific experiment to predict the power. All they had was mathematics, no actual experiment. So it isn't science. It's just
I mean, I feel like if I say some things that maybe like it requires a knowledge of gravity, you might just reject it. It seems like
you don't have any knowledge of gravity.
I don't know.
Keep saying that shit. You have nothing. Give us a fucking paper already, so we can close the servers down.
Well, it was Simple Jack who wanted to give papers, not me. Like I'm not.
He's listening. He knows.
You just wanted to chant it.
He wanted to get people's addresses, so he had to be shut up.
Wait, so then I'm curious then. What is this phenomena that we call gravity? What do you guys call it?
What are you talking about? What gravity?
Well, like the attraction you seem to feel towards objects.
There is no attraction.
You don't feel an attraction towards objects. What's wrong with you? My helium balloon runs away from me.
So when I jump and then I come back to Earth, what is that?
Same thing as when you throw a balloon and it goes up in the air. Why does the balloon go up?
Yeah, why does it come back down?
a helium balloon that goes back up? It comes down.
Anything like massive enough.
A helium balloon doesn't come up, doesn't come down. It goes
Right,
up.
but certain things do.
Why?
Like
Why does it go up? Why does the helium balloon go up?
Well, from my understanding, is because it weighs less than the resistance of air or whatever, like the oxygen molecules that it's passing through.
Right.
But
So
like for like a ball, why does it come down?
It's less dense than the medium that is in, right? So it's less dense than the air. Are you more dense than the air or less dense than the air?
More dense.
So you're not gonna be floating because you're less dense than the medium that you're in. Let's change the medium.
So I guess the claim is that we're
Get him to concede that he's not feeling attraction to other objects. That was nuts.
So the conclude, I guess the what you're saying is that we're in a medium of oxygen, right?
There's a relationship between this is called specific gravity, if you didn't know, which is the relation is also known as relative density, which is the density relative to the medium that you're in would play a part of what direction you go up or down.
Wait, so who do you like better, Allah or Noah?
Wait, who are you asking?
You're muted.
So
that's all they've got.
Anyways,
that's all they have left on the globe
claim
side.
that
It's just to say dumb shit in a chat. That's all they have left.
Yeah. So what were you gonna say, Noni?
So it's like it's air resistance is essentially because like that's what happens with these things.
No, it's not air resistant. It's a medium dependent.
Right, and we're in a medium of oxygen. Like now, you and I are in a medium of oxygen,
which has a density, right? And which it depends on the density compared to the density of it. If you're less dense than the medium, you'll be floating right now. You'll be going up just like the helium balloon. But since you're not,
does this play out in like what do you call it? Those like vacuums when they'll suck out all the oxygen.
you just changed the medium. You changed the medium, did you not?
You did.
Right. So what happens to helium balloons is it's more dense than the medium?
I would imagine it would just. Well, doesn't it normally just float?
If it's no medium, if it's less dense than a medium, it'll go down. Matter of fact, actually, if you open,
what we see?
If you open if the balloon pops, it was the gas will expand in all directions. It will no longer be a vacuum.
Doesn't.
Yes, 100%.
Doesn't when things go into vacuums, don't they just typically sit still unless acted upon by a force?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you're thinking about that's never been also proven.
Well, what about recently? Who was those celebrities? Katy Perry or whatever. They went on that like spaceship to like our like higher atmosphere or whatever, and they got to a point where they were floating. Yeah, whatever it was, they went into some capsule or something.
That was just an AI generated video. They haven't told you the secret yet. It's been everywhere.
Even if they went up high, all it did was. It's like, have you ever heard of what's called that plane?
Vomit Comet.
The Vomit Comet.
The plane that like nosedives and then you.
Hey, bro. Yeah. Hey, bro. They went to about 70.
Well, they call it zero gravity, so I guess you call it. What do you call it?
All it is just you're falling, and that's all the Katy Perry did. They went up, and they were falling.
They went into a free fall, exactly. Bro, at 70 miles, altitude, you're not going to experience much difference in the sensation of what you call gravity than what you do on the ground. I'm sorry, that's a misconception. That when you get really high up in the sky, you start floating around. No, that's not true.
He doesn't know that was a 0G flight. It went up, and then the whole airplane started coming down, and they went whee and fell with it at the same time.
Well,
but they actually didn't because they didn't send her up there.
Well, saying 0G, like, you know what G stands for, right?
Yeah, no doubt. That's what it's called because that's what they named it.
Right.
How about let's call it falling with an airplane. Let's call it that.
If I'm in a
describes it. That's what it is. You're falling with an airplane. You can't describe it any better than that.
If I'm falling with the airplane, how is it that I'm falling at the same rate as the airplane?
Because you're inside a pressurized cabin. Yeah, air pressure. Once again, is your big secret that you guys don't understand.
So air pressure keeps me perfectly still unless I do something like move.
Perfectly still.
Like if I wave my arms or whatever, but it like keeps you still wherever you were, right? Like when the nosedive happened.
Yeah, the air is stable. Yes.
Right.
It's not wind blowing you around inside the place. Yes, the air is keeping you there. Congratulations. You worked it out.
Right, and I'm saying like so like for instance, if you take a I guess it requires a certain level of force, is what you would say.
No,
because like if I take a box,
if they were in an enclosed system, in other words, if they got taken up there and all of a sudden the cabin disintegrated and they were outside the cabinet, all you'll see of them is all the wind, their hair blowing everywhere, and they're falling straight down. Like if they just parachute.
Right, and like if let's say I got a box, right, a clear box, so I can see the insides of it, and I put like something in it, a ball, whatever, and I throw it off the Empire State Building or something, right? Like I would see the ball go to the back of the box, but continue to go down with the box. But in this case, I see the plane going down, but I don't see the people going flying to the back of the plane.
It does happen. It does happen when they first do it.
Oh, let me show him a picture. Yeah, I got you, Elbow. Watch. I'll post it for him.
Oh, and old. I'm not like debating. I'm just like literally trying to.
No, you're talking about Katy Perry. I heard you.
If that's the only thing that you've latched onto this entire conversation, I'm sorry.
No, I latched onto some other things you said earlier too.
I posted it for you. That's what it looks like when you hit the back and you're falling.
What was happening in this?
Oh, that's supposed to be the ISS or the space shuttle, one of those two. We're pretending to be in 0G. They either hit turbulence or that's when it's probably turbulence because you see the camera shaking. So they hit turbulence during their free fall. That's why they switched to green screens because these guys that's a pretty steep fall. What is that? 4 foot? Drop 4 foot on your back and see how that feels straight down.
So then
hit your head too.
So then a force acted on them and it caused them to fly back. I mean, that's what I would expect to happen.
Yeah. So they're in a tube, right? Floating in a tube, and then the tube shifts to the right really fast because a wind up, it's called turbulence, move the whole tube. You are in one place, the tube moved. You don't move with the tube because it moved too fast. You get it?
Direction.
So in
are you trying not to understand? Is that what I'm getting to?
Well,
now?
I'm asking what about the cases where
to not understand? Tell me that first.
Radwin,
if you're trying to not understand,
I can literally repeat exactly
take a different approach with you.
I can literally repeat what you just said. I understand exactly what you're saying. So
don't ask dumb questions. Yeah, the force of air pressure. Okay, moved the whole tube. The force of air pressure. Yes, it was a force called air pressure. Moved the whole tube, and those guys got banged into the wall.
So then, in the circumstance where that doesn't happen, where like they don't hit turbulence or they don't hit anything, it's just kind of like a gentle free fall. Would we still see that happen?
Well, let me show you what that looks like. Let me show you what that looks like so you're not too confused. You'll also be able to see the green screen they do some effects with in this one. You'll like this one. This is a good one. Why would you need a green screen effects in a 0G flight? Here you go. Why do you need look on the right side? That's a green box. That's green screen because I own one and that's the exact same color. Yeah, we tip that to the right direction so you can see it, boom, going down because that's what'll happen to you if you bump into some wind.
Do you have the video of them like when they go down from the start to the end? Did they ever do that?
No, I don't I don't watch space videos. I just take the bloopers and make fun of Globers with them.
So then do we have any like demonstrations?
They're outtakes from NASA that we got. How you like that? And we got bloopers. Just straight from their videos. You can go find the video, watch it, and say, no shit, that's where they just hit clip, make me an animated GIF, whatever.
Oh, I mean, to address the green screen, I can fathom reasons why they would have a green screen inside there, but
the fake being in space, right? Where else do you float?
It doesn't necessarily have to be that.
Where else are you supposed to be able to float around?
Well, that's obviously we all know that you can float around in a plane, and no one claims that the plane is going into space, right? So in a plane.
You claimed it. You said they went up in a spaceship and then they started floating around. I said, nope, that's a 0G flight.
Okay. I mean, I could be just wrong. I didn't even hardly.
You are just wrong. You can't just go so high. So what you're claiming is you go so high and you start floating. You debunked gravity pulling air to the ground.
No, I was trying to.
You fucked that one up. You fucked that one up too.
The example is irrelevant to my point. I still don't understand.
Dude, you got smoked all around with your questions you think are just I'm curious questions. I know how the game is played. I've been doing this since 2013.
Well, no, it sounds like you're making assumptions of my intentions.
I know what your intentions are. I can hear them.
Have I not been good faith this entire time?
Yeah, we hear it all the time.
I mean, from the few seconds I've been in here, I've heard people just scream at you guys and say like, "Oh, you're dumb" and shit. Like,
yeah. So the point is that it's not gravity. It's just falling with just falling with the plane. And since there's no air or turbulence to show the difference, yeah, it looks like they're floating. They're not floating. They're just falling with.
So I guess what's the key factor difference between my box analogy? A box and a ball inside of it, and you drop it off the roof.
You think the ball's gonna go all the way to the back? No, it's not. It's just gonna float with. It ain't gonna know the difference because there's no turbulence.
So if you put a ball in a box and you drop it, the ball's gonna just stay like wherever you had it originally in the middle or whatever.
I'm going to tell you what happens if you put a glass of water in a box, right, and you drop it straight down in the box. The water is going to rise to the center of a box in the shape of a ball. What do you think of that? Do you think that's gravity? I'll tell you why it's the shape of a ball, but do you think that's gravity pulling it into a ball shape?
I think gravity is just us describing the phenomena that's
happening. Do you think that ball shape comes from your phenomena?
I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe there's some other explanation.
It's not. It's from the air pressure pressing on the water from all sides. How do you like that? Because if you remove the air pressure, the water goes and turns into gas. It doesn't keep the shape of a ball in a vacuum, so that debunks outer space.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Yeah.
Wait, what? So I'm curious, in like your worldview, what is the when you look up at the night sky? What is that? What are you looking at?
Sky.
Yeah, well, what is it? What are those? What are those sparkling things? What are the things flying across the sky? What are those things?
The lights in the sky.
Yeah.
Exactly what they are. The lights in the sky.
Are they?
I wonder that they. Yeah. Now you're demanding omniscience, though.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Well, I'm just curious your worldview.
Hold on. I got his curious question. They're not gas balls in a vacuum chamber. Space has been debunked for you.
So what is it? What are we looking at? What's y'all's theory?
Oh, we stay from speculation, bro. Because unless we can actually test them, we don't like telling stories.
So you just
you're the one stuck with thinking you're seeing a light that's 400 light years away. That's your problem. Remember the song "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star"?
He thinks it's worse than that. He thinks it's a light that's 400 million light years away. That light is because it's a gas ball in a vacuum chamber, which is debunked. The sun is not a gas ball in a vacuum chamber. That's debunked. Jupiter, debunked. What else do you want debunked? Because I have a vacuum chamber, and I can prove that gases don't sit in a vacuum chamber and form balls.
Have you ever tried posting these videos that you make?
Dude,
or do
just pay the $100 or $200, go get a vacuum chamber and do it yourself.
I mean, instead of using my resources, you already have them, so I'd rather just see you do it.
And then y'all would do is believe somebody. And not
All right,
try.
well, here, I'll help you out. Go on YouTube, Google, or search water in a vacuum chamber. And when they leave the pump running, not you just pull it a little bit and it sits there. You got to leave the pump running because your universe is ever expanding and really always getting lower and lower in pressure. So your vacuum pump for your universe is always running. So that really, somebody should never have made that story up because that fucked you guys really bad.
Yeah, you can't have gas pressure without a container.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I understand like astrophysics. So I mean, I don't know what their intricate explanations
This
are for that.
has nothing to do with astrophysics. This is the second law of thermodynamics.
Or like physics in general. Like I'm not going to say I understand
astrophysics is not physics in general.
Well, I mean, it's a branch, but sure.
It's not theoretical. What do you do besides look through a telescope? What do you do?
What? Wait, what do we do besides look through a telescope?
Yes. You look through a telescope, and then
math.
Now, math is not an experiment. What experiments do you do?
The math doesn't add up.
It's the usually you have some sort of prediction as to what would happen.
That's a post-diction. We already know the cycles of the stars, planets, and everything else up there. We already know the cycle as it goes round and round and round, round and round and round, year after year, the same shit over and over again.
Well, I mean, they already did that. This takes up our scale of humans is very small compared to the scale.
Hey, bro, they found out they were wrong. They had to invent dark matter and dark energy to make themselves right. Is that science to you? Is that science?
Well, no. Well, what do you mean by when you say invent?
When they observed the universe based on their math that you're referring to, right?
Right.
They went, holy shit, we're actually off by a factor of 10 to the power of 120, right?
Right.
And then they had to invent something that they don't even know if it exists or not in order to save.
You're breaking up. We can barely hear you.
Well, no, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. He's saying that like dark matter and dark energy, which is purported to be the vast majority that makes up our universe, is something that
was invented in the minds of astrophysicists in order to save their belief system because their predictions were wrong.
Well, as far as I understand it, there were predictions that were right, but then there were some things. There were things that.
This is the guy who just said he didn't know anything about the topic. This is great.
Said, from what I understand, which could be wrong, that their predictions were correct on certain things, but on some things they weren't quite sure, like what it is, this phenomena happening in the universe. They don't really have a name for it. Hence why they say dark, because it's kind of saying like it's hidden. We don't really know what it is yet, but we're trying to figure out what it is. But until we figure out what it is, we're going to call it dark energy or dark.
Hallelujah! It exist because they're wrong. They don't want to accept it. That's why they have to invent this shit in order to save their belief system.
Well,
but they're just plain wrong.
But isn't that how any like discovery works?
No, that's not how science works.
They're not wrong. It's called margin of error. They're calculating things that are missing from a model of how the universe is expanding. It's called calculating a margin of error. A margin of error can be accounted for something. It's just because they can't explain what that margin of error is doesn't mean that they're wrong.
Yes, it does.
Yes, they were wrong.
No, it means that they're calculating that there is a margin of error. And that margin of error, they call it dark energy.
Was 10 to the power of 120, bro.
So
get over it.
In early humanity, when we hardly knew anything, we're little like bumbling apes, right?
You still know the same amount.
And we look at a volcano, right? And we don't really know what it is. We just see that this giant rock formation is suddenly.
Everybody grab your pillows and blankets. He's going to
suddenly erupting, right?
He's going to tell us a story about earth balls with cores that shoot liquid rock out through the top like a fountain.
Wait, do you reject volcanoes too?
Why do they always go to volcanoes? Who is training these people?
I can use any example.
Volcanoes exist, so do earthquakes, and the Earth is flat. Now, what do you do about it?
Okay, well, no, I don't think you knew what my point was. I think you were trying to get ahead before you let me. No,
I already know. I've played this game too long. Now you're on to volcanoes. This
okay,
is just
what was my point going to be?
Dude, this is a script you guys do. You might change it around a little tiny bit. It's always the same shit.
What was my point?
Let him finish. Let him say what it is. Calm down, bro.
No, it's a strange long game. Somehow back to the core of the Earth, some molten iron core, and then he goes gravity, right?
Well, actually, no.
Dude, let him finish what he wants to say. Then you can make fun of him, dude. Calm down. Don't get your pants in a bunch.
I don't. You'll find that wasn't making fun of him. It's pretty accurate. There's no other reason he would bring up volcanoes. Makes no sense.
Let's hear your volcano shit.
Always hypothetical.
Let's hear the volcano.
What I'm trying to demonstrate with the volcano is that early humans were looking at something. I'm relating it to dark matter. I'll give you the plot. Right?
Yeah, because we all know about early humans.
We're looking at a volcano. I mean, you and I can speculate that we didn't know everything at all times. Eventually, we have to learn things, right? So we look at a volcano. We don't necessarily know what we're seeing. We're seeing some rocks that are exploding, and our early human brains are trying to figure out what this is. So we're saying like, oh, that rock formation's angry. It must be like a creature like us that's mad at something. So we give it these descriptors, right, for the volcano. And then as time goes on, we start to realize more and more, we learn more and more about the volcano, and we start to update our descriptors for it. We start to say, well, actually, no, it's not like a deity, like a human.
It's not angry. It's just incredibly pissed.
It's just natural processes that we can explain, and this is what they are, and tectonic plates move, blah 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 blah. Right. My point is that this same process, this is a sort of scientific process in which we see something, we observe something in the world, and then we make predictions about it. We give it characteristics.
Dude, so why is it so difficult for you to give evidence that the Earth is a globe?
And so then,
if they figured out volcanoes 500 trillion years ago, why haven't you got around to figuring out how to tell us the Earth's a globe? Riddle me that.
And then in relation to, technically people have been proving it. You just reject the proofs.
Define technically.
Okay, literally, people have been proving it. You reject the proofs, is all.
Yeah, I think you categorize wishful thinking and circular reasoning as technical, literal.
Well, anyways, just to wrap up.
Yeah, anyways.
The point is that right now we have this phenomena we're observing in the universe. And like he said, like there's this margin of error in our calculations. We don't understand what it means, so we're giving it a label of some sort. And that's kind of like a placeholder until our science advances more and our understanding advances more, and then we can better understand what is actually happening, what we're actually seeing. And if we want to, we can update our language. We can give it a different name.
No, what happened was Dr. Pepper was waving something off as being massively wrong as a margin of error, and you gobbled it up. You originally started. You said, "I've heard people say that the globe is similar, akin to a religion." Do you see why that is now?
Yeah, that is where this conversation started. But conversations.
Yeah. So is it becoming clear to you why we see you as a religious zealot, a group of them?
But like.
I don't think you're mean.
I can understand. No, I can understand why you would say that. Sure.
Okay. Well, question answered. We'll get that off the checklist. Now, what's your best proof is that Earth's a globe?
I mean, I don't really know. I don't study this. That's why when I originally came in here, I was just trying to
thank God you've been making excuses for it for the last 45 minutes.
Now that you study flat Earth, you don't have to worry about the globe anymore, do you?
I was trying to understand your worldview.
How you know the Earth is flat, so you can go tell your friends.
Well, Rad, if I go to one sermon of a church, I wouldn't just immediately convert to that church. That's not typically how it works.
This is the ultimate church for you then. We have all the answers. It's flat, and get over it. That's the answer.
Well, I'm looking for other answers as to explanations of
we don't have imagination answers that the globe has. We just don't know. How's that? Things we don't know, things we do know. Things we don't know, we don't give a shit about.
But it seems like it goes beyond just saying you're agnostic to it. It seems like you're saying also that whatever they present as being proof or facts, that they're actually wrong.
Dude, we just figured out the Earth is flat. Why don't you have some patience? So, what are the stars? Tell me them. Tell me now. I mean, dude, patience.
What did they present as proof?
Do you want me to go through
just choose one?
2,000 years of just different
just choose
mathematical.
Just choose one. Start at the beginning. What's the first one?
I mean, I guess, do you reject everything surrounding Newtonian gravity?
Just pick something.
Because you say gravity is fake, right? That's not real.
Just choose one thing and we'll have a look at it.
Sure, Newtonian gravity. Do you accept it or reject it?
Is there any scientific evidence for it?
Debunked it. Remember? I put your water, dropped it from in a box, and it turned into a ball. I removed the air pressure, and the water turned into gas. No gravity. So when your cup is sitting on your counter, and I bring my vacuum chamber out, the water that's sitting in it you assume is being pulled down by gravity. I put it in the vacuum chamber, remove the air pressure, the water disappears because the gravity didn't pull it down. I debunked your gravity for the 10th time. Don't talk about gravity pulling things down anymore.
In addition to that,
Newtonian.
One sec. In addition to that, your own side rejects it.
No, it still makes
your astrophysicists and your theoretical physicists that you appeal to. Yeah, they reject Newtonian physics.
Well, no, Newtonian gravity, but it's been added upon by Einstein, Einstein.
No, it wasn't added upon. It was rejected.
It wasn't rejected, no.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Nobody. I don't think anybody in the scientific community rejects it.
Deemed incorrect. Go and look into it,
incomplete.
Bro.
Incomplete.
No, not incomplete. Incorrect. Go and look into it. You don't know what you're talking about.
So, one of the predictions that at least I know of that comes from Newtonian gravity is
listening to him just reset. It's kind of creepy, bro.
Parabolic paths, with say cannonballs or missiles or any sort of falling objects. Newtonian gravity has been able to predict the way in which these objects will travel and fall if you know the parameters. So that's one way in which the mathematics that come from that model has been able to predict something we can observe in the world.
Shooting a missile or a cannonball over and over and over and measuring and then coming up with something. Not, we got a cannonball, it weighs this much. If I shoot it, it's going to land here. That doesn't happen.
That's not how that works. They usually come up with a prediction, then they experiment. They don't experiment, then predict. That would make no sense.
So now we're going to say we need this much black powder. So we've done this a bunch of times, so now we know this weight cannonball and this much black powder at this angle will make it land here if there's no wind. Because we did it over and over again. Why do you think when they range shit, they shoot? Oh, no, you got to go up 1 degree. Okay, to the right 2 degrees. Okay, now fire. Okay, now, oh, no, you're off again. Go back 1 degree. Go up 1 more degree. Oh, you're closer. Let's go up again. Why do you think they do that?
Because having exact, precise measurements in a changing environment is challenging, so you might have irregularities in your experiments.
It's not predictable.
Well, they usually are with a margin of error.
Different elements drop at different rates in a vacuum. Now we're going to really hurt your head.
Is there is there anything in like it does your skepticism only apply to
reality?
Science insofar as like certain fields, or is it like all fields of science?
Wow. So science? Go ahead and give me the definition of science.
No, now he wants us to start licking boots with them. Save us.
What's a scientific
spare
field?
us.
So what do we got? We got physics,
Well, like,
chemistry,
yeah,
and
sure,
biology,
physics.
right?
Like, are you typically skeptical of like physics or all of physics or parts of it?
That's a crazy question. I work in a physics lab. Jesus.
Are you skeptical of the stuff that you
Yeah, I'm skeptical of the work I do every day. I'm like, oh my God, this can't be right because the Earth is flat. This wouldn't happen if the Earth was flat. I'd go every day. I get in my car and cry. What do you think of that?
Oh, well, are you? I don't know. I've heard of people who are flat earthers and also geology majors. So I mean, it's not unreasonable.
And why does that matter? Does geology mean Earth is a ball?
Well, from my understanding, a lot of the foundations of their roots.
No, it doesn't come from that at all. They've only dug down 7.6 miles. Geology doesn't know shit. And they were wrong all the way down that hole, the geologists. What do you think of that? All the way down, they were wrong on what they're going to find next.
After every sentence, I'm just trying to have a conversation about this stuff. Like,
I know. I've heard it millions of times. I just want to have a conversation. I'm not trying to prove anything. We're telling you exactly what's going on, reality, and you're denying it. Are you a science denier?
Well, actually, I haven't seen any science be done here, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So what I suggest is go on YouTube, look at water in a vacuum chamber, and then come back, and there's some science for you.
What about other fields that build upon our understanding of stuff like chemistry?
Like, name something.
Like medicine. Do you generally believe in like Western?
Yeah, off topic. Yeah, dude, I knew you were going to do this.
Fucking medical shit.
He wants us to lick boots with him.
So you don't, is what you're saying, old?
Well, shut a dude. No, I do not lick boots. Correct. You should stop too.
I'm saying, do you like believe, generally speaking, in like Western?
None of your business, dude.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about medicine in here. How's that? We're not going to talk about medicine in here. How do you like that? Come up with a better example.
A lot, I guess.
I mean, what do you think about the designated hitter in the National League? I mean,
yeah, I don't like that.
It's kind of a stupid position, honestly. I mean, it's like, why do we have a position that like this person, that's all his job is to hit the ball instead of?
I don't think he should be. If he's a pitcher, I don't think he should be hitting the ball. His arm does enough during the game. He doesn't need to hit the ball too.
I mean, Ohtani would refute that, but sure.
And that's all on a flat Earth, dude.
According to you, sure.
No, according to measurements.
Well, measurements that you've made, I guess.
No, that a non-flat earther made that we discovered and said, ha, you debunked your own globe.
It doesn't seem like that's the reality, but I mean, like you said, it could just be one massive cult that the vast majority of the world is just in agreement with.
Dude, it's on TV every day, all day long. Every commercial almost has a globe in it, a rocket, some kind of weird space shit. Of just a picture of a globe and a desk in the background somewhere. They always have shit like that. Movies, all the TV shows talk about shit all the time through your social media feed. SpaceX this and that, NASA this and that. Asteroids are 14 giraffes wide, and they're heading towards Earth. Why do you use 14 giraffes if you're not trolling the globers?
I mean, listen to you. It has you bringing up Katy Perry.
So does this?
They trolled
it's
you
some
so
sort
much.
of weird cult for sure, bro.
You think a pop star floats in outer space? They trolled you so much.
Does this globe conspiracy supersede other issues that the world has with each other, like superpowers?
We broke this guy. He wants to talk about superpowers now. I have superpowers. You know what mine are? Debunking the globe.
Well, what I said was, does this supersede issues that, say, like the U.S. and China have with each other? In other words, China seems to agree that it's a globe, and the U.S. agrees it's a globe, and Russia.
How do you know? Is that what you saw on TV? That's what I saw on TV. So it must be real.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that it seems like even though we're enemies, right? Like you would think that traditionally the U.S. and China are enemies, right?
No, I don't think that, especially since some of our buildings are in China, so we don't have to pay tariffs. I don't think we're at war with China. No, we can freely travel back and forth. They can come here.
Okay,
we
what
can
about
go there.
I'll give a more extreme example. Then Russia.
We can freely travel back and forth to Russia. How do you like that?
Okay, Russia and Ukraine. I mean, the example's
Okay,
irrelevant.
I'm not Ukrainian. Use my example.
You get my point, right?
Oh, I don't get your point. That's on TV too.
Okay.
That's a food
Let me pick a
grab
specific
anyway.
time in
That's a
history,
land
so then the
grab for
point.
food. Land
So
grab
then the
for
point makes
farming.
more sense, I guess. Let's say it's Soviet Russia times, right? Cold War times, and we're
More
directing-
propaganda. Yes, more propaganda that was on TV and the radio and the newspapers. Go ahead. Let's hear about it.
Well, it seems as if that the Soviets believed in a round Earth, and the Americans believed in a round Earth, and we were in direct conflict with one another as enemies.
How do you know this? How do you know all this?
Hypotheticals, all hypotheticals.
Doesn't
How do you know
it's a
all this that you're
hypothetical
telling me?
that the USSR and America were enemies? That's a
Yes. How do you know all this? Answer me.
Historical.
What? Historical what?
Wars.
What war did we shoot at Russia with? I thought they were with us.
The Cold War. I'm talking about the Cold War.
Oh, not a war. Just a war in newspapers is what you're telling me. TV and newspapers back then. That's what it was. TV and newspaper. It was propaganda for you to go.
It was more of a
rah,
war
rah,
of
rah,
ideologies.
USA.
It was a war of communism versus capitalism.
Yeah, right.
But
Mm-hmm.
of like which ideology would be the like global ideology. What I'm saying is it sounds like the global conspiracy supersedes even this battle of ideologies. Like maybe they disagree on the way you should form a government or economic policies, but they do agree that we need to still say the Earth is a globe together.
Yeah, that's
because
right.
That
Just
is a better.
just like they agree with, we can't let anybody get into Antarctica and freely and independently explore it.
Yeah, we'll have 88 countries sign a treaty that says you need about 50 different signatures or be in some kind of a group that you already got approved through to go there.
So I'm guessing the answer is yes. That like the globe conspiracy supersedes everything. That's like the primal like thing that all of these powers have in common, that they're using this one thing to control us, and then everything else is just kind of like underneath that. It's like sub issues.
Based on past behaviors, all television broadcasts should be suspect, just based on past behaviors that have already been declassified. So the CIA should automatically be, and just different governments, agencies should be complicit in your thought process just based on their past behaviors. That's already been documented. They've been working against the American people and all the people of the world for a long time, and it's well documented. And why should we suspect that they stopped based on their past behavior?
Wait, does that answer what I was asking?
Yes. All news is suspect. All news is suspect.
Okay, but so you're saying that despite any sort of divides that people of the world might have with one another, there still is this like overarching like cabal. Like I don't know another word to say for it. That is like that's the dictator of the world,
That
and then
doesn't even
below that
necessarily
is
have
all
to
the
be
like.
true, bro.
That's wait what?
It doesn't even necessarily have to be fucking true.
Wait, what doesn't
Oh
have to be
god.
true? That there's like okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. From my understanding, from talking to people earlier about this, was that the entire reason that this thing is happening, this cult,
We're not
it
a
was called
fucking
a
mob
cult.
mentality. We're not a mob mentality. You're going to find different views from different people. We're individuals who understand that the Earth is flat and motionless.
Oh, okay. What's your?
We're not a cult.
Then I'm curious then.
Not a club. We didn't sign an agreement. We don't all go, yes, this must be the case on every single thing to do with reality, blah, blah, blah. We have conflicting viewpoints, right? So you're going to find different viewpoints from different people concerning different things. The main thing that we're going to agree upon is the nature of the geometry of the surface that we live on.
Okay. So, like, I don't know if you were here or not. I know some people in here were. Like, the way I originally started this conversation was just asking kind of like, well, actually past when I stopped talking to Indio about, like, mathematics stuff. I was asking kind of like, what's the idea here? Like, why is it that this is happening? Why has this globe Earth been pushed on people? And the consensus seems to be that there's a cult. That there's like a cult religion that.
It's a religion. Yeah.
Yeah, a cult religion that's trying to control like the world's wealth and power.
Not necessarily.
Oh, so you disagree with that part?
I disagree with what? Like, what do you mean? Disagree with what?
Well, what would, in your idea of it, or your explanation of it, like?
What do you mean idea? Why idea of a flat surface?
Yeah, why did we go from flat Earth to round Earth? Why did that transition happen, and why is that like that cult? Why was that made?
Well, you got to work out whether it did or not first, right?
Well, apparently it did. That's what I hear. Consensus.
Well, you still believe in a globe, don't you?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if I'm in a cult, and I'm trying to figure out what's the intentions, or at least what your idea of the intentions are.
So why do you need to know the intentions if you still don't know whether you live on a globe or not?
Well, I'm just curious as to why in which they would be doing that. Like, what is?
Well, how are you going to come to a conclusion on that?
I want to know your thoughts on it. I don't necessarily.
How are we going to come to a conclusion on that?
Well, people already have it here. Actually, the person, well, he's not in here anymore. It was like AV or something like that. He was saying that
was that his opinion, or was he saying this is the truth?
Well, I started off the conversation saying, like, what's kind of the general consensus among flat earthers as to, like, what this is. And when he said that, I think a couple other people, like, spoke up and kind of agreed that it's like a religion, a cult, if you will, that took over. And the idea, someone kept playing a soundboard, I don't know who it is if he's still in here, doing like a money, like cha-ching, saying that like the purpose of the cult was to have power and money and influence over the world, and it started back in like ancient
That's normally why people have control, isn't it?
Right, so I'm just asking, like, is that, do you subscribe to that, or no?
I don't really, it doesn't concern me, so
it doesn't
I look
concern
at
you
if it
why
is
the world is being convinced of a lie.
Yeah, because I'm never going to come to a conclusion on whether it's true or not. So I'm not going to waste my energy trying to work out if there's some hidden hand controlling our lives at every little whim. Right? I'm going to look at the facts. I'm going to look at. I didn't finish my sentence. I'm going to look at the facts, and I'm going to say, is this a flat surface that I live on, or is this a globe? Right? You got to work out if there is a lie to know that to even start to think about whether the why the reason.
Can you guys hear me? Mic check.
Yes, Cyclone.
Yes, but he's talking and you're like speaking over. Like, just let him finish.
All right, no. That's sorry. I was just trying to. I wasn't sure if it was coming.
Yeah, you're a bit quiet, man.
Yeah, it's my headphones. So Noni, I've sent you a link in your DMs to our server, which has a load of resources, and there's alphabetized channel lists. And under one of the channels, it's called Why Lie. And there's a whole bunch of different speculations in there. Realistically, if you want to try and work this out or come to some kind of understanding yourself, it's going to take more than you asking us all of our opinions. I mean, we can tell you a bunch of different possibilities for why this has occurred. But at the end of the day, if you want to know, you're going to have to spend some time doing some research and figuring it out. But it sounds to me like you're asking the right questions. I mean, it's understandable that you want to understand why this has all occurred, why this is happening with us. But sadly, the case is that you can't really get into these. You can't time travel. You can't get into these people's minds. So all you can do is research and try and figure it out. Don't get too hung up on it at this stage if you're kind of early on it. Just start looking at the different arguments and the evidences and stuff, and keep that motivation aspect in the back of your mind. It takes time. You can't just like get it fed to you in a few minutes. Usually.
And let me tell you this, right? Oh shit. Sorry, forget it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you got to look at why do people lie, right? Can you come up with an answer for that? Like, why generally do people lie?
They have some sort of personal goal that they want to achieve, and they believe that lying will reach that goal.
It's to gain an advantage, right?
I mean, that's one way you could put it, sure.
Yeah, so if you know something that other people don't know, then you have an advantage over them, right?
Depending, sure.
What do you mean depending?
Well, I mean, just having like one piece of knowledge over someone doesn't necessarily give you an advantage. It depends on like the advantage of
it
what.
does, because if you can use it even once, that gives you an advantage, doesn't it?
If you could use it, right? If there's some sort of like practical use for it.
Yeah, there's always a practical use of you knowing something that someone else doesn't. Always.
I mean, you and I both know that like there won't really be like uses that I guess matter. Let's say.
What?
The fact that the person created the lie shows that there's a practical use for it.
No, I'm talking like generally speaking. I'm not talking about like this.
Dude, man, you are just a tap dancer, aren't you?
No, I just like.
Generally speaking, I'm sure you'd agree that with the phrase "knowledge is power," right?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Well, this is the ultimate example. Because you don't have knowledge of this Earth that they're telling us about. We don't have knowledge of that. They claim to. They say, we can go to a place that none of you can go, and we're going to define your whole reality for you. That's a great deal of power, because how you conduct yourself on this Earth is going to be influenced by what you think it is and why you think it's all here. So it goes very deep, the psychology of things.
Could I ask? I've heard that twice be said now, and I'm curious. Since you became, I don't know how you want to describe it, became flat Earth or whatever.
A base Chad will do.
Yeah, sure, Giga Chad. When that happened, like, and the time afterwards, how did you start operating differently in the world? Like, what changed in your life? How did you start operating?
Your critical thinking will dramatically improve.
So
You'll
what
just
did you
parse
see
things
come
out
from
more.
that? Like, what came from that? What like did you get anything from that? Well, besides like, I'm seeing reality more clear.
Yeah, get an understanding of the natural world, an understanding of our place in it, or at least you could say an understanding that what we've been told before isn't true. Getting incorrect ideas out of your head is a useful thing to do, especially if these incorrect ideas are essentially your entire worldview.
Okay,
You're less gullible.
And so like did you have any sort of like material gains, or was it all like philosophical or spiritual?
It's not about material. It's not about material gain. I mean, it's not like you're gonna become a millionaire by realizing this. It's a different thing. But yeah, loads of people, I would say, speaking to flat earthers generally, they all seem to say they're happier knowing it than not. But it's kind of hard to quantify exactly what changes, because it's so, well, in the one sense, nothing physically changes, right? Because you already experience the Earth as flat and motionless. So in that regard, nothing changes, but you can now understand that what you see is what you get. rather than trying to do some mental gymnastics and imagine the Earth that they've told you about in school and apply that to the physical, natural world, which you can do, but it's always just a mental exercise.
Something you said a second ago. Would you say that like they, you said that they purport that they're usually happier? Are they happier in the fact that they now have this knowledge, or are they fuck, wait, my work's calling me. Give me 1 second.
Yes, I'm happy that I can tell anytime somebody on TV is lying to me. Even 4 years ago.
I mean, if you just kick it back 150, if you kick it back 150 years ago, the mainstream history is pushing the narrative that everybody back then knew that the Earth was a ball. When we find contradictory information that people were being taught that the Earth was flat. Now, on top of that, most of us have come up in a day and age where it has been considered common knowledge that the Earth is a ball, and also that evidence is presented by government agencies such as NASA was completely accurate and were actual images, actual photographs, when they were just presenting paintings and falsified evidence. So when you kick the rock back to 150 years ago, you'd have to try to convince somebody who knew the Earth was flat that, hey, it just looks flat no matter how far you can see, with however great of a telescope you have. That's just refraction. When every measurement, every long distance observation based on ground measurement lets everybody know that there is no curvature to be found. So moving back 150 years, like as one of these hypotheticals that you like to do, if you're a flat earther, without NASA and their fake evidence, there would be really no way to convince somebody that, oh no, everything you have, don't believe your eyes, that's just something called refraction. You know what I mean? You would be hard pressed to do so. You're coming in with the presupposition that everything that you've been taught in school is true. And that's just not accurate based on observations that have been done multiple times by many different individuals.
Including a PhD. Also, I no longer have to worry about asteroids hitting my house, so I don't pay the extra $50 a month in insurance. I canceled it. Probably didn't hear you since he's muted. He's deafened.
It's all good. That was just for the audience.
You should do a commercial like what is it, Geico? I save 15% by calling Geico. Like Flat Lloyd put in there. We should do a commercial. I save 15% on my insurance by becoming a flat earther. I no longer have to buy asteroid insurance.
That is a great point.
How come they don't offer asteroid insurance or meteorites hitting your house? That should be something normal. That should be like hurricanes and all that other shit. Whatever kind of insurance you want.
They do.
It's called falling objects. That's covered under nearly all policies.
So, how does a rock fall from the sky?
They don't.
Oh, well, not falling up. So not.
They just want your money, Radwin.
You could throw it up there. You could take one up and then drop it.
Yeah, facts.
Sorry, are you still there?
Yep.
No, we all left.
Okay.
No, what's up?
Oh, okay. So like, you said that when people seem to go towards or like learn about the truths, they purport to be happier. Are you saying that they're happier in the fact that they've learned about this, like, or they have this, like, I guess, revelation that like they've been lied to, or like the entirety of their life?
No, they're not
seems to be
happy about that. Obviously, no one's happy about that. I think it's more the case that having independent agency improves the quality of life. So you're no longer a passenger in your own experience of life, being told, hey, this is what's going on, this is the situation. You're forming your own views and you're looking for yourself and thinking for yourself. So I think that generally improves people's quality of life, especially since what you're being given generally by the mainstream is a horror show.
That seems. I mean, I don't know. Like, at least intuitively, that seems like the opposite would happen in like a revelation like that. Like,
Yeah,
now,
yeah. Well, it's
like your quality of life would
interesting
go
like
down.
that.
Actually,
It's interesting because it can be the case. You know, people will have a freak out, and maybe they will get a bit depressed about it when they come to the realization. But after that initial experience, I would say, based on all the people that I've spoken to, they all consider themselves better off for knowing and going through it.
okay, it's like a trial thing that.
Yeah, it's a trial by fire. It's an ego death, right?
Do you? I don't think you were here earlier, but do you have any worries that like this knowledge would be something that could be dangerous to have?
No.
And why would that? Like, well, actually, I don't know if you.
What would be dangerous? What would be dangerous about observing a horizon?
Well, I mean, at least from my understanding of people in here.
It's like asking, is knowing the reality of your environment dangerous? Actually, I would say it's more dangerous to not understand the nature of your environment.
Well, I'm not saying like the danger comes in that. I'm saying the danger comes from the people that don't want you to know that, or don't want you to report this truth to other people.
Well, I don't know. I mean, is that a threat? I generally wouldn't say so, but I mean, the overarching interest here for us is the truth. Whatever that is, that's where we go. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm personally not fearing for my life. Maybe you would. I don't know, but
somebody already told you that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. How are you going to hide the fact that the Earth is flat? How do you hide that?
Maybe if you were like a president or something and you started talking about it, then maybe. But
I mean, how do you hide it? It seems as if they've already hit it, so I don't know.
Nah, they can't hide it.
Just go outside. It's not hidden anymore. It's only hidden when you're watching on television.
Well, rad. Like, just going outside and looking doesn't tell you the shape of the planet. The planet's pretty big.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily. That's true, but they've not hidden the fact that it's flat and motionless. It cannot be hidden. That is what we experience directly. So it's not a case of hiding things. It's a case of making you interpret your observations in a very specific way that happens to be counter what you're actually experiencing. That's what they've done.
See, and I already know, like, especially this old guy, because he's been on my case the entire time. It's like when you say that, like, it's a way
You're the old
in which
guy, Radwin.
This fucking old hoss or whatever.
Oh, old hoss.
Yeah, old hoss. Yeah. So whenever you're like, oh well, Radwin is too, but whenever you say something like it's a way in which you're kind of shaping your mind to like interpret what you're seeing. I mean, I don't know. For me, intuitively, it makes me ask the question of like, well, what's the purpose behind creating that interpretation in our minds? What is it that they're trying to do? What is the purpose of that?
Well, it would make you a lot more susceptible to their suggestion, because they're essentially telling you that you can't even trust your basic senses, and they have a method of understanding reality that you don't even have access to. So when they suggest this is how you should behave, this is how you should think about anything really, you're way more likely to believe them because you don't have access to the ability to determine it if you follow.
Sounds like North
their
Korea
notion.
with propaganda. North Korea does. Sounds similar.
It's like, you ever read 1984?
I've heard about it a million times and the gist of it, but I've never actually read it.
Well, you should definitely read it. Well, they talk about it, and they talk. Well, I can't remember what phrase they use for it, newspeak or whatever it is. But it's essentially, yeah, they can convince you that, or they can at least convince you to ignore your eyes, ignore your ears, and they'll teach you 2 + 2 = 5. And even if you don't believe it, they'll get you to say it till eventually you do believe it. You convince yourself.
Yeah, did you hear they're increasing our chocolate rations?
So is that what flat Earth is?
But I'm just surprised that like they would go through that effort to convince everyone of this for whatever reason. I mean, we could speculate whatever reason. They would go through all that effort, but it seems like they don't go to the final conclusion of trying to like totally get rid of the idea. It's like they're like, let's let it linger. Let's tell people
We can't.
to just
We
look
can't
at
get
them
rid
and
of
laugh
it.
and point.
It's the human's default. It can't be gotten rid of.
Dude, why do you think NASA has a budget of, what is it, $60 million a day? So they can produce shit for you to think you live on a ball. They're not doing anything else. They don't fly anywhere.
Show us the edge then. Show us the edge.
Let's get rid of him.
No, we're having a good convo with
Go
this
ahead.
guy. Although it should be more on the evidence really than the speculation, but at least you're interested.
Well, I mean, I could just say when I first came in, like, all I was doing is trying to figure out like what your world or y'all's worldview was. Like,
Do you think you understand now?
I think I have different perspectives from a few different people because I've talked to a few different people.
Tell me, give me an overview of what it is that you think we're saying specifically, in general, with our arguments.
It seems like, sort of the flat Earth argument is that I'm trying to think of how to keep out the specific like reasonings why and just get to like a broader idea.
Yeah, our arguments are not based on speculations as to why this has happened. Those aren't our arguments. So if you don't know anything
Some
other
people
than
were
that,
making those,
you've
so
not been
I'm
listening.
trying to omit those in my explanation.
We did not make an argument like that.
Well, they were saying like the reasonings why these were happening. Some people were saying.
Oh, you asked
Right,
about
because you asked about it, but that's not that's not what we're presenting here. We're not saying the Earth is this because these people have done this.
Right, I'm saying-
I'm asking you what your understanding of our position is. What are we saying?
So it seems like broadly what you're saying is that that there was almost intuitively human nature. We understand that the planet is flat or some, I guess, similar shape.
It's not a planet.
Well, that's the words I know how to use. So like whatever words you want to substitute, sure.
Well, planet's a light in the sky, right? The Earth is the ground beneath your feet, so call it the Earth. Yeah.
Can I call out an example real quick? That's an example of programming. He can't not call it a planet.
Yeah.
I mean, I will right now. So
It'll just catch you, but that's fine.
Earth is flat, and it's a intuitive thing that for whatever reason we were
right. But what's our evidence for that? What reasoning or evidence are we presenting for that claim? Because we're not just stating that claim.
Right, and then whoever this was came along and for whatever reason tried to program us into saying that, well, actually,
no, you're talking about people again. You're talking about people again. Not
you just gotta let me get to it. And then Earth is like is actually a globe, and then they started to invent their own like reasoning and ways in which that they can quote unquote prove that Earth is actually a globe and that the flat earthers are wrong. And then
right, okay. Can I reframe the question? Can I reframe the question to be a little bit more
your
specific?
claim would just be that like all the different examples that are given are actually proven to be wrong. That you guys have evidence to
No.
the contrary of.
Well, listen. What you were doing before there is you were kind of going through a bit of the history as to how this idea came about. What I'm asking you is, what is our argument for saying that it's flat and not a ball?
Isn't it multiple arguments? Do you just have one overarching?
Yeah, but there's an overarching fact about the nature of the surface that we live
I
on.
see what you did there.
I don't think I've heard what the overarching
Okay,
thing is.
well then this is it very simply. There is no surface curvature conforming to this globe. None detected, none observed, none measured, ever. Had you not heard that?
Not in those words. Can you say it again? There is no surface. What was it?
Yes. Curvature
Okay.
conforming to this ball. Right? And you would understand.
You didn't hear that before. I told you it's measured flat. If that doesn't mean it's not curving, it's hard to deal with people like that don't understand that if something's not curving, what is it?
So, can I ask you, like, with that statement, to your understanding, is there any sort of people that would say, if they say it's wrong and they have examples of why they would say it's wrong, like that statement, what would they normally say?
They would say, no, it's been measured, and then we say who measured it, and they can't find anyone, and then they spiral.
And then they go pictures from space.
Yeah. Then they say things like gravity and NASA. There's no measurement.
Yep,
There's no evidence of it. They just spiral, basically, yeah.
So then, whenever someone tries to present, like, I guess evidence to the contrary that wouldn't be true.
What would the evidence be?
Every single, like, well, that it doesn't matter the specifics. That's what I'm saying.
It does.
Present some, oh my god, if they're trying to present some sort of evidence to the contrary of that, you're saying that, like, this evidence is debunked. Like,
well, what it is so they'll present they'll present an argument like sticks and shadows from Greece in the BCs, or sunsets, or gravity. All of these things which assume the curvature, and then we take them back and we say, no, you need to show that there's curvature, and that's where they shut down and brick. You see? You understand? There's a fundamental assumption with all of these arguments. Well, there's multiple, but the most foundational is a curved surface. So if you don't have that, you don't have a ball. You understand?
Is there any sort of, like, let's say mathematics or anything that makes predictions that
Yes. Go on Google and type in curve calculator or distance to horizon calculator.
That got sent to me by that other guy, actually.
Yeah.
Hey, can I?
I think you want flat Earth predictions. Yeah, it's the eclipses. That's all flat Earth.
Hi, Americans. Can I just ask? Like, I've heard a few flat earthers say that it's like a religious point of view because God said that above is heaven, below is hell, and in the middle is us.
Nobody said that. No, we're not religious. Talking about religion about that. It's not.
Yeah, some people.
I wasn't accusing you. I wasn't accusing you of doing that. I was simply asking if that was the reason.
No, you have your wires crossed.
Hold on, guys.
We don't need to be shouting at people. That's a bit aggressive.
That's not a reason why we're flat earthers.
I didn't say you specifically. I asked if that was potentially a reason.
That's all right.
Okay, thank you. You could have told me nicely, but I appreciate the reply.
I said 99% of people are not flat earthers because of religion.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. Can I ask why you are then?
Because it's measured flat.
Measured flat, looks flat, navigated flat, practically used in every application in life as flat.
I mean, I do agree that if you look at the Earth, it's like flat from our world view, but what about space? Is space not real?
It doesn't exist, yeah.
Yeah,
There's no space.
It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
That's why you only see it on TV or on a screen. Yeah.
What did Katy Perry see?
A green screen.
That
green
Katy Perry thing is funny,
a
dude.
camera crew and
Is
a
that
green screen behind her.
Yeah, I don't think Katy Perry went to space, to be fair. I
yeah?
don't
Come
think an
on,
American
even the normies are realizing that's all propaganda. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's not the first time that, you know, a fake space flight has been done, that they faked it. Right, so if they're gonna fake it once, right? They didn't just fake it with Katy Perry. They've been faking it the whole time, you know?
Even if say they went up that high, that it's not even high enough to be in quote unquote space. That's just higher Earth. Not even traveled. Not even a course. Not even a length of Florida. Not even a little bit of a shoreline.
Yeah, but that's just how they trick you into thinking that you have to go somewhere else to see the world, even though you live on the world every single day.
Just quickly, like a couple of examples that I've at least heard. I don't really know like the full details of the math if you're gonna ask me, but like whether you have, I guess, rebuttals or if you have like a quick rebuttal to them. Like for instance, like what do you guys normally say with people who say like weather balloons have shown the curvature?
I've never heard anyone say that. But so, do you think the moon's round, or is the moon also flat?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, not you, like the people who actually are flat earthers, like the weather balloons, like that go
Yeah, you
roughly like
can
100,000
see that the issue with high altitude imagery is you can't exclude lens distortion. So a lot of the videos that you'll see will be using a fisheye lens like a GoPro, which curves straight lines. So if you watch these videos, you might see it at a certain bit and think, oh yeah, look, there's the curve. But you watch it a bit longer, and as the camera rocks about, that curve inverts, right? So it goes from convex to concave, and then flat. So they go all over the place.
And you'll also see the same, and you'll also see the same amount of curvature at the surface before they even let the balloon go.
100%. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson just says that's not even high enough. That's about the same height usually that they go. It's about the same height that that the dude that jumped off the balloon was 130,000 feet.
Yeah, the Red Bull jump.
Yep, he says that's flat. There's a mathematician. From a planetarian that he even says you wouldn't be able to see it from the ISS, which is 250 miles supposedly that where they're at. You only see 3% of the Earth's surface from there. So yeah, he says you see nothing but a flat horizon.
What about how does like my understanding of like the way GPS works has to do with like triangulation on that would only work
That's
on
your
a
first
spherical
problem.
Earth.
You said triangulation. Now you screwed up.
So how do you guys talk about like GPS or what?
You know what a triangle is?
Of course, this was like the conversation you're having earlier about the difference between a triangle and a flat surface and a spherical triangle. I know.
Okay.
So I'm asking like.
So you already know the answers.
So
you already know the Earth is used in in navigation as flat.
Well, at least as far as I understand from like airplane flight patterns that you can like monitor.
Flat, also flat, point to point, flat.
But they don't seem to take the routes that would be optimal for a flat Earth. They seem to take routes that are optimal.
Well, they fly in straight lines, so yeah, that would be flat.
Well,
yep, they hug the shoreline like ships do. They hug the shorelines like ships do as much as possible without crossing large bodies of water, because if a plane goes down somewhere that we're not checking, you're never going to see it again.
You guys
even in a scenario where it's not like going over a body of water, let's just say it's from California to New York.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to go into that minutia. The important thing that we need to realize in this conversation, because it would just be the curvature is the thing that we need in the first instance. Now, where is that? There's no curvature of the Earth to be measured.
You guys are definitely doomsday preppers. This is really a wild conversation.
About it. We're trying to distract it into some kind of poisoning the well fallacy, okay? What we need is the Earth curve and the measurements thereof in the first instance. Other than trying to backwards engineer and affirm the consequent with this whole thing, saying, but my GPS, but my weather balloons, but my sunset. We don't need any of that. What we need is primary source measurements of the Earth in reality. And we don't
the
have
rest
that.
of the planet's round.
Well,
Here we go.
my whole point of like bringing these things up is like these are at least examples that I've heard as to like where a curved Earth has to be taken into account.
No,
Okay, so
That is how y'all
slide.
address it.
That's the story. Now I want you to tell me how you get any of that data so that that stuff works. Show me the curvature and how it needs to be accounted for. Instead of just telling me someone told you, that's what we need.
I mean, if you're not interested, then it's fine.
No, see, no need. What you're missing here is what you need to be doing is when someone makes one of these claims to you, like you've just made it to us, you should then be asking, okay, well, where's this? This would be assuming that there's curvature again. So where's this been measured in reality? Because if you're saying these things prove that there is, then why can it not be detected in reality when measured?
I mean, I'll try and find it for you.
Try and find a direct measurement, yeah? The drop over distance. That's what you need.
The only people that are missing in the world, do you think they've just fallen off the edge?
What
edge? No.
Oh, just in case.
They must have.
What are you talking about?
Fall off of, and if your space is fake, dudes, there's no edge to fall off of.
But when does the world end then? There must be an edge. If it's flat, there must be an edge or a wall.
Space is fake. Didn't you hear me?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Mogul. When you go to a shoreline, is that an edge of Earth?
Yeah, I walk
And
into it
then you have
sometimes.
water, right?
No,
There's no water after
water.
after you get
Water
to the
doesn't
edge of-
exist. Water's
Like
a
when you go
concept.
to the shoreline. Did you say water's a concept? Please don't say you said that because I'm gonna mute you.
Don't be like this Scottish bird. It's not worth it.
Can I please ask my question now?
Scottish or
What's your
proud people
question?
don't do it.
What's your question?
Like this is a genuine question, so like I'm genuinely intrigued. So do you think that all the planets are flat too? Like genuinely? Like
Right.
if
So
Earth is flat,
they're different things, right? So you need to figure out that there are celestial bodies, the luminaries that we see in the sky, and then there's the ground beneath our feet. You've been taught that you can think of them in the same way and that they're the same thing, but they're not. Right? So you can't compare the two. So even if they were balls, which we don't actually observe, we just observe small little blobs of light or discs of light if it's the sun or the moon. You can't assume that that's what the ground is. Right? So
true. And I suppose the moon does look like pretty 2D.
well, you don't see it as a spinning ball, do you? You don't see other sides of it spinning around. So
No, and actually, when now I think about it, we don't also like. Surely we would feel the Earth spinning, or at least notice.
well, they'll come up with a million excuses as to why they have no evidence for it moving. But yeah, I agree with you. There would be some detection of motion if it was in motion. The only time it's in motion is when you're in an earthquake, and then you'll know. So forget all that. It's all sci-fi.
That's pretty valid, to be fair.
Nonsense.
Surely, if the world was flat as well, like the people on the sides would be like dropping off. Like, how do they
You
stay
just
on and stand
confused.
vertical?
Well, yeah. Well, listen, you're gonna have to go and ask the globe priests all that. They'll tell you gravity. You're being sucked into the center of this big spinning ball. Just nonsense.
Yeah, Isaac Newton's
Yeah.
a liar.
Yeah,
Or just
actually,
a
there's a lot
fantasist.
of experiments you can do to show yourself that you can't detect any acceleration, deceleration, or conservation of momentum. So, go stack some rocks, go balance and stack some rocks, go put a gyroscope on a table, or go hang a pendulum from your ceiling. The results are going to be nil. You won't have any results that would indicate motion in any one of those. So
That makes sense. I think you've converted me.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Snacks
You
in the
can
back.
lie about everything
Get you a
else as
tinfoil
well.
hat. You're in the corner. If you go grab yourself one.
What?
Put on your tinfoil hat now.
Yeah, I will. The government is fucking our brains with our 5G. How dare they?
Well, listen, for years, hundreds of years, people have been trying to detect this alleged Earth rotation, Earth motion, orbit of Earth, and nobody can seem to detect it. There isn't any kind of experiment or demonstration that can be done that would indicate to us that Earth is moving. You don't sense it. Your sense perception is not telling you that you're moving, right? If you're sitting out on your porch, say the wind is at just 2 miles an hour, right? You don't feel much of anything. You're just sitting still. Do your senses indicate to you that you're the one in motion?
No, because I don't have a port.
Well, whatever. You're sitting outside, porch, whatever, patio, deck, whatever, balcony, sitting outside.
Hold on, maybe they've never been outside before. We might have these kind of people in here.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to go down that. I don't want to go down into those weeds. That's crazy. So everybody's been outside. You've sat
some people
in a
have
place long enough. You sat down outside, right? So your senses don't tell you that you're moving. So,
someone second
aliens and stuff.
There's no such thing. So,
yeah, space is fake.
A moment ago, someone said that Isaac Newton was a liar, but it turns out that Isaac Newton was a pretty honest man. I have a quote from him in the side chat. He says, "I would not describe innate gravity." Read the whole quote. He actually thought it was absurd, this idea of spooky action at a distance we call gravity. So he wasn't a liar. He knew it was retarded. He just wanted to give the people what they paid him for, which was some idea about how something could work. He gave something, but he thought it was ridiculous. So he's not a liar.
Oh, slay Isaac Newton.
All right, so we got any other questions? Thoughts, comments? Are you guys new to this? You've never spoken about Flat Earth before? You don't know what's going on? You're confused and excited at the same time?
Yeah, so I don't know. I agree with some stances where it came from, but the only people I've heard talk about it was one person, and she came at it from the religious point that in the Bible God says that obviously there's heaven above, earth, and then hell below. So they get it from there's kind of an in between, and beyond the clouds is heaven. And beyond the wall.
Let me explain that bit to you. If you find the religious thing of interest.
I'm not religious. I don't really care about the religious standpoint, but that's just what I'd heard.
Well, you might come across some people that say that, but it is the case that in Scripture, in the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, they all describe a flat, motionless Earth. So that's true. So when some people figure out that the Earth also measures flat, for them it confirms their Scripture. So they're like, yeah, look, it says it in the Scripture. But that's not what we talk about.
Flat?
As in, right, so a sphere has a curved surface, yeah?
Yeah.
Like a basketball, football. So it's got, if you would put a ruler on it, like a horizontal, that surface would curve down and away from it, would move away from that horizontal. There'd be a drop, yeah?
Yeah.
The surface has to be curving down and away. Well, they tell us the size of this ball, say it's got a 3,959 mile radius. So you can go online, just go onto Google and type in curve calculator or distance to horizon calculator, and it'll tell you how much curvature there should be from point A to point B over however many miles. There's a formula for it. And so from that, someone's hot micing. Who's that? Fuck up.
Fixed.
Thank you. So from that, you can work out how far you should see over the surface, right? Like on a lake or a shoreline. They tell you boats and things are going over this curve. Well, you can go out and test it. You can test how far you can see, and we can see much further than we should be able to. We can see things that are supposed to be hidden by this curve that doesn't exist. So we're just observing and measuring flat bodies of water, because that's it, right? Water, the physical nature of it is to find its level, a body of water, right? So that's observably flat to us. So the question is it measurably flat? And the answer is yes, it is. So there's no curve. So It's not a ball. And people in the side chat will probably be posting videos and examples. I've got a link I can send you to our server, which has loads of examples of people doing this just all over the world, using lasers and high-powered cameras and mirror flashes, all kinds of stuff. Do you want to see them?
Yeah, I'm actually low-key a bit convinced at this point.
All right, I'll send you the link.
I want to be a flat earther. This is a fun little cult.
You're already a flat earther. That's good news. You just don't know
I'm
it
falling
yet.
for this, just like gravity.
Well, we'll have to break your heart when it comes to gravity as well.
You can't. You
I think I just
gravity's
sent it
not
to
real?
you. Well, things fall down, but the bending and warping of space-time, as imagined by Einstein, yeah, believe it or not, surprise, surprise, that's just a bullshit concept.
Oh, what have you sent it me on?
Just through Discord. Wait,
Oh,
what's your name? Yeah.
It's I'm the one on here with the 2 love hearts.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I just sent you the link. Right. So click on the link and tell me when you've joined, and I'll tell you where to look.
Yeah, I think you're in my requests. Oh yeah.
Right. So join the server. And there's loads of channels in it because there's terabytes of information on it. But if you scroll down about 3/4 of the way down the server channels, you'll see an additional information section. It's all alphabetized, A to Z. See those channels? Starts with Antarctica. It's got gravity, sun, moon, stars, curvature, motion of the Earth. Do you see those channels?
Yeah.
Right. So if you look under C for curvature, and you look under L for long distance observations and laser tests, you'll find a load of videos and demonstrations of exactly what we're talking about. Folk firing lasers tens of miles, the military firing lasers hundreds of miles. Everything proves that it's flat. Nothing actually proves that it's a ball. Radar goes too far. Whale calls go too far. But everything debunks the globe when you start looking into it.
But I'm already like halfway there. I think the government lied to us. I also low-key believe that we're AI, that are believing that we're AI, but we're coming round to the fact that we're AI.
Some of the Globers might be AI, but I assure you we're not.
I don't know, I think we are.
So take some time.
Why they hate flat
Ladies' night on Wednesday.
We're becoming unprogrammed.
Oh yeah. So there's a ladies' night that we do on Wednesdays. You should come along to it. It's at some time on a Wednesday.
I will. Can I bring Morgan?
You can bring whoever you want, as long as they're chill and not psychopaths. That's fine.
Oh no, Morgan's in here right now. She's really, really nice.
Yeah, we would love to have more ladies at ladies' night.
Yeah, so we've got
My
more.
mother-
Got
my
ladies'
mother
night on
occasionally
Wednesdays. Yeah, bring your mothers.
Oh, she's
Bless them.
dead. Bless them. I mean, I can bring a Ouija board. We can interact with her that way.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Rest in peace. But well, whoever you want to bring, it's ladies' night, and it's just the ladies of the flat Earth answering questions and having discussions. So it's a good time. Show up if you like. Anyway, I was sending you those resources so that when you leave this call, if you're interested, you can still research. But we're here 24/7. We've got a YouTube channel that's streaming 24/7. So if you just type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord into YouTube, you'll find a few of our channels. And yeah, we're just flat smacking all day, every day. 365 days a year, 24/7. Honestly, quite a remarkable free service we're providing here.
What day did you say
take
ladies'
advantage.
night's on?
Wednesdays at the moment.
Okay, I will be there. I'll be back.
Subject to
I'm just
change.
going into a drama chat. I'll be back.
Fine. All right. Who's next? Step right up.
I think that
Someone
guy
else is going to have to call out names.
I think that guy, the guy that was speaking earlier, took that chance to take off.
He sounded all right. I mean, a bit called dish, but when are they not?
Yeah.
I mean, at least he's not going, oh, well, I'm a flat earther, so I'm retarded, blah, blah, blah. He's not doing that shit.
Fuck it, the Earth is a children's a donut.
Yeah, right.
He actually saved us from a bunch of trolls, so it was good.
What was that?
I said, sorry. He actually saved us from a bunch of trolls. There was a couple of trolls in here, and we weren't getting anywhere with them. And he piped up and said, "Well, I've got a serious question." So, and then developed from there.
Yeah. So even if they just have the gumption to say, "I'm curious, can you explain?" That's like top 10%. Just with that. So if I hear them asking at least honestly, like, "Hey, I want to understand, explain your position," then we should give them preference. Anyway, how's it going, boys and girls? Has it been busy?
It's been pretty good. I mean, I was here earlier in the day, and I don't know if I think it was Adam who was here as well. Oh, and Flat Lloyd. Like all three of us was speaking to one dude that had an issue with Aristophanes.
I did hear Radwin giving some guy the triangle test that went pretty well. Not sure what his name was.
How's that
He did a double take. He backtracked on it.
Yeah, like he agreed all the way through.
Yeah, he got all the answers correct, and then when he was shown the circle with the 3 dots on it, he was like all confused.
That's
if he was consistent, he should have just said that that's a... Sorry, go.
That's what I was just going to say. What we need to start doing is when we get to that point, because he answered the first one correctly with the triangles, right? Like which ones are not triangles. So I wanted you to, after he did his whole cope about it can be triangles, I wanted you to go back and see if he changed his answer from the original triangle one.
He kept harping on non-Euclidean geometry and saying, yeah, well, these are spherical triangles and it's non-Euclidean. And then Radwin showed him a circle and he was unsure whether or not to say that that was also a non-Euclidean triangle. And I think he could have, but he was unsure. So you'd have to define the surface, right? The surface would have to be curving. And that's what we're left with. If he's going to claim, and if anybody like comes in here and says, well, those are spherical triangles, then the onus is on them to show that the surface is curving, right? You're back to that. You can't escape it.
As always. That's what I was trying to explain to the other guy. You've always got to check the assumptions. Out with new people already? What happened? I guess so.
That was the guy that said he was a physicist and a math wizard, too.
He failed at triangles. He got the triangle test correct, but then when I got to a triangle on top of a ball pointing to a star, yeah, that's okay.
He must be good at theoretical physics and not applied physics, then.
Yeah, he can probably make anything happen.
Just a bulletin for the room. Our good friend and brother Dave Hinkle has been unwell recently, so you should all send him your positive thoughts and DMs and prayers and whatever it is you're going to do. Some chocolates, maybe. Wait, no, not chocolates.
Dave.
He doesn't need those right now. Dave Hinkle.
Shout out Dave Hinkle. Hope you're well, buddy. Get well soon.
Yep, shout out Dead Air Dave. Hope you get well, man. Well, it looks like we've got Tristan on Deafen, and we've got Hush. Hush is always.
Oh dear.
Apart from that, Slim Pickens. Globers to talk to.
Hush, you alive? You got something for us today? You're up. It's block time.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, who's that? Who we got?
You don't sound like Hush.
No.
Was this World Congress person? What's up?
Aha, yes, World Congress. Welcome in.
What's up? It
How's
is
it going?
I.
What brings you by to the Flat Earth channel?
What? I'm glad that people see the truth now.
What's the truth?
That the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. It is a flat plane.
Whoa. Have you not seen the space pictures?
They're all cropped together.
Cropped together? What are you trying to say? You trying to say that the government can fake images?
Yes.
All right. You're gonna have to talk me through that. How's that possible?
Are you not flat? I thought this is for flat Earth. What?
No, this is how we capture flat earthers, because we know it's a globe because we've got space images.
Oh,
Don't you agree?
Sarcastic. Oh, I see. Yeah, so the
You almost fell for it, which means you're actually a glober.
What do you mean?
I can tell.
Well, the ISS, I'm not.
I can smell it off you.
I'm not a glober. The ISS can only take a alleged photograph of 3.14, 18% of the surface at a time. So all these photos from the ISS, including all the fake ass live streams, aren't real. They're all spliced together to make the image look quote unquote full. That's why there's so many inconsistencies.
Sounds like you've been indoctrinated with flat Earth propaganda. Who taught you all this heretical information?
Are you fucking with me or are you being serious? I'm so confused.
I'm fucking with you, dudes. It's alright.
I was gonna say.
So you're a flat earther, so what's your best evidence for if there was new people in this channel and you had to explain to them how you know the earth is flat, what 3 points would you give them?
Without religion?
Without religion.
Well, number one, the inconsistencies. I would say the biggest inconsistency with the space agencies is they constantly have to correct themselves. A big point that I would have is NASA has been saying it's going to make it to Mars since 2036, I believe, and yet it keeps getting postponed further back. Another one
It's
is
the heat shields, man. Give them a break. Could you make a heat shield?
Another one is China going to the quote-unquote moon. You're telling me they just made it. They just made it there. SpaceX.
Do you think they've been going for a while?
No. I don't think anyone's made it past, the quote-unquote atmosphere. So.
Wow, you really are some kind of conspiracy theorist, aren't you?
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just a realist.
What was the third one?
Third one, I would definitely say. Honestly, I'd probably put this at first. The third one's definitely going to be the fact that ships going over the quote unquote curve of the Earth doesn't make any sense. Should not be able to happen.
Doesn't make any sense. What do we think, chat?
He's a glober. He's a glober.
He's a glober.
I think he believes the Earth is flat. He doesn't know the Earth is flat.
So far, mate, you're getting globe out of 10.
I'm
People are holding up their globe.
Hold up, sorry. If when asked to demonstrate to us how you know the Earth is flat, your three answers were, well, two of them were about space. I don't believe NASA, China, and the other one was, I don't think boats go over the curve. Those are opinions.
No, that was. He asked me, "Why am I a flat earther?" That's why he asked me, and I was like, "Why would I trust a corporation that keeps?" It's
No, I did ask if there was new people in this chat. What 3 points would you give them to say, the Earth's flat?
Oh, my apologies.
All right. I mean, it was shaky, but that's all right. I'm not gonna harp on at you for it.
Yeah, that's about it. I'm not going to trust a corporation that's in it for money and waste million. They're really not even wasting it. They're just fucking pocketing it. They just waste millions and millions of dollars every year.
On what? How do you know?
Doing nothing.
On what?
Doing nothing.
Yeah,
there's no advantage.
You think hookers is a waste?
Yeah, where's the evidence of that, though? That sounds
Evidence
like
of what? Of them wasting money?
Yeah.
The lack of us meeting our mission?
Meeting our mission? What mission?
The mission of allegedly going to Mars, colonizing Mars, having somebody go to Mars.
How do you know that's been delayed? How do you know that's been delayed? How do you know that's not working?
Because the universe, like, you can look at multiple universities that are like in cahoots with it, and then it just keeps getting pushed back. Like I can pull
like what?
In cahoots.
Like you're very ambiguous with your answers. Like you don't universities. What does that mean?
That's a conspiracy buzzword. I'm triggered. You said cahoots.
What do you mean cahoots?
Yeah, we don't have any meat on the bone right now. You're just basically saying very ambiguous things. So
we're stabbing.
Can I ask a question?
What do you mean, like how it would matter? Like, okay, so let me say this: 2030 proposed date of colonizing Mars. It's been postponed like I think 16 years, so 2042 or some shit like that. How does something get postponed 16 years? I mean, they're just like throwing it off. And another thing, does that make sense? Like,
just because NASA are full of shit doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
Well, why would I trust them? That makes no.
I mean, corporations lie, but because they're lying about a place that can't exist, doesn't mean that the Earth's flat.
So them cropping photos of, hundreds of alleged photos of the Earth together and saying, yeah, this is one still image of Earth is.
Right, so
that's like a trustworthy
about
thing.
being able to go to space and take pictures of Earth, right? Does that mean that the Earth is not a ball?
You got to say that slower. You have your mic is kind of quiet. You got to say that slower. Whoever just said that.
Yeah, that's all right. Jedi, let Jedi go.
Yeah. So you guys are. I'm confused. You guys believe that it's flat, or you guys believe that?
Oh, key word.
Oh, sorry. Correction.
Sorry.
You
fine.
know that the Earth is a globe, or you know that it's flat?
We know that the Earth measures flat. There's no belief needed for an empirical measurement.
Okay, so I'm confused. Why are you questioning my belief?
Because we asked you why the Earth was flat, and you've given us spurious stories about a sky, and stories about NASA, and not believing China, and it might not be the case that boats go over the curve.
No,
and questioning belief is exactly what we're talking about.
It is. Listen. It is the case that boats don't go over the curve because there is none.
Oh, I know that.
So I don't understand why everybody's all over me.
Because it doesn't matter if you're flat or globe. We want you to be able to demonstrate that your ideas, thoughts, and beliefs are anchored by evidence and reason and logic. It's not enough to say, "Oh, I don't believe NASA, therefore the Earth's flat." I mean, that's illogical.
That's not it. It's also the whole landmass fallacy of, oh yeah, there's going to be 8 inches, right, per every square mile. That doesn't add up at all.
Yeah, that's more like it. So they give us concrete numbers to test
square mile.
The claimed curve rate 8 inches per mile squared. So that's more like what we're looking for in terms of how you can figure out that the Earth is not a ball.
Oh, I thought you guys were trying to ask me what got me into knowing that the Earth is flat. My bad.
No, you know what we meant.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's my apologies. Yeah.
You're all right, mate. No stress, no drama.
That's all right. Now we're interested in that too. How people come to this, how they start to realize it. It's interesting to hear. So that's fine. You can talk about that if you want. But
We're also combing through other LARPers as well, so.
Yeah, we got a lot of people. Yeah, you should understand. We get a lot of people who pretend to be flat earthers, so we generally give them some questions to see if they know what they're talking about. You see?
Are you, I'm sorry, you're talking to me?
Well, yeah, just in general. We're not interrogating you for no reason. We get a lot of LARPers who come through.
How did you come across this? How did you come across this channel?
I was in the Discord drama hotline one, and I saw it above. Yeah.
Definitely
Discord drama. I was gonna say that's a pretty Glober channel.
No, I think I got in trouble for making fun of like the trans one or whatever, and they like put me in there.
All right, they booted you to the drama channel.
Yeah, like I said something. I don't want to. I think he said it had something to do with me using the shortened version of trans.
All right, okay, that's
with
fine.
2 N's like that. Yeah. So I don't.
All right. Well, here we just talk about the Earth.
Yeah.
So we don't do the drama, although the drama does try and come to us.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just it's somewhere to hang out. I don't really have any other interest in. I see that there's like Christian chats and like stuff like that, and like like the feminism and like animal ethics. It's pretty interesting that it's this broad.
Yeah, well, as I say, we're just like a guest room here, so.
Yeah. So for the moment, I'm going to assume that in some way, shape, or form, you believe the Earth to be flat. Now, I don't want you to take umbrage with this particular term I'm going to use, but I would consider you to be like a YouTube flat earther or a TikTok flat earther, because most of that content has to do with, oh, this is how NASA fakes this. This is what the corporations do to put this forth, right? These are a lot of things to show that we could poke holes in the character, the integrity of certain institutions or agencies. However, if you're going to say that I know the Earth is flat, well, somebody would want to know how you know, and that wouldn't be a lack of evidence by some of these agencies or the fact that they're, using green screens. It would have to be, well, the Earth measures this way. There is no deviation, from straight anywhere. So, or horizontal, I should say. That would be the thing that you would want to tighten your shot group with, not NASA is a fraud, because NASA is not the only one making the claim that the Earth is a ball.
Right. Well, another one. If you want another one is the fact that they measure rotation, and that got me too. They're like the rotation of the Earth is, I believe, like 10 degrees or something. I think it's 10 to 15 degrees, and it's thousands and thousands of miles per hour. And they're like, you're able to pick it up with a, I forgot the exact name. Forgive me. But it's not observable by us. Don't you think that if you're on a giant sphere twirling thousands and thousands of miles per hour, rotating thousands of miles per hour, while rotating also with the alleged universe and the same galaxy, that you would be able to notice that? Why doesn't that come? Why don't we have that sense? Yeah, like just in the side chat, I believe Jenna Macy, you're telling me that that's how that works. That makes absolutely no sense. So I mean, you're not wrong, and I guess you could consider me a skeptic, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not. I guess I'm not as educated on this as a lot of people, but yeah, it's clearly flat.
Yeah, I posted that little GIF as just like a ha-ha, because it's so silly, that that this is presented to us as reality, right? There's all of this acceleration and deceleration. We should be experiencing constant conservation of momentum back and forth in between these accelerations and decelerations, right? So we've got this thing that's allegedly happening that we can't test for, can't do any experiments for, and that our senses don't detect. But it's happening. Yeah, it's a bunch of bullocks.
Yeah. Another big thing that I've noticed is the depictions of how space allegedly works. It doesn't. For example, like, how can you travel in a vacuum? It makes no sense. If the space is like an empty vacuum, how are you able to travel in there? Space can't be real.
That's why you're a believer. How do you have the vacuum in the first place, son?
No, that's why I said depiction. There is no vacuum. That's why I said that how it's depicted. There is. You can't travel.
Why isn't there a vacuum?
What do you mean? Because what are you talking about? If we were surrounded by a vacuum, we wouldn't exist. There'd be nothing. Nothing would be.
And the reason for this is what? There's no vacuum because?
I mean, just basic, what do you call it? Physics, right? Like if you have something in that vacuum, right? Like you're crushing that. Like you're telling me right now that a fucking rock floating on its axis, following the sun, that's somehow going in a straight line, traveling through the vast expansion of the alleged universe, isn't affected whatsoever by a quote-unquote vacuum of space. Yeah. And how does fire work in a vacuum? It's fucking stupid. That's just all it is. It's fucking stupid.
Can't get thrust in a vacuum, but also the fact that they tell us that there is this pressure system around the globe being held down by gravity directly adjacent to the vacuum of space, this open, endless vacuum of space. What we're trying to get to here is that it's a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy. And it's an exchange of energy in a closed system with things like temperature. So that's why the vacuum is a no. You need a container for your gas pressure. And a lot of Glovers will come in here and they want to argue that gravity's the container and all this crazy nonsense, right? And they want to preach about the vacuum. But then I have to remind them that in order to have a vacuum, it requires it to be a closed system.
Yeah, can someone send this guy a link to the server? Because obviously he's interested, so give him a place to do some research. Are you on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server?
I don't believe so.
To?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, we'll send you a link. So this is our home server, and we've got terabytes of resources. So you can research this in your own time. What's your name again? World Congress. Oh no, you are a member.
Of the 24/7 Flat Earth?
Yeah. So it's like a little Earth icon. If you look down your server icons.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw it on TikTok.
You see it?
Yeah. Or YouTube or something. Yeah, my apologies.
You cut out? Was that me?
Oh. I said I think I might have saw it on TikTok or YouTube. My apologies. I forgot about that.
Mic check.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, the both of yous.
Is everyone roboting? Or am I just not hearing people? It's just me.
Is that Cyclone?
Cyclone, do you hear me?
I hear you now. You hear me?
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
All right. That's my bad. All right. So yeah, did you found the server?
Yeah, if you can hear me, I think I saw it on YouTube or TikTok or something. That's my apologies. I forgot about that I even joined. I didn't even think I joined it, to be honest.
Well, that's all right. Well, that's all right. So if you're on it, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channels, you'll find the additional information sections. So it's all alphabetized into the different topics. So yeah, I would take some time and go through some of those resources and come and listen to the chat here, and you'll quickly understand kind of what we talk about here.
I saw a lot of the content, like scrolling through now. A lot of the content's I've already seen. For example, like the Red Bull incident. Like, oh yeah, you're at this distance. Why don't you see this? Right? Like, why do the continents appear to be expanded?
Yeah. Well,
water not finding its level.
There's a bunch of stuff in there.
Yeah.
You forgot you joined the server 3 days ago?
Yeah, well, so there was this guy on TikTok, and he got banned. It was the weirdest thing. He was like posting videos, like short videos explaining it, and he got like I'll type in his name, like he's not coming up on my feed anymore, right? So I think he's just fucking like banned. It's weird. Like I see the videos that are like mentioning him, but I don't see the videos that he's made. If that, I don't know.
Give us the details. What did he say?
Yeah. So he was talking about just what we were going over. Like that was fresh in my head. The actual gas and the movement of the average depiction of how the universe works.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm like, you know what? I've never thought of that. That's really interesting. I'm like, how would that work in a vacuum? And the answer is it doesn't. So
you're saying you came across a flat earther or a glober on TikTok?
A flat earther. He's a flat earther. Yeah.
Oh, he got banned from where?
Yeah, he's like his account is like it won't even show. Like I'll type in the name of his account and like the only thing that comes up is the mentions of him.
So he did a short series on why he got banned from here.
No, he's on TikTok, right? I saw him on TikTok and he linked this. I believe that was him. He linked the Discord.
He's on TikTok now?
Yes. He was making videos on TikTok and he got banned on TikTok.
Yep.
For like no reason.
We already came across. You know how you have moderators here and Discord, and moderators have special functions. TikTok has those functions and it has moderators, except that's not that kind of platform. So what they use their moderation for is to shadow ban, drive traffic away, things like that. That's not flat Earth related. That's just TikTok related. But yeah, we get hit too, of course.
Yeah, it's just you'll find like stuff like that on your feed, and it just seems like it's like only flat Earth perspective that gets removed. That's so weird. Like that's actually like it's just like censorship, to be completely blunt about it.
Seeing as that he was a flat earther and you said he gave you a depiction of the universe that makes sense, that's reification because nobody can do that. Like how flat earthers. Well, it's usually by way of reification, because they'll show you a map or how the land is supposed to be, and all of that's invalid. I don't know if the guys went over that with you or not. Because it's just cosmology. There's no way to validate cosmology. Right? Not in the scientific way that they're claiming. Not with physics, you can't. How are they going to observe the universe from in the universe? We live in the galaxy, supposedly. There's like billions of them.
Oh, Elijah, guess what, bro? On my newsfeed, it said, hey, this week you can see the Milky Way galaxy. And I was like, wait a minute, I thought we were inside the Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah. You know. Oh, you're that guy. No.
No, but look, they'll let flat earthers thrive on TikTok as long as they're talking smack. If they're talking about magic and wormholes and teleports and fancy secret lizard aliens, right, that might have come from the center of the earth, they'll let those guys all day long. But as soon as you start talking facts and figures, that's when you start to get the ire of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Admiral Byrd, I believe. That he said that, like when he was traveling through Antarctica, I think it might. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Antarctica, that the Earth opened up and he flew in there and he observed.
Did he though? Did he say that?
That's what I thought. I mean, I read a comment on one of the videos like that. I believe something about that. I mean, to be honest, that's more believable than a giant 60-foot reptile walking 365 years ago that still somehow has DNA preserved in the fossils.
So when you say one thing is more believable than the other, then that means that you don't know.
Well, I don't believe in either of them. I think that, to be honest, if that,
it's all irrelevant.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying that, like, sure.
So what have you learned as far as since you've been in here? You know, like a real what kind of facts have you found out about the Earth being flat from somebody in here?
Oh, well, no one's really given me a point. I've just gone over my points. Nobody's given me their individual point. If somebody wants to share, I'm all ears.
How long have you been in here?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead,
how long I've been here, to be honest with you. Maybe a few days, a week, maybe.
What'd you say, Jedi?
So I mentioned it earlier, how the Earth is measured flat, but the conversation was a bit roundabout at that time. So we haven't really discussed, how do we put it, how things are run in this room. And our 24/7 likes to speak about how we separate knowledge from, say, belief, and what we can empirically demonstrate as to regards, and what's something that we have to take at face value, for example. So we'll probably get to that, but I think the conversation wasn't there really.
Why not start right there? So you have to flesh that out to validate to him that that's the case, right?
Is he roboting from the future or the past? Or is he just roboting for me?
He's roboting, but I think he's saying to start with the last point, flesh it out.
Yeah, I guess we can do that. That's for sure. Sorry, my friend, I do apologise. I didn't catch your name. Who are we speaking to?
It's me, World Congress.
Gentleman.
World Congress.
Hello, mate. Good to meet you, my friend. So, yeah, like I was saying, it's probably why we were a little bit on top of you earlier. I think sometimes in this room we look for key words. One of those words is measure. Now, we're talking about the surface of the Earth, and whether it's curved or whether it's flat, horizontal, level. And if we're going to figure that out, we're going to measure it. There'll be an empirical standard, right, to see something is level, to see if something is at altitude or beneath a level. So we stick to that kind of empirical stuff, because the question is about the surface description of the Earth.
To answer that question, we're going to survey the land. And when we survey the land with the tools that we use, we most definitely measure the waters of the earth to lay horizontally. Now, that's an empirical standard. That is the way that it measures. So we know, it's not a belief, we know the earth is flat because that's the way it's measured. It's the way it's observed. It's the way it's measured. And it's the way that we all practically use it every single day. It doesn't really matter the job that we do. So it's a knowledge thing. There's no belief here. We know it's flat because it measures that way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah, I understand.
Cool. Awesome stuff. Does anybody else want to jump in with that? How we know the earth is measured flat?
Before, I do have a question for AI, though. Are you still around, AI?
What?
Yeah, hey, so you were talking about TikTok a moment ago. What's came of our rainbow and unicorn friend over there? I can't think of his name.
Lo-Fi?
No, no, he was always in our servers talking about rainbows being proof of the firmament, and then he went to TikTok and was having a good run over there, I believe, but I've not heard from him in a while.
Yeah, this sounds like
I can't remember.
I was gonna say Lo-Fi guy.
Yeah, Lo-Fi guy.
Yeah, Lo-Fi was like rainbows. Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, maybe my phone cut out. I thought it sounded like something else, but maybe my phone cut out.
Yeah, well, look, to be fair, I only said Lo-Fi. There's no way you could have possibly inferred I was speaking about Lo-Fi guy unless I said the guy part too. No worries.
But is he
he's
still
doing his thing as far as I know?
Yeah, cool.
He does hosting, like where you can have a panel, and he'll bring people up and they'll talk and they'll ask questions and they'll ask questions to the audience. Kind of like we do here when there's an event. But you could do that on TikTok now.
Yeah, I was on a couple of them with him. I thought it was a pretty good format that he has going.
Yeah, I just got my account up to where I can do that now, and so did Mickey. So we're going to start doing some of those too.
Nice.
Well, no, sorry, Indio. Mickey already had his maxed out. Yes, we're going to do that as an event in the near future. Do a little TikTok panel. All right, I'm going back on mute because I got to navigate.
Anybody familiar with the TikTok channel Angels of Light?
I think I know who you're talking about. Flat Earther, right? Angels of Light. Sometimes appears on FED. The Nathan Oakley show.
Yes.
I think he does TikTok videos.
Yes. He's constantly doing.
Gotcha.
He's doing the same type of stuff as the 24/7. He's just up there, open to let anybody come in and present their claims, and he just refutes all of their claims based on visuals and stuff. And yeah, it's a good channel. It's definitely a good channel. I definitely wanted to reach out to him to see if he would hop on here with us one day.
Yeah, he seems like a good lad, Angels of Light. I've heard him on Nathan Oakley, and I think he's presented some of his arguments or videos or whatever on that show. Around, reach out to him, bring him on in here if he wants to come. That'd be great.
Is that the British guy?
No, he's Australian.
Yeah, he sounds like me.
You're a true blue Aussie, Jedi.
That's right. Thanks, mate. I'm glad somebody got that. Thank you. So what's up? What's next? What's going on? What are we talking about? Where's the party?
In Jupiter.
Who's new in the channel? Pardon me?
You said where's the party? I said in
Hi,
Jupiter.
everyone.
Is that an event hall or a club somewhere near you?
Yes. Yes, it is. And the girls there are stupider.
That rhymes, right? That's the joke, yeah?
It was a pun. No. It was a palindrome.
Why is Timbo muted? Is it because he's Australian?
Probably one of them iPhone users.
Oh, one of those iPhone users, I get you. Oh, Luke's back. What's up, Luke?
Hi.
Hi. I'm your father.
Oh man,
Where
Luke's
were
back.
they?
Star Wars reference.
Someone start the stopwatch to
Holy
see how
cow,
long
dude.
Luke
That's
can maintain
awesome.
his civility.
Well, actually, before we proceed, he owes Jedi a very sincere apology.
He probably owes everyone in the room an
Does he now?
apology
Oh,
at
yes,
this point, but I do
Yeah, he
like to
does.
start with an apology. So, yeah, Luke, let's hear your apology to Jedi.
What would the apology be in reference to?
Accusing me of beating my children, you cunt.
Oh my god. Yeah, Luke, that's even worse than I expected from you Globers, who, you know, you're the lowest of the low. So that does demand a genuine apology if you want to continue being here.
Well, you guys accused like hundreds of years of science.
Well, you accused no. Don't be a 12-year-old. Just man up and apologize for saying some out-of-pocket shit because you were emotional.
No, but I stand by what I said.
All right.
You
Yeah,
witnessed
right.
hundreds of years?
Wait a minute. So we need science to
See you later.
What is he talking about?
Nah. No working with that. One absolute fool. Well, I said start the stopwatch. Even I wasn't expecting it to be quite that quick before he spirals out into his obnoxious self.
Disappointing. That's what it is.
What was that, 5 seconds?
Yeah. And the only thing is, it's just going to go on longer and longer, which is going to make him look worse and worse.
I want to
Hey,
give
what's
y'all
up,
some advice.
Dave?
I want to give you some advice. If you're going to have a heart attack while you're behind the wheel, you need to back into a nurse that knows CPR. Remember that, okay?
Wow, dude.
Whoa.
That's crazy.
Funny. That's funny as fuck. Some
Hope
good
you're doing
sound
well,
advice
Dave.
there, mate.
Hopefully
Yes,
y'all
last.
heard the story. I'm not going to repeat it here, but it's on the earlier live stream. I kind of covered it, but I'm still here for some reason, and the Earth's still not a ball. You guys continue.
God bless
Bless
you,
you,
man.
Dave.
God bless you.
It's like the opposite of those Final Destination movies where you just plow into a nurse and she saves you.
And I was out for 15 minutes. I can't tell you where I was, but you guys want me to make up some cool story about it, or
You floated up and saw that it was flat, didn't you?
something like that, I guess.
Good man.
You had an out-of-body experience.
I can't even reduce myself these days to making up stories even about something that there's no way to verify. Even if I told y'all something, how are you going to verify it?
No, dude, no worries, brother. You
Good
can
on you and all of
honestly
your
say,
members, man.
just hold on, you can honestly say while you were out, you didn't see any curvature.
Exactly. Good point. I got you. I did not see any Earth curvature at all. Zero. Nada.
Dave, if I'm reading this right, man, I hope you're doing well. I wish you the best recovery. I've had many heart attacks, man. It's quite a scary thing to happen to you. If you've got any questions, man, send me a DM. We'll hook up, dude, if you want to know anything or any reassurance about anything, man. There's not a lot I don't know about hearts and stuff these days, dude. So if you need a friend to talk to, mate, I'm all yours. But all the best, dude.
I've had like a 20-year battle with heart disease, and I've got like what they call them guys, defibrillator, pacemaker, whatever you want to call it. That's
wow.
I've got one of those in my chest, so it's like Dr. Frankenstein kind of stuff. But you know what I mean.
I will bow to your knowledge. You've got it covered, dude. But like I said, if you need a friend or anything, I'm just a DM away.
Yeah, I've got a good family resource around here, and I think I've got all my bases covered. For what it's worth, I don't want to talk medical on here, but there is at least science behind some of this stuff they do with the heart, and that's all I want to say.
Yeah,
it's not like the government propaganda stuff, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, man, for sure. All the best, though, mate.
I accept that especially the guy that installed this pacemaker, it took him 38 minutes. Can you imagine doing something like that in 38 minutes?
No, it's very complex stuff, but to get it done in such a they do.
I mean, he was like, slice, zip him up, put the sling on him. Here you go. But I really appreciate it.
Dave, I met a guy yesterday who about 8 months ago lost 2/3 of his heart in a heart attack, more or less, and they did some kind of implant thing, and he was sitting in my office yesterday, just like, until he told me, I had no idea, and we had a good little talk about it. So I hope that'll be a little bit of support for you, that 8 months from now you're going to look back and say, well, it wasn't that bad.
Well, I'm 3 days out of a hospital bed, and I can't ask for better. I'm not 100% yet. I mean, having getting back on the horse and driving that car is going to be kind of hard. But when he comes out of the blue like that, it's scary as hell. You guys can feel me, right?
Yeah.
Because usually I know something's coming on, I would have never started the car, But I can feel all y'all's good vibes and prayers, or whatever you want to call them, and I'm sure everything helps. And I've got a good family resource around me. I just wanted to share that story since there were so many coincidences that, if that lady had started giving me CPR immediately, I would probably be brain dead, if not dead. So that's enough about me.
Synchronicity, man.
Let's find some globe curvature. I'll shut up.
God bless you, brother. That's a beautiful story. Beautiful story. Glad you're with us.
Good to hear you.
Only the creator knows the expiration date. I'm not trying to push mine forward, so all you can do, all right?
Don't be like the guy who doesn't go get green bananas. So we're going to have you around for a long time, Brother Dave. That's going to be in my prayers.
Appreciate that, J.E. and everybody else. I can feel all the love in the room. That's enough about me. Y'all continue.
All right, well, let me just check who we've got in.
So we've got the Napalm Doctor. What's up, Napalm Doctor? We've also got Dr. K. It's becoming a medical conference. Who else we got?
Got fresh grown flowers in here. You can put me under medical as well. We'll provide medicine for the people that need.
We've also got... Is that Mitchell? I don't know if I recognise that name. Tristan, Torture. What's up, guys? Unmute your mics, ask some questions. Discuss. We need a doctor in the house. Got any doctors? The globe is bleeding out. You guys need to do something. Guess not. Guess just watch it die.
We need globe evidence stat. Anybody got it?
Yeah, what about some of those refraction bandages you've got? Gravity bandage.
I want to see a perpendicular perspective of refraction. If light travels in straight beams, right, in straight lines, that means from the observation point to the observer is a straight line. So you should be able to have a perpendicular perspective of that straight line of light and showing it curve. But they've never shown that to us. It's weird.
Also, new people, have you noticed that water is level? Discuss.
What do you mean, Wolfgang? The Pacific Ocean's not curving into a ball? Is that what you're telling me?
No, it can't, because water's just level.
That makes way too much sense. It's got to be a ball.
Doctor, the globe is critical. We're going to need some sophistry stat.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah, old boy earlier saying all stars are considered infinity. At infinity distance. That was my favorite today.
Their horizon's infinity too. They just don't tell you straight out. And then when they make a tangent to it, they just say it goes forever.
The likelihood of refraction being around only to make the world appear flat is statistically improbable.
What's weird, the only refraction causing or water causing refraction is when the light goes through the actual surface into the medium of the water, not when it travels above it.
They claim no matter what the conditions are, magical refraction will cover it. Doesn't matter. Any observation seen past 2.9, whatever, 4 miles is all covered under the refraction clause.
I asked the Glover the other day if they could actually provide an observation that actually matches, where they don't have to say, oh, refraction, that's why we see further. Can they just find observations on bodies of water that match the globe? Because I haven't seen any yet.
They also have a magical refraction slider. They just need to slide it up till they get the amount they need. There you go. Easy peasy.
It also magically makes all standing 90-degree structures not lean back away from the observer.
And then all you have to do is take whatever formula and add that little epsilon E for error correction, and bada bing, bada boom, there you go.
Can has anybody done a long distance or as long as possible of a distance observation to the Leaning Tower of Pisa and then done one to any other just straight vertical structure to show the difference of what an actual building or structure leaning away looks like from a long distance versus something that's erect vertically?
Great question.
Go for it, man.
Well-
You'll be the first to start working on it.
So the math for that would dictate that it would be 1 degree at 60 miles, so it would be basically imperceivable. So it wouldn't really help anything.
Angles exist, and change in angle is definitely perceptible.
Yeah, I think you'd be battling a whole lot more than at that distance than trying to figure out if something is leaning at 1 degree away from you than you would, you know. You know what I mean? You wouldn't figure that out. That wouldn't be a part of the problem at 60 nautical miles. It'd be 69 statute miles in that case, over land or whatever. Either or.
The distance relative to the point of convergence would always, they would be constant, you know.
So I don't know how many long distance observations that you've taken, but stuff really starts to break down, you know, even at 10 miles. It gets pretty weird out there. So at 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles, like I said, that 1 degree, you wouldn't be picking that up. And that, you know, that would be tilting away from you. So it'd be pretty hard, if not impossible, I would say. But I don't know, because the Earth's not curving. So
Can I just get a mic check?
You're good, loud and clear.
Ah, sweet, thanks. Yeah, because my old headphones were playing up. Like I'd have to wiggle the wires around and shit just to be able to hear any sound coming through it. And my son said, "There's some in the car if you want." Oh, so I've just grabbed them and it's working good. Okay, cool. Thank you.
I don't know. The globe enthusiasm for people seems to be dwindling day by day. Is that just me?
Somehow you have to tell them it's flat Earth without telling them a space is fake, and then they can accept it. As soon as you introduce that to them, it's over with.
Yeah, they've been staring at studio logos for since they were born. Universal, etc. It's like you have to presuppose that space is real to even be an infant in this paradigm of education.
That's correct. To even believe the globe, you got to start with a lot of presuppositions about it being globe to start with, and then look at the sky and then make up some math. And bada bing, bada boom, you're good.
You know, and also you have to think of all of the other parts of their religion that the globetardism allows for. Because without globetardism, you can't have man just being this silly little thing riding on a rock somewhere through some random abyss. You have man at the center, if you will, and then from there you likely can't have the creation myth of evolution, and you can't have the modern esoteric morality stories that they have, and then you can't have their eschatology, which is the global warming and the environmental disasters that they've created. So this is the most important thing to them, because if you drop this, you can't have any of their other doctrines. And Dave, did you see in the side chat my comment about you there?
I appreciate it, man. I just now saw it. I appreciate everybody's thoughts, prayers, good vibes. You know, I'm just a lucky man, I guess. I got to come back to whatever this is. So.
You know what? Somebody a long time ago told me that everything they did in business and life was just luck. But they found that the harder they worked, the luckier they got.
We kind of reap your rewards in this, you know, kind of generally speaking, if you know what I mean, right? Reap what you sow, however that goes. I just got a call from somebody in the family, so once again, I'm out of here. I'm good, and drop it now. It's over with. Life goes on.
See you, brother.
I appreciate everybody's thoughts and prayers, and I'm just feeling like a lucky man. And whatever time I have left, it's up to whatever created this place. And stress and worry is not going to help me do any better here. So, going to try to avoid both of those.
Good
well,
people.
I just come on here when I can and try to speak the truth, and all you guys, or a lot of you guys, do that too. And it feels good to be in a group that doesn't give a fuck and can speak the truth. And I appreciate you guys.
Take care, brother. I missed it. May I ask, what was it about?
Be good, man.
You mentioned.
Until next time.
Okay, be good. Peace.
I haven't left yet, so I'll give you this Reader's Digest version. Last Wednesday, got my car to deliver a grocery order. I put my car in reverse. Then my next memory is waking up in the hospital emergency room, which is in real time about 30 minutes later, and my heart was not ticking during that 30 minutes. They hit me with the paddles, got me back to life, and now I'm telling you about it. That's as short as I can put it.
I can understand that, bro. I had a similar experience many years ago, and it still hurts, dominates my life. Oh, I wish the best for you, brother.
I appreciate it. I mean, you heard the part about I accidentally backed into a nurse that knows CPR. So her starting CPR immediately means I can still have brain function probably. I have no way of proving that, but I'd say there's pretty good odds, you know.
Yeah, I told you I had similar experience with a beloved person. I just don't want to go further, deeper to it on the.
Yeah, I'm leaving anyway. You guys go ahead and find some of that globe evidence. It's got to be out there. I mean, everybody knows it's a globe, so there's got to be some evidence for it, right? I hope you find it.
Okay, bro.
The best proof of the globe is imagination.
Another relevant question. Shouldn't we ban the use of the word believe because they come and ask us if we believe in gravity or not. We believe. They only believe. They have only beliefs. They say it by their mouth. I mean, we don't believe. We observe and conclude. Shouldn't we use the word believe, which I always use as an evidence against them that they are not scientific, that they are not following the scientific method?
Good to see you, Berserker.
Hey, Amish, I have to read your name. Where are you? I cannot see you. Sporadic, right?
No, John Luna.
Oh, John Luna. You sounded like Amish. Hi, John. Hi, John. Good to see you too, bro.
And apparently, I sound like AI as well. So
No,
we got some
new
similar
perspective.
sounding voices here.
No, your new perspective in disguise.
Who's that? T-Dub?
Yeah, new perspective.
Yeah,
You know that?
yeah.
You know new perspective? Yeah, that's who John
New
Luna sounds like.
perspective.
Yeah.
No, sorry, I don't know. New perspective. Is it another member, Global or Flat Earther?
He's a flat earther. Yeah.
Flat Earther, no. So, what do you
He
think?
comes in sometimes.
So, what do you think, guys? What do you think? I mean, shouldn't we use the usage of the word believe, which they use very often, the Globers, against them, that they are the ones who are not following the scientific method and basing their arguments on belief? Because they always use the word believe. Don't you believe in gravity? So don't you believe in space?
Yeah,
Because
to
they're
be fair.
educated to learn how to believe. That's the issue. Is if you're presented something as fact that has no evidence behind it, that's like tangible and repeatable, right? You can't repeat any of the experiments needed to come to that same conclusion. You have to go by faith. You have no other option, right? You can't do the experiment, the said experiment that has been accepted by everybody in academia. You can't accept that without evidence, without having good faith that these people are being honest with you. So you have this problem that just keeps happening, where it's just like people have to assume, they have to believe that the people presenting them with this data are telling the truth, because otherwise they have to throw out 90% of what they know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. I mean, they have to believe because they cannot, for example, they cannot do the experiments by themselves. They have to believe in the images or photos of Earth from space.
To be fair, when most normies, right, that come in and say use that word, they're using it very loosely, and they're not making a distinction between belief and knowledge. They're essentially saying, don't you understand that there is gravity, for example? Like they're not using belief in the sense that they're accepting something without evidence, because it's just a common word that's used to describe, like,
Yeah,
in a colloquial sense.
sorry.
An
Sorry for
understanding.
interrupting. Yeah. Sorry for interrupting, but I agree with you. I mean, yeah, I know. They don't mean really believe, but they are using it in a loose way, as you said. But that is because they have not looked in the facts deeply, as we were also doing when we believed in the globe. We trusted. And yeah, I get what you say. It's right. That is I think I would be able to say that is the first step when they look into what they are saying, when they say believe and acknowledge that they mean actually we cannot see or perceive or expect or accept or yeah, they would look into the fact that they built most of their knowledge on trust on others, and they would start to think or use a bit critical thinking. I know what you mean, and I agree with you. Yeah, I say that. Yeah, you're right. Everything you said. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if I'm looking into a telescope and I perceive spots of light, right, and I presuppose a bunch of things, I could say, oh yeah, those are balls of gas and balls of rocky substances at whatever many light years away. It doesn't make it fact. The fact that I have to presuppose all this stuff, but I could take accurate measurements under these presuppositions and come to some type of conclusion only if I believe that all of the previous data is factual, right? So if I'm presented with a bunch of data and I'm coming into it under a false premise, I could come up with all types of equations based on my findings. Doesn't mean that any of it's based in reality.
Exactly. As you said, when I look through the telescope and I recall what was told to me that these things are what they are, yeah, then I can assume everything possible. But if one would resist thinking and look through the telescope and admit that that cannot mean that these things are much bigger than Earth, or they are the gas planets like Jupiter that we were told. You're right. They are building everything on previous information with which they were fed. That is the difference when we say let's stay on Earth and the measurements show the Earth to be flat and we cannot measure the curvature. That's something different because that's empirical, something which we can measure, we can touch.
So if you spend your entire professional career as a scientist or an astrophysicist, whatever, based on presuppositions, and then running all of your equations based off of that data, all of the work you're doing is a moot point. There is no reality involved. It's just a thought experiment at its basic, at its basic level.
I agree. Yeah, and if I was working in the space industry, then that would mean I would have to throw everything which I worked for and believed in and thought I was contributing a bit. Yeah, that's something difficult. It touches a lot the ego and being proud of what one has achieved.
Yeah, if you spend your whole existence doing thought experiments based on false premises, you literally wasted your whole existence on a useless exercise based on lies.
Yep. Yep. And it's always difficult to admit. Yeah.
Yeah, and just imagine the sunk cost and how difficult it is for them to accept that they have been wrong this entire time. They'll twist themselves into pretzel to try to hold on to the previous belief.
And I believe it's based on investment of thought experiments. You know, the more thought experiments you've done based on your investment in believing other people's non-verifiable quote unquote facts, the more you have to lose if it's all based on lies.
Yeah, sunk cost. The more you have to lose, the harder it is to give it up, and the harder it is to admit to yourself that you were wrong this entire time.
Yes, we were talking about this earlier, and thus the invention of dark matter and dark energy.
Yeah, exactly. How do you call that? Sunk cost? Grace, how did you call it? Sunk cost.
Yeah, it's the sunk cost. You've already sunk so much cost into it. It's
Sunk. Okay, sunk. So S-U-N-K. Sunk, right?
Yeah, like sunken cost.
Yeah. Sunk cost. Yeah, it's like you have put too much effort in it, and the more effort you put in it, and the more it doesn't work, it gets more difficult to give it up.
Like someone at a slot machine chasing their money that they just spent.
Exactly.
Yeah, the analogy works best with Texas Hold'em. If you go all in, you have all your chips in on this one hand, and if it's wrong, you're going to ride it till the end no matter what. I mean, you've already invested all of your faith really in something that you haven't proven to yourself. So now you kind of got to hang on for dear life no matter what the outcome is.
Or it happens very often in relations. The more you invest in a partner, and the more difficult it gets to realize
I've got
that when it's not
children,
working.
I've got a car. Yeah, right. Exactly. We've got
Or
all these
girlfriend.
memories.
Yeah, the memories you cannot let go. Yeah, not that easy. The longer you invest, the harder it gets. It's emotional.
Believing in the heliocentric globular model really does, put you in a mental hypnosis, right? You're already deriving. It just brings certain things into perspective that wouldn't normally be there, right? Like billions of years.
How much
light
do you
years,
guys think T-Dub
all of these.
weighs? Sorry for interrupting you. I just want y'all to know that T-Dub is very annoying because
That's
and I
amazing.
hope
Thanks for interjecting. I really appreciate it. That was
T-Dub's
awesome.
family,
Listen to
children
what you
live a very wonderful life and get away from his lousy ass. Thank you.
Wow. Personal attack.
Holy shit! What did I do?
Yeah, thanks, fat lady.
I was saying something there, and you just kind of hopped in to attack somebody in the chat. That's kind of unruly, but whatever. Unbelievable. T-Dub, I think you deserve like some type of medal just for the amount of knowledge you have that helps debunk these people grasping at straws here to try and save their dying religion.
I didn't really mean that fat lady thing. I'm sorry. It seemed pretty rude what you said.
Why? It is true. I find lack of Your lack of shitting. Very disturbing.
Well, I've seen no evidence to tell me if she's fat or not, so. But she's
Can
gone,
fat
so it
be a
doesn't really
sound?
matter.
Sorry, I didn't get what did you mean, Trace? Fat? Who's fat?
She's gone, but what
Can
did you,
fat
the
be
other
a
guy say?
sound? Have you ever heard Jabba
Can
the Hutt?
fat be a sound?
What Jabba the Hutt?
Yeah, if fat was a sound, I'm sure it would be like that, right?
Yeah, of course.
You could say fuzzy from the linguistics app, the linguistic tapes back in the day.
Oh, really? Fuzzy means fat?
He sounds fat, right? I mean, if fat is a sound.
I don't know who do you mean exactly, because I just jumped in a couple of minutes ago, 10 minutes ago.
Berserker, no, it's an old infomercial from like the early '90s, late '80s.
Okay.
It was a cartoon that taught people different languages. It was like, the Rosetta Stone before Rosetta Stone.
Okay. Tell me, is my mic okay? Because on PC I use the headset, and sometimes the headset starts to cut. Is it still okay? Or?
No, you sound clear, loud and clear, at least on my
okay.
end.
It's slightly muffly, maybe a little bit. You're like 5x4.
5x4, not bad, not bad. Okay, but when it gets worse, just tell me, guys. Okay, and I can switch to the smartphone.
I would oblige. Yeah, so we were getting at the consequence of being of going down a trail of thought after being lied to, as your basic premise for the start point of your trail of thought. So that's what we're dealing with when we're dealing with people who trust all of the information that's been given to them about this heliocentric globular outer space model as the basis for how they should perceive everything in their existence. So, like the gentleman stated earlier, I don't, as a flat earther, I would cancel my asteroid insurance, like everything that you have to presuppose to believe that all of the data that you've been given is accurate, without validation or verification outside of government agency. And it kind of ties back into that statement that I made earlier, which is like, if you rewind 150 years and take away all of this unverifiable history that's been presented to us, saying, oh, no, people have known this for thousands of years. Well, how would they know it without NASA taking a picture of this alleged ball if, as far as they can see, no matter how great of a telescope they design, it always just appears to look flat because
the Earth is fucking round, you fucking dirty piece of shit. It's literally round. It's fucking round. And if you think it's flat, it's because you get flat bitches. You can't even get flat bitches because you're fucking ugly. That's why you sit on Discord 24/7, as it says. And
dirty piece of shit. That's hilarious. So, about my my cleaning regimen based on me being in this room?
Hey, well, why did you mute the very intellectual lady?
Yeah, because the lady didn't even know that round doesn't imply that it's not a precise description of sphere. Round could be also two-dimensional disk. You should use the term sphere. And you don't need to laugh about the stuttering. Maybe you can go to Nathan Oakley and show us how great you are if you can take it with him. Then you will maybe have to answer his question. How do his balls taste?
It's natural for people to get triggered when their basis for their reality. It's the foundation of their reality getting dismantled. So
First of all, everyone. Sorry for interrupting you, John, but first of all, I think
no, you're fine.
Even a child can realize immediately that the English language is not my mother language. Everyone could realize that this is a foreign language for me. So to stutter or have difficulties because of language barrier, that has nothing to do with the fact which we are trying to discuss here.
Yeah, it's probably less of a, especially if it's a second language, it's less of a stutter, more of a hesitation.
Yeah, because I have to think. I have to think the words in which I have to translate what I'm saying.
I totally understand you. I speak Icelandic as my primary language, and so a lot of the times, if I'm speaking fast or something, I might hesitate because I thought of the sentence in Icelandic, but then when I went to directly translate it, it doesn't sound right when you directly translate it, and so you need to kind of interpret it into the other language so it sounds right.
Yeah, I know. I don't feel insulted, or I don't feel triggered. I just wanted to tell him that instead of I don't know if it was Glover the one who made fun and said it. I mean, maybe he should. If he is Glover, maybe he could represent us.
Well, does anybody here speak French?
Oh, by the way, you must know that. By the way, you have to know that French is very, very butchered language. They cannot even say numbers like 40 or 60 or 80.
Well, they can say those. They can't say 80.
They can say two times. They have to say 2 times 20, 2 times 20, 3 times 20.
Well, no, that'd be 40 would be 40. 60 would be 60. But as soon as you get into like 70 or 80, it'd be like 80. Like say 88.
Yeah. Anyone who says the French language is a great language is a delusional person, because it's a destroyed language. Dismantled Latin. The Spanish language is more closer to the original Latin, and the Italian is more closer to the original Latin, and the Latin is a great language. But the greatest language which was not dismantled is the Greek language, and of course, the Japanese language. Look at the Japanese language. Look at the Greek language. For example, we have only one syllable in English. But in most of the language, you have more syllables. So, for example, when you say understand, understand is the only word I can think about in English which has more syllables than one. For example, most of the verbs are I go, I see, I read, I run, I jump. Only one syllable. Let's see in Greek. How do you say understand? Catalaveno, it means I understand. Catalavenis, it means you understand. Catalavenete, you, plural, understand. Without needing to use I, you, she, her. So, please don't start telling us that French language is something great. For example, I have, echo means I know, it is you. Echo, have, he's, you. Have, he has. Ekume, we, plural, have. Ekete, you, plural, have. Ekun, they, plural, have. And in Greek and in Latin and in Finnish and in some languages also, you can say something like, I have been seen, I have been hit, in one word.
Berserker, I mean, just knowing the fact that this is your second language is, is admirable to hear how well you could convey the thoughts that you're trying to express towards people who use English as their native language. So I would say you got a good handle on it, buddy. Don't feel insecure in your use of the words.
I don't feel insecure, but I have to tell you, it's very nice, the compliment you made. And I think the reason is that I have such a nice, not bad accent in compared to other people to whom the English language is a foreign language. I think the reason is that since my childhood, I used to watch American movies American or English movies in the original language. So I think that's the reason why I got.
You know what one of the best accents is? I don't know why. I was just thinking about it the other day. South African. It's probably like the most fun English accent.
I have to be true. It might sound funny, but I cannot recall hearing.
Why are you gay?
Oh, that's you mean. I always thought the American accent is the most beautiful accent of the English language. But
Americans.
But since I came here in the Discord and I heard the Australians, I hope it's not offending to call them Aussies. Okay, for example, I enjoy it when Matrix talks. What a load of horseshit. Yeah, and Jazz yesterday was offended. I told him, Jazz, mate, this is the accent. He's not disrespectful to you. So, at the moment, I think the Australian accent is the most beautiful, most. I don't know. Yeah, you can have another opinion. Who was that? That was John, right? With a compliment? Thanks, mate. That's that's nice from you. Was it you, John? Said yeah. Compared to others, from the English language is a foreign language. Yeah, actually, yeah, I have a gut.
No, that was me. That was me. Definitely, brother. That was me. You're very welcome for that compliment. I mean, I wouldn't give it if it was unwarranted.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, I was doing.
I just wanted
doing something. Yeah, doing something for the children right now. I had to put myself on mute because they were asking some
no
questions.
problem. No problem. Thanks, mate. It's very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that young lady came in pretty hostile, and I feel bad that she got muted based on her ignorance and lack of decorum. But I mean, I would definitely encourage anybody with alternative beliefs to what we're proposing to come in and just be civil. Just be civil. Try and put all of your.
Earth is round, guys. Earth is round. Earth is round.
Yeah, just try and put all of your negativity on the side. Put all your negativity on the side and just come forth with your data and your logic and your reason and your vocabulary. I mean, like, that's what we're interested in here. We can't convey, like, I can't know what you're thinking or feeling unless you express yourself to me in a way that's understandable and comprehensible. I mean, let's just go based off of that. If you have something that's easily comprehensible, and yeah, just come with that.
Exactly. To use insults and ad-homs, that doesn't help understanding. How are you going to prove your case? I mean, without using scientific phrases and words. I mean, why did she immediately? She jumped in and called you a piece of shit. So
Dirty piece of shit. Dirty piece
dirty
of
piece
shit.
of
Not just a piece of shit. A piece of shit covered in dirt.
Yeah, that's what
I
I
know
mean.
this because I can comprehend what she said. I know this because I can comprehend the words she used and what she was trying to express. This is the point. It's like, come forth with your points using vocabulary that adequately expresses the thoughts that you're experiencing in your mind.
First of all, that showed great frustration she had, and immediately by using the word round, shows that she has not looked in the thing deeply, and he is not thinking that round does not mean 100% sphere, because a round could be also a round circle. So that shows that they are not precise in their critical way of thinking, because they should use the words sphere when they mean the Earth to be a globe. The word round is the wrong word, because a circle is also a round.
Well, who was the guy? Is the guy still here? The Earth is round guy?
No, that was a lady, young lady.
No. There was a guy just piped in a little minute ago. He said, "Earth is round, guys. Earth is round."
Oh, I don't remember. I think he's gone.
He's gone. Oh.
No, I think he's. Do you mean? I don't know. Was that Meticus? Is Meticus at Earther or
No,
global?
it was not I.
Okay, sorry. Are you global or flat Earther, Meticus?
I am not 100% that it's a flat Earth, but it's 100% not a globe. Do I know what the actual shape of it is? No. Does it appear and measure planular? Yes.
Yeah, okay, no problem. I mean, I would also like to. I would also prefer to say
That's an
that.
honest man right there.
Yeah, it's the same way of thinking. I follow. I mean, I can also. I would also prefer to say that I don't know what the shape is. It measures flat. It looks flat, and it looks that it cannot be a globe. But you know what? I haven't been high enough to see what the shape is. So that's it. And I cannot be sure that it cannot be something else, which I cannot perceive. Maybe, yeah. Maybe we are going under or through an optical illusion, and we cannot perceive what it could be. No one can be sure what it is. As we say, we cannot be sure what the stars are. No one can know what the stars are.
Do we have anybody here that is of the mind that the Earth is a globe? Wants to defend that position? Just wondering if we have any members here in the panel at the moment who are of the mind that the Earth is a globe and want to defend that position.
I don't think so.
Anybody in the chat too can join the voice. Anybody in the chat can join the voice if you have a differing opinion. As long as you're not coming in attacking people, express your points, ask your questions.
The Earth is round, you dirty piece of shit.
Sometimes I want to play the devil's advocate too, and say the Earth is a globe.
What mammal is producing the shit that makes me a...
Yeah, it gets so old when I don't know how to say like day one, people that are seeing the flat Earth for day one. It's like, oh, you idiots! Like, all right, here we go.
Oh, this was something funny as hell. Speaking of YouTube, yeah.
I mean, I prefer to be rabbit poop over rhinoceros poop.
What happened to Shrek? Did he leave? Dang. Hit and run. Okay. Never mind. We have 1, 2, 3 Foe. Welcome in.
Hola.
And we have Prot. Also welcome.
We had some good Globers on here earlier. You know, we've had some good Globers on today, as far as I've caught in my time on and off the clock. What was so we had the dude that was multiplying everything by infinity. We had that guy who said, "Yeah, no, stars' angular size don't matter. They could be infinitely far away, and you could still see them. You know, based on an assumption that I'm making." And don't question anything I'm saying because it doesn't really matter. I know nothing. Like that guy was pretty fun. And then we had another individual.
We have crystal clear images of galaxies a bajillion light years away, and yet all of our images of Pluto are still blurry.
What are you talking about? You see Pluto the dog. You see the silhouette of Pluto the dog on all of these great images we get of Pluto, according to NASA, of course. So you have to presuppose that everything that NASA's giving you is 100% accurate and worthy of your trust, which has just not been earned by that agency whatsoever.
Is Pluto the gas one, or is it Neptune's the gas one?
You can see Pluto in the chat box. In the chat box, I
Which
posted
one's
Pluto.
the gas one?
Neptune is a
Uranus.
gas giant, according to the globular model.
Uranus is the gas planet, emitting gas. Uranus.
Yeah, that's the one they talk about. Yeah, smells like rotten eggs, they say, because
it smells like fun. Yeah.
yeah, you can smell, through the telescope apparently.
Exactly. You can smell.
Well, yeah, it's like I'll tell you exactly what this star is made of a bajillion light years away with exact preciseness.
Dude, have you been watching? Did anybody watch Silo? There's some freaking real nonsense in that. It's funny. Like the people that know nothing about the Earth or what it's, like what it is, and they find these books, and the lady's explaining to them that this one guy, you're right, we do move. We're actually spinning, and the blah blah blah. She gets in the whole heliocentric thing, and the guy's like flipping out, like, "Oh my gosh, so fucking great!" It's funny if anybody watches Silo.
Yeah, it's like I feel like all flat earthers that understand that there's no measurable curve kind of give up on any of these begging. You have to beg you have to commit so many fallacious actions to be able to even entertain half of this stuff. Once you understand that it's not been, it's just not provable based on observation. It's like people lose the appetite for all of these thought experiments. They're like, when I was entertaining that thought experiment, that I didn't realize I was entertaining a thought experiment, it was okay to go down more thought experiments. But the moment that on its face, the basis for all of your thought experiments has been proven to be, falsified based on observation, provable observation, you just lose your appetite for any of those thought experiments that come after the fact. So, Neil deGrasse Tyson's version of Cosmos is not as appealing as, Carl Sagan's Cosmos when you knew the Earth was a ball spinning in outer space. You have people that will tell you with a straight face that they know exactly what was going on in the universe 10 billion years ago. And there's a massive group of people that are like, well, they must be right. They're the experts. And literally go along with it as if anybody has any knowledge about billions of years ago and could possibly have knowledge of billions of years ago based on what they experience here and now. It's all illogical when looked at critically.
Yeah, it's illogical. And bro, they cannot even predict the weather within the next 2 days. I mean, exactly. They cannot do that. So, how the fuck they can?
They can manipulate it.
It's such a cycle that it's always like, well, the climate is changing, the climate's changing, and yet how often do you hear, oh, we haven't had a day this hot since 100 years ago. We haven't had a day this cold since 100 years ago. We haven't had a day that snowed since 100 years ago. Like it blows my mind that they don't even see their own cycle.
Yeah, and the data show that we are actually in a minor ice age. I mean, it was much harder before, and the ice in the South Pole or the alleged South Pole, it's just growing. It's not shrinking, and without being a scientist, without using data and scientific data, I mean, would it be justified to ask why was Greenland called Greenland if it had been covered with ice? Right? Why was it called
guys,
Greenland?
the thing that we can't forget is this really is a religion to them. Their cosmology, of course, is mixed with evolution is their origin and creation story. And of course, you have to have an eschatological belief or doctrine in there. And that's what the weather stuff is. Stuff that can just be asserted and never proven, really. And there's this wonderful picture that if you search on Google, you can find it. But it shows it's like a newspaper cartoon or comic, whatever you want to say, that shows all the failed predictions of the global warming and climate change since like the 50s. And it's just absurd. But if you understand that it's their religion, just like the preacher's job is to tell you that Jesus is coming back soon, and it might be this year, and you need to get your soul right and everything else. That's all it is.
Oh yeah, but it's also not just a religion; it's a faith-based religion. So one that has no foundation to stand on other than having faith in those who are presenting the data that you cannot yourself reproduce. So by taking away your ability to double check the work, right? You can't double check the work that's done because you have no budget and you have no means to do so as a citizen or of wherever you are. You don't have the means to create a large vacuum chamber and crunch these numbers. You don't have the means to do so, and to be the ability to hide behind that at the same time condemn you for not being able to reproduce what they're saying that they produced in the first place, which you can't prove wrong because you can't reproduce their experiment. To say, hey, how did you get this result when I can't repeat the experiment and get the same result? That's the beauty of the lie, right? No matter what the flat earth side of the argument presents, they have an answer for it that can't be refuted based on the fact that you have to just go with the experts. You have to go with the data that you can't produce. So if I say, okay, yeah, no, it's all refraction. We've proven it. The reason why it looks so flat is because it's so curved, and it appears to be flat based on laws that you can't reproduce and verify. Right there. I mean, people should already be like just so up in arms about that. It's like, okay, well, you said this was an image of Earth from space. We found out that wasn't factual. So now we know that the blue marble image is just an image. It's not an actual photograph. Well, that was the big one that you guys were trying to pass as a photograph, right? Now that it's been deemed not a photograph and we don't see any curvature measurable based on observations, your next freaking go-to is that, hey, it looks flat because of refraction. So you can't even trust your eyes. You can't even trust what's observable. At that point, they just got you by the balls. You can't trust anything other than them. So if I wanted to control the narrative, it's easy.
See, the most important thing here is first, you have to accept the authority of the episcopacy of whatever religion that you're part of. And so you first have to accept that, especially in theirs, that the high priest of scientism have been called, especially by this monistic, supposedly atheistic God, that's kind of the basis of their quantum entanglement, and then you accept that first. You accept that the priests are the ones who are called and trained to teach you what they are, what you're supposed to believe. So then that way, you first learn how to take and refuse to observe your own observations.
I was trying to catch what you were saying. Somebody was interjecting.
Yeah. Well, let me just try it again.
You're very quiet. Whoever just spoke is extremely quiet.
Yeah. Is this any better?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. No, what I was saying is as far as joining just about any religion, the first thing you have to do is accept the authority of the episcopacy of that religion, the priests, the bishops, the other leaders that they have. And so when you accept the GT religion, that's the first thing you do is you accept holy consensus. And that consensus is derived from this monistic, supposedly atheistic deity that binds us all through quantum entanglement, etc., etc. And once you've accepted that, then you have to teach yourself, okay, well, do I trust my own lying eyes or do I trust my scientism as priest here? And far more often than not, the answer is that, well, I'm not smart enough, so I'll trust my scientism as priest. So then that's how you end up with all these absurd claims they come in here telling us the most asinine and ridiculous stuff simply because they first accept that authority.
Hello?
Your mic's working.
If Google Earth is accurate, how can the Earth be flat?
If Google Earth is accurate, how did it not see those 7,000 islands that Japan has that they found?
It does now.
Yeah, but why didn't it? If it's accurate, the satellites would have caught it, right? It's all made up of satellite imagery.
We know it's accurate. We can find the distance of any 2 points.
Well, let me interrupt here.
Yeah, but hold on. If it is accurate, how did it not see these 7,000 islands? Do you think somebody from Japan hasn't zoomed in and searched every little square inch of that landmass? Everybody has in every country.
It just recently got accurate. They put in new software, and now it's accurate.
May I ask a question? If Google tells you, Santo, if Google tells you should donate your car and your house and your wealth, if you are wealthy, would you do it?
What?
If Google tells you should donate your car, your house, and your wealth to me and all flat earthers, would you do it? Would you do it?
No.
Is Google the ultimate authority without you applying critical thinking? That's what I mean.
I am applying critical thinking. I can pick 2 points on
What
Google
kind
Earth.
of critical thinking? Are you applying the critical thinking? Why we could see the horizon behind the oil rig, which is at a distance of 9.4, and when you look at the geometry of a spherical Earth with a radius
talk about that, you're just gonna get into. You're just gonna make.
Okay, so you don't like to be scientific and then accuse us of.
No, because then you're gonna bring up like some bullshit.
Okay, go ahead. I will mute myself.
No, because if I talk about that, you're gonna pull up like some bullshit called perspective, and you're gonna deny refraction exists, and I can't prove that to you today, but I can prove to you.
In all the words which I used, I never used a disrespectful word like bullshit or idiot. And you globals immediately start. There was another young girl who jumped in and insulted John by saying he's a dirty piece of shit. That was the first thing she said, and then you start whining that flat earthers are disrespectful. You are so dishonest.
I don't think you guys are a dirty piece of shit. I just think you guys have been. You guys are just. You guys are better than normal people. Or just take it as it is. But like, I think if you're like one step away from figuring out it's a globe.
Yeah, why are you even here?
Can you prove us? Can you give us a measurement of the curvature? I mean, the curvature must be there, right? 3,595 miles radius is not too big.
I mean, the curvature.
You admit that the boats go behind the geometric curvature and drop behind the geometric curvature. So the Earth is not too big, so that we would not be able to perceive the curvature. Would you like me nice
You have to admit that Google Earth is accurate. Or else, how would planes go from point A to point B? Google Earth is accurate.
Here we go.
The Google Earth is.
If you can show us evidence, and then you talk about Google.
I mean, that's why
I don't trust Google. I don't trust Google.
How did the planes get from point A to point B before Google Earth?
Exactly.
Yeah, but what are you talking about? Okay, do you want Johnny B to talk about what's real, what's not?
What I'm talking about is Google Earth is a digital globe, and you can get the distances from the distances from any 2 points is curved, and it's accurate. And
okay, on Google Earth, on Google Earth, you cannot see Mount Canigou from I think Marseille. There is a photo of Mount Canigou, which is at a distance of 2,000 from a distance of 259 miles. And if you go to journalism made, even though journalism is a show now, I knew it from the beginning. Okay, but he had a nice video about Mount Canigou, and he showed it on Google Map that the curvature would hide the Mount Canigou completely even when the observer, as the one who who photographed and made the video clip, even if he was at a height of 800 feet, I think he was on a height of 800 feet, Google Earth showed that Mount Canigou should be completely covered by the bulge of the curvature of the Earth. So what are you talking about? You don't even know what you are talking about.
No,
You're
I'm
just
talking
throwing
about
buzzwords.
not. I haven't used one buzzword. I'm just saying that how can the Earth be flat if the distances on Google Earth are accurate to real life? And Google Earth is a digital globe.
Do you have a regular map? Have you ever tried using a regular map?
Yes, it's distorted.
Has it ever gone like not brought you from point A to point B?
Probably won't on a continental scale because it's distorted, and there isn't the only.
You literally can. You literally can use flat maps to go from point A to point B anywhere on Earth.
We're missing a point here. We're missing a point. He keeps appealing to Google Earth scale and continental scales about point-to-point accuracy, and no one's challenged him on any point-to-point that he's validated the accuracy of.
I mean, you guys can just go on like a really long straight line.
I don't care, dude. Don't care. I don't care what we could do. The question on the table to your claim, because you made the claim, is what point-to-point have
I'm not making a claim. I'm asking a question.
All right, dude. Okay, dude. You made the claim that the Google Earth distances are accurate, correct or incorrect?
I'm asking a question.
All right, dude. You're going to go on mute till you be honest.
What?
Yeah. You are denying that you made the claim that the Google Earth.
The channel says I can either ask or make a claim. I haven't made a claim. I'm asking a question.
You did make a claim, dude.
I mean, I guess if you can, within my question,
All right. There you go, bro. You made the claim that Google Maps are accurate, dude. So are you not claiming that? So you don't know whether they're accurate or not? It's either they are or they aren't. Either you know they are or you know they're not. Or you don't know. Those are the options. So I'm going to be fair to you and say maybe you didn't intend to make a claim there, but that is a claim. So you're going to have to withdraw your knowledge of Google Earth being accurate. Otherwise, you got a claim on the table. Right? Go ahead.
Thank you, AI.
yeah, I guess I have a claim on the table.
All right, so if you're saying that Google Maps on the Google Earth is accurate, okay, and that it is more accurate than some scale of just a singular map that doesn't represent the whole Earth, then you're insinuating that something in the scale of the Google Earth maps is more accurate, and there's 2 points that you can validate the distance between. So what 2 points have you validated to know that your claim is correct, that they're accurate?
I mean, you can go on any search engine, search for this.
Hey, dude.
Everything on Google.
So more claims. So claim upon claim upon claim. Okay, one more time. Let's see if you can catch it this time.
I'm not making. I'm
What points have you validated the accuracy of?
The distance between fucking New York and Japan.
Which is what?
6,000.
How the hell did you validate that?
I mean, it's common knowledge. I mean,
How did you validate it? You said you validated it. How?
Oh boy.
I've been on the flight, I guess.
He Googled it, bro.
It's not a measurement. Flying is not a measurement.
I mean, is it wrong, though?
Dude, one more time. It's your claim that it's accurate, so it's your burden to bear to validate, not ours to tell you whether it is or isn't. Now, I'm going to actually agree with you, friend. So let's back up to where you first said that Google Earth is an accurate representation of the Earth. I'm going to agree with you because when you zoom out of Google Earth, it displays the globe Earth as a cartoon. And I agree with you. The globe is a cartoon. I rest my case.
What? What do you mean?
Oh, you weren't aware of that? You weren't aware that Google Earth doesn't represent the globe as a terrain accurate map, that globe scale, that it switches to a cartoon render? You didn't know that?
I mean, I'm saying the shape is accurate. I'm not saying it's one-to-one accurate.
Okay, so yeah. So when you zoom out, it displays a cartoon, and you're telling me that the shape of a cartoon is an accurate representation of the Earth. How could you possibly know that?
The shape of the cartoon is a globe, and based on it being accurate from city to city and place to place 100% of the time, then I'm assuming it's
100%. Oh, it's 100% now. Okay, so if it's 100%, then why do ships do boxing? You know what boxing is? It's when they don't actually have accurate travel and they arrive too soon, and so there's too many ships at port, and so they have to do squares out in the ocean to make them waste time so that the other ships can get out of their way.
I'm assuming that
It's 100% accurate, bro. That's bold, brother.
Yeah, they literally go in a square.
Well, I mean, you know, as far as they can get it, I'm sure.
That's what I mean. I didn't know they had to do it. I learned something new.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing. Do they like stop real hard and then just use side
No, I
thrusters?
wasn't asking. Yeah, I wasn't asking that silly question. Yeah, I wasn't asking silliness.
They're spherical squares.
Obviously, the corners are rounded.
Don't let him slip out the back door. I mean, why are you talking?
Well, then it's not a square.
I have a question. When I go to the forest, in the middle of the forest, and I see
hell no,
only trees, I see only trees.
Hold up on that. If a tree falls in the forest, kind of question. Right now, yeah, hold on, Berserker. Right now, he's contemplating whether or not he knows the Earth's a globe based on the information that he's just been handed.
No,
he doesn't know.
I know it's a globe because I can pick any 2 points on Google Earth and it's accurate, and the line is.
How do you know that? How do you know?
I don't know who is that guy. What I wanted to ask is.
Hold on, brother. Bro.
I know that.
I wanted to ask another question.
No.
Berserker, he's talking, man. You gotta let him finish. Like the guy that's responding.
Too late, Berserker. Too late, Berserker. Now you're on mute for 40 minutes because you couldn't pay attention. Sorry, bro. Be more smart next time. All right, continue the combo. Thank you.
So, Santo, how do you know the distance between the 2 points is accurate?
There's one, I've been on the flight, and there's a scientific consensus for hundreds of years, probably. I don't think all like fucking.
Was it measured?
Yes.
How?
Probably like this is speed, distance, time. Speed over time. So they just flying a certain speed to the place. Then divided by the time. And we add the distance.
Okay, good. You found distance. Now, is it curving in between that distance?
Because Google Earth is a 3D model, it is curving.
No, we're not talking about Google Earth. Okay, the pilot that's flying the pilot that's flying the plane. He's traveling over the distance. How does he know he has to negotiate over the curve of the Earth?
He does what?
Okay, so you think the Earth is a globe, yes? But we're not looking at cartoon balls anymore. We're looking at the Earth itself. So when you're actually making the travel, like from point A to point B, how do you know that they're traveling over a curved surface? Or does anybody actually know that?
I mean, that doesn't matter if the model is true.
No, it does matter because if you're... Think about it like this. If you're looking at some kind of cartoon and then you think you're traveling over that cartoon, you don't know until you actually go outside and verify that the surface is doing what the cartoon's doing, right?
No, we can use math.
So you're telling me that you don't verify with the Earth itself, you're just doing math?
I don't need to. I can just go on the ride, find the distance between 2 points on Google Earth, verify it in real life.
Yeah, but the distance between 2 points is not enough if there's obstructions between two things, my boy. You can't do math to know that something's not blocking a distance, right?
Yeah, that's why you do
it. You need to know reality, right? You need to check reality.
Hold on, dude. I don't know who you are, but just relax. So that's important for everybody in here right now. That if you're traveling between point A and point B, and if you think the Earth's a globe, you need to verify whether the situation on the ground is curving between those 2 points. Now, if you haven't done that, you can't just assume that's the case. And that's what everybody's asking you right now, Santo. We're asking you, how did you verify that the distance that the person traveled, whoever it was, the pilot or the people in the plane, knew that the Earth was curving in between those 2 points? Not just by doing math, but by also verifying that the surface condition is a curved surface.
They didn't need to.
So you're telling me you don't need to check to see if the ground is actually being like a curved surface between point A and point B? Is that what you're saying? We don't need to verify that?
No.
Okay, so just an assumption then.
I mean, if you're going like in a car, you're not gonna feel like the small curvature. So it's.
Oh, we're not. Yeah, okay. We're not talking about feeling it. We're talking about understanding that you have to negotiate over it. So the pilot would have to counter the fact that he's actually going to traverse over a curved surface. He's got to account for that over the distance that he's going to travel. So if he's not accounting for, is he accounting for that at all?
No, he doesn't need to. It's such a small account that just the wind going over it.
All right. So he doesn't need to account for the curve of the Earth. So he's going to travel over the surface like it's a flat Earth. All right. So that at least we arrive to a point that you know that they're not traveling over, or at least negotiating over a curved surface. They're actually traveling over the surface as if it's a flat plane. That's good to know.
Yeah. Yes, but that doesn't change the fact that that Google Earth is right.
Well, it doesn't matter what Google Earth is doing, so long as the pilot doesn't have to think about the Earth as a curved surface. He can fly over it like a flat Earth.
No, because it has to be a curved surface.
No, it don't. No, it don't. He doesn't have to think about the Earth's surface as a curved surface. He just flies over it like it's a flat surface. He's flying over the Earth like it's a flat Earth, dude. He doesn't have to think about. If you're not giving me anything that he's going to have to think about the Earth as a curved surface, then it doesn't matter what Google Earth says. It could be a dinosaur or an ice cream cone. It doesn't matter what it's showing you. The pilot's going to travel over the surface as if it was a flat Earth all the time, every time.
It does matter because the distances between points are only on the only realistic one is on the globe model, and there is no other that a plane used to travel to know where everything is. It was a flat Earth. You can't. Like either the distance from New York to Japan is wrong, or the distance from Japan to
but you're using a longitude latitude globe Earth coordinate system, which in and of itself is verifying itself. So you're not using the horizontal. Sorry.
No, I'm just going in a straight line and then dividing my speed by time. And then finding the distance, and I'm checking it on Google Earth.
Yeah, we already understand you're going in a straight line. Of course, on a flat Earth, you would be doing that horizontally. Yes.
Yeah. And so would because we're so small. So would we on a curved Earth. But the problem is there is
You don't know that. You've already admitted you don't know that, sir. You don't know that you're on a curved surface. You're only believing that you are. So that's why you're saying you're doing math to think about it like that.
It doesn't matter because the globe Earth model is the only one that accurately represents the distances in real life.
That's what I'm telling you. But you're using a globe coordinate system in order to do that.
Well, why isn't there a flat one then?
Well, that's because right now the current model that people use is a longitude-latitude model. But it doesn't matter. This is the point, right? Even though you're using this coordinate system, the specific model would be like the WGS-84 oblate spheroid. Even if you're using all of these things, it doesn't matter that you use those models. It doesn't make the ground curved. What makes it curved is that when you're traveling over the surface, you have to think about it like it's curved. You have to negotiate over it like it's curved. But you're not doing that. You've admitted that you're not doing that. You don't even have to take curvature into account when you're flying the plane. You know this. I know this. The pilot knows this.
Well, yes, I know you don't have to take curvature into account, but my problem here is the only realistic model is globe Earth model, and there's no other
Okay.
correct navigation model. 3-dimensional.
All right, brother. Could you post that globe Earth model in the side chat, please?
It's Google Earth. Search it up.
Well, Google Earth, when I use the elevation profile, they're flat.
I'm not using the elevation profile. I'm just using the distances between
So,
points.
Distances. So are you under the impression that because they show you a big ball, that the distances between 2 points is over a curve?
Bro.
No, I'm saying the distances, like when you put the 2
Dude,
points.
you don't know the distance anomalies, bro? We got guys made videos of the distances crossing certain meridians, and they loop around themselves, dude. They don't give accurate.
I mean,
it's just a model. It's a reification.
Are you trying to say the distance between New York and Japan is not 10,870 kilometers?
Well, what I should expect from you is, number one, that you give me an accurate, actual distance between those 2 points, and then how you would derive that actual distance.
I am.
Okay, so is that the true distance?
Yes.
Okay, how would you verify that?
I mean, there's like probably 10 planes every day that go from New York to Japan.
I'm not asking you if planes take, that's non sequitur. I'm not asking if planes take that route. I'm asking if you verify the distance, and is that distance linear or curved?
It's linear.
Okay, so that's a flat Earth then.
That's what I was telling him.
No, the distance is curved, but for me it feels linear because.
Okay, so
it feels linear.
Yeah, of course.
So what I would need from you is the verification of the distance, and that it is over a curve, and I would need the curvature measurements as well.
Oh, okay, but if the distance is correct on the model, then doesn't that just imply the model is correct? Since there's no other model.
The model is no. I didn't say the model was correct or not. I'm asking you to verify it, and also, Google Earth is not a model; it's a reification.
What?
Yeah, it's treating the abstract if it was concrete. It doesn't make predictions. It doesn't do the things that you think it is. Google Earth is not a model.
No, I never said it makes predictions. I'm just saying it's like the shape. The shape of Google Earth is the same as our actual Earth.
Oh, it is. Okay, so then you, in reality, would be able to show me the curvature of the Earth, right?
I mean, not in reality because we're so small.
Oh, no, don't tell me excuses as to why the Earth is measured to be flat, appears to be flat. I want you to show me the measurable curvature. Don't make excuses for why it's flat, measured flat, and then you go ahead and give me linear distances flat.
I mean, why would I need to do that when the globe Earth model is the only possible one?
No, it's not the only possible one. In fact, it's just a reification, a projection. It's a projection. Do you know what a projection is?
Projection of reality.
No, it's not a projection of reality. It's a projection. It's a coordinate system that they can arbitrarily, put distances and angles to. You could make it like earlier. You could do it as a unicorn. It would be the same. Is the Earth a unicorn?
It doesn't mean the Earth is a unicorn, dude. That's what he's trying to show you. Like, doesn't matter where you put this Earth, like what it looks like. Doesn't mean that the whatever cartoon you make, it doesn't make that the Earth looks like that thing.
No.
Right?
If the shape was a unicorn, then the distances between two places will be altered. It will be different in real life. But if
they wouldn't.
Not true.
Measurements.
No, they wouldn't.
Measurements are based off of a flat Earth. The sphericity of the model was added after the rollout of Google Earth. By the way.
No, but like the line on Google Earth. If I take that line and put it over,
that's flat.
No, it's
flat.
It's curved.
Well, lines aren't curved. I'm sorry, geometry. This is basic geometry. Lines are straight. Curves are curves.
No, a line can be curved.
No, lines are straight in geometry.
A line can be curved.
You saying that doesn't make it true.
All right. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You're just saying it too. So the first one of you to back up what they're just saying with a citation of some type wins. Go ahead.
No
You
problem.
can use QMAT.
Anyway.
You can use
It doesn't matter
QMAT.
anyway.
Oh, dude, hold on. It does matter because if it's a point that's being argued back and forth, and we have evidence